little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
Dwarves! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
I need a monk!
Yes.
Food, please. No. You have a market. Wood, please. You have a market. Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please. No. You have a market.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Heya, 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 heise, 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, das war.
Ja, rete,
Ja, das war.
bereite,
Du wäre.
hova, suche, buvere,
Holzer.
heise, des war,
Suocha. Auwa.
heise, des war,
Suocha.
das ich soll, das ich soll, bereite,
Bereite.
das ich soll, dies war, ja, heise, Flickmann, das ich soll, bereite, ja,
Geboren.
dies war heise, dies war heise, Stürme, Fischere, ja, Jägere, ja, Fischere, Jägere,
Ja.
das ich soll, Streetes, Sassa,
Auwa.
Flickmann, ja,
Rete.
dies war,
Flickmann.
bereite,
Hey, ja.
ja, Rete, dies war,
Heise.
Stürme, Fischere, ja, Jägere, ja, Fischere, Jägere, dies war, was ich soll, dies war, das ich soll,
das ich soll. Rete.
Ja.
Des war. Ja, des war.
Ja, ja. Bereite.
Ouvert. Des war. Ja.
Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere. Dies war, was ich soll. Dies war, das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ist toll. Ja. Hey, ja. Ja.
Ja.
Das ist toll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ist toll. Ja. Was ich soll. Was ich soll. Was ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Hey, ja. Weiße.
Hey, ja.
Sa. Bereite.
Hey, ja.
Stricke. Ja. Ja. Gewure. Was ich soll. Was ich soll. Was ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Das ich soll. 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 Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Also, we are live on YouTube right now. Twitch and YouTube today, the next 3 days, and the main event, but a little bit of a test for those out there watching on YouTube. So thank you guys for being there too. Hello, Twitch chat. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. It's going to be a long day today. We've got the full casting lineup scheduled. Everything's going to be good. I'm going to intro the deciders for you. Well, hold on. Cam's not on. I was looking all pretty, too. Oh, no, I'm not. Hold on. Let's go back. Okay. I'm going to cast the first series solo here between Vinchester and Mihai. It should be a fantastic one. Just kidding. This is fine. And then we've got 2 more after that. Could be potentially 21 games today, tomorrow, and then also on Sunday. It's weird because it feels right now like it's a Saturday to me, but we have the Friday, Saturday lineup. Winners move into Hidden Cup main event, and then the losers go into the sets on Sunday. So it should be fantastic, guys. I hope you're doing well. How is everybody doing? I've been busy. I've been incredibly busy. Thank you, Good Guy. Good Guy says, no ads for the rest of Hidden Cup. Yeah, yes, that sub will do that for you. Good Guy. Good stuff. Humanoid, thank you for the 34. Thank you, Azura, for the 3 years. Salutes in chat, please. For Azura for that. Thank you, D. Churdy. Point Green, Birdstorm, Gambit. What else we got in there? Lecter. Catafish, thank you. Lord says, I can't watch the main event live. T90 Cry, will there be a spoiler-free way to watch the VODs? Your best way to watch the VODs for the main event, obviously we're a long ways from that right now. Well, we are and we aren't, but, you know, we still have some time, so I can maybe formulate a game plan. But the, you should be able to watch the VOD from the YouTube live. So you can go to the live tab and just watch the day of. Also, the way we'll have it uploaded to YouTube with videos should be separated in a way which shouldn't be too spoilery, right? So, I don't know. Maybe I can think on that. I'm going to make a video that talks about how you can watch Hidden Cup and like certain things like that. So, but I'll think on that and we'll get, when we get closer to time, I can kind of let people know. Okay. Good morning. What's up, Blazing Arrow? What's up, Atomic Sausage? What's up, Showtel, California? Nice to see that name. Always love that name, my friend. Thanks for the resub. All right, so they are drafting now. So it's kind of important we bring that up, guys. Now, there are 0 bans for the qualifier. They truly need to make sure, the 0 bans at this point anyways, they truly need to make sure that they are able to dominate the settings that we have here because there's only 7 maps in the pool. So, as we head over here, obviously we know who won this series. You're looking at the civs anyways last time around. Yeah, the maps are going to be at top of your screen here in a second, and the maps, there's no bans. So everything's got to be played to get into the main event. There we go. We've got Winchester against Mihai as our first series of the day. The hype is unreal. The energy's awesome. It's very motivating for me. Thank you, guys. Lucky Hunter, the audio being delayed from my camera is normally just a refresh and a fix. That is a Twitch issue. AKA, or like maybe your internet, or like maybe something, I don't know. I can't really explain it, but I know it happens from time to time. Unless everyone here says it's a problem, I'm pretty sure just a refresh should fix it for you. So, welcome in anyways, but just want to point that out. Yes, guys, we will be live on YouTube as well for the day. We already have a couple hundred people there, which is amazing. We have 600 people there. Wow, let's see. YouTube, someone said Twitch smells in the comments there. T90 YouTube. Someone says, I've been watching your content to help sleep for years, but this is the first time I have seen your face. Well, you didn't say whether it was good or bad, William, but thanks anyways. Anyways, technically, apparently, so while you can multi-stream now to other platforms simultaneously, technically, guys, the Twitch partnership states that I should not acknowledge the other chat. That's part of what it is. You can't do it. So this is me not acknowledging you, YouTube, and anyone who watches today. I'm not going to acknowledge you at all. All right. So enjoy the enjoy the great live streaming rewinding feature that Twitch does not have, which is unfortunate. Enjoy that, people I cannot acknowledge. Okay, sorry. Back to the draft. I got distracted. All right, they've started, but I haven't seen some of it. I'm just going to guess Armenians is going to be banned. Armenians are going to be banned. Chinese are going to be banned. You ready for this? Watch how smart I am. Armenians and Chinese, let's go. Wow, what a great prediction. 2 of the most banned civilizations in the qualifiers get banned. I'm so good at this. My goodness. Also, another Persians first pick. Their win rate has not been fantastic, so that's kind of an interesting one. But I still think I can see why players have faith in them. Let me just adjust the civs here. Yeah, we can fix this. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so they'll go back and forth with their picks here, and then we'll start the first game. Probably a good time for me to get a scoreboard up. Get a couple of these things sorted. I could not sleep last night. Like I was just thinking about so much, man, with Hidden Cup and this event. And you know, some nights my mind just races. So I'm not feeling too tired, which is good, but last night I was 10 hours ahead of myself, or 8 hours ahead of myself, just thinking about the day. And also thinking about February 25th, which is when the main event happens. So finally was able to settle down. Was a little worried I wouldn't wake up this morning. I have a tendency to oversleep alarms if I stay up too late. But we made it, people. We made it. Good stuff. T90, what is the Hidden Cup cheat code? So the cheat code unit, which I need to clarify because some people are like, what cheat code are you allowing them to play in the main event? The cheat code unit will be voted by the community, okay? So today, at the conclusion of the stream, I'm going to do a YouTube live, I'm going to do a YouTube poll, I'm going to do a Twitter poll, I'm going to do an Instagram poll, I'm going to do a poll anywhere that the internet allows me to do a poll where I have some type of activity, okay? I will do a Facebook poll. I will do polls everywhere on 4 heroes, and we will accumulate all those votes to get the 15th hero. We already have 14 heroes. For those that have not been introduced to the heroes, they're the civs. They're done for the draft. Here are the heroes for the main event. We've got 14 of them, all right? Not going to read through them all right now. We have a series to cast, but we've got some epic names up there. The main event players will be playing on those accounts, and they will not know who they're facing. We will not know who they are. It'll be a big old thing. Now, the final 2, obviously still grayed out there. Those are community votes, so one of them is going to be a cheat code, and then another one is going to be a hero, like a historical figure, right? And that is going to be, again, voted in by all those polls, okay? So that's pretty much how it works. We've got a lot of variety there, and now we have to prep for this series, all right? Toblis says, I'm rooting for Slim the Grim. I am all in on Slim the Grim, okay? You can join the Slim the Grim train if you like, but just know that I am head of the Slim fan base, okay? Slim the Grim. So I was obviously like looking at these names, and some of them I'm like, okay, like we got to look up, like where did they live? What did they do historically? I just saw Slim the Grim, and before I even knew, because he was pretty brutal actually, he had Slim the Grim for a name, for a reason. I saw the name and I was like, oh, that's perfect. We're going with Salim. I was unsure. I was going to be an Otto the Great stan, but then I saw that I knew that Otto the Great would have a lot of other fans. So I'm a Salim guy, and we'll see how that works out because in the past when I've rooted for heroes, they have not won. So that's always fun. Guys, give me just 1 second here to get this scoreboard up and we'll be good to go, okay? Should be an epic day today of Age of Empires. What are your predictions, guys? Vinchester, Mihai, something we have to break down, obviously, and I'll do that in great detail. I think that Vinchester has to be the favorite, but I think it will be... I think Mihai's level is insanely impressive, and his training and his practice and everything has paid off, and that it will be somewhat close. That's my thinking. I could see a 4-2 or a 4-3. I do think for the underdog here today, on some level, finally the scoreboard's working. I do think the series needs to start well, right? I do think that like going down 0-2 obviously would be pretty rough, but even more than that, I think like the games have to feel like they're within reach for him. And if the games feel like they're within reach, I think he's going to be able to just keep doing his thing and stick to his game and hopefully not get affected too much or overwhelmed by feeling like he's just being completely outclassed by somebody, right? Which is a feeling that players will feel in game. Also, very excited that we are using a patch that Microsoft made for us. And so basically, if you didn't hear me describe it already, so this patch, guys, it fixes the regrouping problems that we've pretty much seen affect tournaments. Let's be honest. Like the way the crossbows move, the way like knights, even cav archers, even navy at times moves, they're just regrouping the opposite direction so many times, and it can be really, really bad. So it addresses that. It addresses the teleport. I did a great deal of testing and playing with this. Like I actually put more. It was my decision. They didn't force me to use this or anything. It was my decision. So I played like, I don't know, a dozen or so games on them to get a feel. And obviously it's Age of Empires. The pathing's not perfect, but I'm really excited about the patch because I think it will just we want the performance to be as good as possible for the players. Okay. So yeah, so that's an exciting thing, right? Fingers crossed, obviously, that we don't encounter any other issues. But they had, from what I know, spent a lot of additional time testing and getting things prepared for this, for them to come to me with an offer of, hey, we have a patch for you. So to that, we salute you. Thank you very much. And maybe we shouldn't salute too early, guys. But again, I am very confident in it because of the testing that I did. So is the patch for the main event only, or is it live for these matches too? It is live for these matches as well. Yeah. I have to quickly restart my game. And we're going to be in. Sorry, I forgot to turn on small trees. So, my bad, guys. And thank you, Robo, who's in chat. It says spec delay has been started. Perfect. Thank you. Should be good. So again, live on YouTube, live on Twitch. If you prefer YouTube, check it out. All right. Thank you, guys. It is interesting to see YouTube people say, holy crap. Like, there's already people in the YouTube chat that are like, holy crap. I've never seen this guy live. I've never seen his face before. I wish I would have never seen his face. This has ruined this for me. People are leaving right now. We're destroying the YouTube channel. But, sorry about that. But, you know, there's been some nice comments already beyond that. And we have a long day of content today, all right? So, if you prefer to watch on YouTube, you have the option. And the goal is to have that there for the main event as well, obviously. Can we unsee your face? I mean, I thought, my thinking was, for this event, is try and do the actual streamer thing. So that's, we're doing the actual streamer thing. Lots of questions in chat, too. The support's been unreal here on Twitch. Thank you, everybody, for the subs and all that. And hope you're excited. Hope you're really excited. I don't know if it's been 3 years since the previous qualifier, but, like, the hype is real for this qualifier, man. People are on board with it. Obviously, the main event is something completely different, and I appreciate people's energy and excitement over that, too. But to see this level of energy and hype for a qualifier is really cool. And the players are deserving of it. They absolutely are with the amount of quality they bring. So before we really dive in and cast this full series, I'll obviously have my time to thank you guys for the subs and support. And I will do that plenty, but thank you, okay? Thank you. Also, shout out to Streamlabs and Streamlabels for glitching out so I can't see people's subs and resubs here. That's great. I'm real excited and happy about that one. But yeah, I can complain about that more a little bit later. And we should be good to go, though we might not have small trees for the first game, guys. Thanks, DE. What is this? Don't have small trees. It's fine. We could figure it out. I just need to set up one thing here, and we will be in, and we should be good to go. We'll go with the big old trees here for this. It's fine. Coffee's kicking in. Game is set up. Everything's great. Let's do it. All right, perfect. So colors for this, we're going to have to switch Winchester away, I think. And then we can move it from here. Let's go. Ladies and gents, it has been a long qualifier. Well, actually, it's been quite a short qualifier if you think about it. It's only been a couple weeks. But for these players here, they have played 3 rounds already. And they have been convincing rounds for both of them. Different storylines for these two, but still fantastic play all the way through the qualifier. And if they were to win here, oh my God, if they were to win here, they would move in and be in the main event of Hidden Cup, which means their names would be hidden. They'll be playing on a hero, and of course the prize pool is much larger. And Mihai is the underdog here. And Mihai has come forward to lame early with the Incas. And we're catching up to live time. He's not actually moving this fast. And this seems like a dream of a start here for Mihai. We have not seen that many boar steals. Boars do generate on the back of someone's base. But for Winchester, he was pushing in some deer. Winchester didn't expect it maybe. And he might not realize his boar is gone here. Or maybe he does. And maybe he's happy he's Tatars and has some extra food on his sheep here. So just to continue with the storylines real quick, Mihai, he falls into that description of next generation. Now, guys, I don't have small trees for this game. I apologize there, but you know, Mihai been much improved over the last year or two. There's been a lot of chatter about him and his, you know, potential, and he also talked a lot about how he wants to compete, and he maybe felt like there was a certain period of time that he could commit to it, being like 21 or 22. But man, oh man, I mean, his eagle runs right back over here, and Vinchester's going to get the kill. So that's not great for Mihai. But man, as he looked good in this qualifier, he looked super smooth against Overtaken. I thought he had a really, really tough bracket against Overtaken. Things were clean. Overtaken, I thought that was going to be a 50-50 set. He won 3-1. And then against Margugu, he also won 3-1. But he's got to get through Vinch now. And Vinch, where would you guys put him, Twitch chat? Would you put him in your top 10 still? I think he was in everyone's top 10 for a year or two, maybe 3, maybe even closer to 4. But 2023 was a bit below the level that we had grown accustomed to with Vinchester. So that's why there was some level of question. But Vinchester has looked sharp. So Vinchester has to be the favorite. He was in Hidden Cup 4. Played very well in Hidden Cup 4, if I remember. And anyways, a little awkward for us to see these villagers behind the trees. But Mihai, he will have small trees, and he is looking to get kills. Keep in mind, no eagle here. But he's got militia on the way. So he steals the food from Vinchester. And then he spends the food to go attack Vinch. Now, if the eagle was alive, the eagle could contribute with the attack and block and whatnot. The eagle or the scout is normally a big part of this type of strategy working. Vinchester showing no fear so far. He's not stressed at all. And he's happy to show Mihai, I will fight you with villagers, no problem here. So far, these militia have not even engaged. So clearly a lot of respect there. I personally would say you got to try and find an engagement. Maybe you will. There's a weak villager. It's 3 militia. It's not 2. Could maybe do something. And, well, nothing has happened so far. But behind this, we have fuelage on the way for Mihai. Look at how much food he has underneath this DC. You start with a llama as the Incas. So that's plus 100 food. And then he stole the boar, and he also stole 2 pigs. He's got food for days here. Feels very realistic that if these things are still... if these are still alive and healthy, that these will be man-at-arms soon. Once he's in feudal age. Vinchester just casually building a house here, trying to fight off the militia. It's getting close. It's getting close. But Vinchester can click a little bit faster. And yeah, maybe man-at-arms is less likely now. Okay, so clearly in between games, we're going to put on small trees, right? But another thing I wanted to bring up, actually, quick, let me just double check this. Graphics. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm just stupid. Okay, sorry, guys. I just assumed. The other thing that I should definitely add, though, is the Boxing Villagers mod. We should probably have that back. And the Boxing Villagers mod, we have an emote for now in the Twitch chat. So it's T90 Box, and it's hilarious. And Villagers trapped. Who needs 3 militia when 2 can do? Just kidding. The 3rd militia would be very much valuable here. And wow, creative from... very well done from Vinchester. Like, I don't know how Vinchester was able to be so relaxed throughout this. But very well played from him. Gets his farming eco up. He's got scouts out. Behind this, though, for Mihai, he's got an archer range. He's going to have eagles. He's going to have spears. And he's just producing so much army. I would consider the Incas the better civilization. Incas, I think, are in many people's top 3 right now for a map like Arabia. The Tatars have their bonuses, of course, but having less food at the start certainly slows down the Tatars. But any engagement that happens on a hill is going to be very good for the Tatars, and there's quite a few tiny hills throughout this. But, yeah. That emote's amazing, right? I wish we had this emote for the Capwatch MBL series. There is so much Vil fighting in that series. It's unbelievable. Oh, man. I've been seeing people talking about that series everywhere as well. It was a really fun one. Excited to see MBL. I think MBL's on the cards for a 3rd set today. MBL Ganji. I think so many people would love to see both those players in the main event, but only one will be able to do it today. So here comes a really difficult army for Vinchester to deal with. This type of thing is tricky, right? You've got the spears in the mix and then the early archers. And what you're going to need is your own ranged units. But that's not going to be so easy. Now, Winchester is really trying to do all this while simultaneously maybe realizing that army is going to show up on the other side. And Villager goes down there. Winchester able to get one kill. Winchester's going to find another, and that's 2 villager kills from Vinch. And like so far, guys, and look at this. Winchester also damage control here. So far, there's just a bit of a class difference here in terms of the damage control. How is Winchester able to survive against everything that came his way and then also kill 2 villagers? That is so impressive from Winchester because this army should actually have more potential right now. This army should be killing 4 or 5 villagers. So impressive from Winchester to start it off. And he's going to bring some scouts home. He's going to have some skirms now. He bought himself just a little bit of time. And that's the type of thing we're talking about here. Well, we're talking about the class of the players. And in a best of 7, if Winchester can be consistent with moves like that, he is definitely going to be the favorite, as many people thought coming into this. That's crazy, man. Killing the Vills, there's spearmen around, right? So he had to avoid the spears, killed the Vills, and also had the nice defense. Res collected is still very close. You can see that at the bottom left of the screen. And there's more archers coming in. This can get tricky. There's also eagles in the mix. And I'm not sure I like this fight for Winchester at all. I think this is an awful engagement. There's too many spearmen in there. You can tell he tried to use his skirmishers against the spears there. Didn't really get the hits he wants because he doesn't have upgrades. And all of a sudden, Mihai, I mean, he's super consistent in these attacks. And he's on the hill. He's got the eagles for the skirms. He's trying his best to keep the archers next to the skirmishers. And the skirms still have weakened some of this. The spear back here needs to be focused down. It is going to be focused down. Then wait a moment. Winchester able to hold. Killed a lot of the archers. Will kill all the archers now. Ends up losing 1 villager. I think in the end, though, right? Obviously, this is Winchester defending again. But in the end, this is at Winchester's base. And I think that, you know, Mihai evening up the KD a little bit more is certainly pretty good for him. Behind this, the spearman blocking the market, but the market's going to be used to maybe get up to the next stage. But we have another attack from Mihai, who again runs right into the skirms. And I think he continues to think that the eagles are going to do a good enough job against the skirms, which they will. But Winchester, of course, has had the scouts, so it's really tricky to get your timing right. The fletching wasn't in for Winchester this whole time, which honestly makes some of these engagements really impressive. And Winchester could actually just hold this hill for the time being. But hey, I mean, usually this is when we're talking about Castle Age, right? And Winchester spent a lot of food. Skirmishers and scouts. Lots of food costs there. Eagles and archers, not so much. Obviously, archers don't cost any food. Eagles do cost a little, but it's even cheaper for the Incas. And Mihai, he wants to finish this game fast in Castle Age. Sells all of his stone. Uses the market to click up. And there he goes. He's on the way. And this is a really good time compared to Winchester. Now, the army is still somewhat vulnerable. Winchester's army could always kill this still with some good micro. I think it's an important time for Winchester because if these eagles even are upgraded... No, not even upgraded. If the eagles just make it to Castle Age, they'll automatically get the 7 attack. Right now, they're just working with 4. So here comes Vinch. Like we said, great damage control from Vinch. But Mihai's been super consistent. I said for him today, I think even if you lose the first game, you want to feel like it's close. And so far, it looks like they're the same caliber of player. It seems like they're very, very even. It's just crazy, man, how easy it is to spam out of, like, the barracks and the range. That's what everyone's doing these days with Mezzo. And Incas especially, they just save so much. Their eco's so good. It just feels like the Civ can always pump out more army. And Winchester's had a great game here. Still has not clicked up. He is going to go for the great house walls over here. But there should be vulnerabilities somewhere, right? Vulnerabilities here to break through. Vulnerabilities here. And Vinch is actually just going to back up with his ranged units now. Doesn't want to be called out, which is probably smart. And now he moves forward with his scouts. Fun start to this game. Eco KD 2-1. It's going to be crossbow. It's going to be Bodcanero. And Eagle Warrior may come in, but I really do think it's just going to be primarily ranged units for Mihai. So again, to clarify this, or just to bring it up again, we are playing on a patch which was given to me for Hidden Cup. And so when you see these ranged units move now, especially against Siege or something, it should be a lot more fluid. We shouldn't see the regrouping problem. So I think in, some ways we're going to see players going for archers a little bit more than they were in the first couple weeks of the qualifier. So Vinch is going to have the tower here. And you never want to tower too close, right? If you towered here, this could be denied. Look at Mihai. He found the vulnerability, didn't he? There was one area without a house. Vinchester's still 2 minutes away from clicking up to the next stage. Now, meanwhile, Vinch is going to find a villager kill. That's very nice. So that's a nice find with some scouts. But, I mean, Mihai is forced to tower. Vinchester's Castle Age time is so late. If he was in Castle Age now, he'd get crossbow. He gets thumb ring instantly with the Tatars, and he's sitting on the hill. It could be fine. But with Mihai's micro, this could be horrible for Vinchester. This could be brutal. Vinch is going to have to micro with a numbers advantage, but obviously down in upgrades. And he doesn't care, dude. He doesn't care. Again, really impressive micro from Vinchester, we have to say. And he actually runs through the Eagles, in towards the archers here. Clearly a little distracted now. You could tell he was looking at something else for a moment. But honestly, obviously this is going to be great for Mihai because Mihai's finding value, Mihai's finding engagements. But the start for Vinchester was so much better than you would have thought. This is probably where he was looking, though. He had crossbows there. And behind this, we have Elite Skirm being teched now from Mihai as he's going to make a switch. 2 TCs for him, so he should gain a villager advantage here, especially because he's killed an extra one over the last couple moments. And, well, still hasn't gotten more kills. Vinchester's in the game. But that's not what you want to hear, right? Obviously, Vinchester's not hearing this. But if you're a big Vinch fan right now, you don't want to hear he's in the game. You want to hear he's taking the game. Game number 1, big favorite, was in Hidden Cup 4. Up against this next generation player. Well, Vinchester gets his upgrades here. Vinchester dives in close. Vinchester's going to end up getting the kills here. I like Mihai's micro, though. Look at this. He's like, I can do it too. Gets an extra kill. I can do it too. Vinch. And, I mean, the micro is just unbelievable. Finally, he ends up... no, crossbow's still alive. Finally, the crossbow goes down. No ballistics upgrade here for Mihai. But look at the economy, guys. Like, so many players out there are able to get decent crossbow timing down. There's a lot of players who are really good in Arabia. But it's the eco that really can separate players, right? The best of the best. And he's so much eco. You look at him spending his resources so consistently. And then Vinchester's resources are kind of all over the place here. You can tell that this attack has really took its toll on Vinchester. Vinchester has to add a siege workshop. Still microing. Adding a Scorpion now, which could force this away. Vinchester's still going to be in the game, but no second TC for him. Eco's not really what he would want it to be right now, so pressure is on Vinchester to come back. Because these are elite skirms with full Castle Age armor. The crossbows can't do anything about that. That's why the Scorpion is here. Someone says, pros are amazing. Every viewer would have just died. Hey, you said it, not me. All right, hey, I didn't say it. Chillbird had said it, guys. Don't be offended. Knight there. No upgrades, and there's still some crossbows in the mix. So a knight with no upgrades will not contribute as much as Vinchester would have wanted. No ballistics yet for Vinch. You could tell he wanted it. He rushed down the university really early. And still no second town center. So I know that for Mihai, he hasn't had the... Well, no, that would even be incorrect to say. He's had a pretty good start with the TCs. The TCs are up. They should be producing. And he will gain a bigger and bigger Vil lead as these skirms just run right in towards the Scorpion and the Knight. And go in to get those crossbow kills. And this Scorpion is actually going to go down now. And it's just like every time Vinchester has that next step, which normally you're expecting to change something for you, he still can't really breathe much. He does have 3 crossbows here. Now, Incan villagers are affected by infantry armor upgrades in Castle Age. We've got to pause now, but at this point, we haven't seen much infantry play from Mihai. I guess Vinchester dropped for a second. And so he doesn't actually have any armor upgrades, which I'm not really used to. Typically, you're seeing the Incas, they would have researched 1 armor upgrade, and then these villagers wouldn't be going down so quickly. But he's actually lost a lot more. And how on earth, I gotta say it again, how on earth is Winchester not dead? How has he found more villager kills? Like, everything has gone so wrong for him so many times, and he continues to stay in the game. Beautiful value from Winchester, but again, I gotta state, like, res collected should be very difficult for him because of the lack of villagers in the long run, right? The vill count only continues to grow for Mihai. So, will Mihai recognize that? Will Mihai be able to defend himself here? We'll see. Winchester's still nerding out. We've got the nerd emote to describe both of these two, actually. It's actually a photo of me. But, yeah, anyways. And here comes the crossbows moving forward. And the crossbows have thumb ring, like we said, but ballistics will be in for Mihai in now. And Winchester should realize this in a moment. When he's running side to side, yeah, he's getting hit by these. And he's going to have to try and micro against that, and he's also going to bring in some siege. Now, he hits the first shot, also has the hill. Siege Workshop for Mihai needs to go up. This is a really important position. Big micro moment in this game. Attack rounds from Winchester are landing. These are great hits for Vinch. If he can hit the skirms now, too, it could be amazing. He doesn't, but still, even though Mihai takes out the siege, Winchester will have some knights for the skirms. The skirms are separated from the crossbows. And just as Vinch gets excited, just as he thinks, I've got ballistics now, too, and I can snowball this, he sees a siege workshop here. Really tricky, right? You do not really want to be staying around here for too long. But a little bit of panic for Mihai, and Winchester just really piling on the pressure. He's making more knights. He has upgrades, which he didn't have before. He's now camping next to the workshop. The knights ultimately won't end the game. A couple knights might be needed here to pick off the siege. And Winchester, oh my god! Winchester's going to keep his siege in the minimum range of the opponent's siege. No! Okay, his knights actually blocked it. He's going to pick off the siege. What? Okay, that is really impressive. He had to notice right away, and to think to do that, instead of thinking, I don't know, maybe pulling the siege the other direction, which is what I would do, is just wild to me. And now he's going to have another moment where he can try and do this. And what? Guys, Vinch's micro has been unreal. Absolutely unreal. I mean, sometimes players need a warm-up. So impressive from Winchester. He's down by 20 villagers, right? He's being completely outboomed here. But the fighting, the engagements has been amazing. And Winchester's like, I'm going to catch up. Second TC now. Third TC for him. And again, really strong army. Really strong army. He's getting +2 armor for the knights. He's got crossbows moving this way. That should lead to a couple of villager kills. I don't know where these vills are going right now for Mihai. But maybe he selected all of his idols and told them to go a certain direction. He actually doesn't have... Okay, he found some wood in the back. But a lot of his wood lines are rangeable. This gold, for example, he's just run out. So he's come out here, which Winchester can see. And he does have the gold here. Like, he just needs to try and settle down a little bit. And if he can settle down, then this can be a different situation. He's still losing lots of vills. Winchester finds a couple more kills. But now the crossbows are separated from the rest of the army here, and the knights are going to be needed. Now, Mihai has already added monks, and Mihai can just convert the knights, but Mihai needs to micro the crossbows, and now Winchester needs to be careful he doesn't lose too many knights. Winchester actually kills the traitor knight with the crossbows, maybe. The siege is still connected. There's just so much happening. And guys, they're expected to have economy as well right now. And Winchester has brought this game back. And Mihai has played phenomenally. And this is kind of what I said, right? If you're the underdog, because you played very well, you want to feel as though you're in the same class as the opponent. I think if you lose this game, and you know that you were 3 town centers against 1, you may feel like, oh boy, the guy I'm up against here is just on another level than me. Obviously, Mihai's still able to stabilize this. Just so impressed with Winchester and how he's played this. We do have a castle here from Mihai. I love the stone walls. I love the house walls. I love the defense he played to keep him less exposed on the sides. And I wonder if we'll see cameos now. The cameos could be pretty interesting. A couple of villagers are also escaping here. And they're just going to build outposts around for vision. There's not really much going on over there. But I mean, you're still deep in Castle Age right now, if you're Mihai. You still need to find engagements that work for you. And I guess it's going to be primarily crossbow and monk. Winchester loses a knight, but kills the monk. Yeah, I guess if you go too heavily into ranged units, the siege becomes a continuous problem. And, oh, Mihai distracted. Mihai getting rocked. And, I mean, this is just phenomenal play. Like, it's insane. We're expecting an insane level, right? We're expecting a player to qualify for a Hidden Cup main event, right? But the level that Vinch has brought with his unit control is just insane. I can't remember feeling this way about Winchester's play for quite a bit of time, honestly. Oh, man. Is Vinch going to see that? Vinch is going to see that. Uh-oh. Yeah, you got to cancel that one here, buddy. You got to cancel that one. Yeah, he realizes he's been spotted. So he wants... It's kind of interesting because Winchester wants to push through the middle. And now Vinch needs to keep a close eye on this gold. But yeah, the reason for that castle is to protect that gold. Another insane micro move from Winchester, as he just refuses to lose units. It's unbelievable. It is just unbelievable. It's continuous what this guy's doing. He kills the siege, he kills all the monks, he kills all the crossbows. Explain to me how someone can take engagements that good with such consistency. And now we have a castle for Mihai. And Mihai will likely complete this one so we can take that gold, but he could have some problems elsewhere still. And Winchester is going to see this. Uh-oh, Winchester knows about it. Why? Because he made outposts over here. And yeah, I think Mihai's castle will still go up. Winchester senses that. Mihai even microing now. And wow, what a game. This is just crazy. And so, you know, Mihai's done everything he can to try and just stabilize and get up to imp, right? Which is where the next step really needs to happen for him. The problem is, and the tower's a really good move, actually. The problem is, Winchester still has like 2 minutes where he can still range some things and create some headaches. Now, I did see Mihai had a knight over here for a moment, and he counterattacked with that. That's good from him. But, like, if Winchester knew that Mihai was taking this woodline, for example, he'd just be pressuring there as well. So now, I wonder what unit comp you want to go for Vinch. Because Winchester will fear the Kamiyuk. He, in his previous round, he played as Incas against Slavs, and he went fully Kamiyuk. It was a really, really fun game. And, well, he's going to walk forward here, and he wants to drop a castle. Keep in mind, he's not imp yet. He's not clicked up yet. And his opponent's already well on the way. But Winchester wants to keep the pressure piling on here. And Winchester is going to click up finally to the Imperial Age. But this is a castle that will go up mainly for Trebs. And Mihai still has the eco lead. Mihai has the eco lead. Mihai's dropping barracks in the back. Mihai has access to gold. Mihai will be an imp faster. This should be advantage Mihai, despite everything that Winchester's done. And how impressed we are with him. And Tatars, I think, like... I mean, Incas just have a counter to everything, so it's really complicated either way you look at it. But I think, like, if you go Cav Archer, there's going to be Eagles out there that your opponent can go for. If you go for Cav, your opponent can go for Cameos or Halps. Incas just basically have no counters. And Mihai, who has had to weather so much here, is in a position where he can take the first game as the underdog. Crazy games. I'm so excited to see the rest of this series already. Okay, so Vinch, he'll know now. It's unlikely this castle stays up. He's just going to take this stone. I love Vinch's vision right now. The outposting around the map is huge. Actually, I don't know if he'll notice that, but there's villagers escaping from Mihai. And those villagers might be looking for a gold. Maybe get to this gold or something. Keshik is actually a really nice unit. And since he has +2 armor, he might be hoping that Mihai sends the Trebs here and he can snipe them. Winchester dropping stables, though, so he's actually going knights. So I think he's planning to go Cavalier here as the choice because he needs something against Elite Eagle. It's a good call here from Vinch. He's kind of in the dark on what his opponent's doing. It's a really good call. And, oh, God, we've got barracks here as well from Mihai. Winchester also seeing the stone walls here. But yeah, Vinch's castle is going to go down. I don't mind the Cavalier choice. It's unorthodox because you don't think about Tatars having any unique bonuses for Cavalier, and that's true. But I think it's a really nice choice. Winchester will think my opponent's going to run out of gold at some point. Right? This gold here. He also sees this gold. But I mean, Mihai has done such a good job with his eco behind this. He's still got plenty of gold to work with. There's no question. And castle goes down for Vinch just like that. And now he's got eagles streaming into the back of his eco. And best of luck to you, Winchester. I mean, your amazing micro can't save you now. You have to get Cavalier in the right spots. And you have to get defensive castles after losing a castle on the front. And Mihai has been so consistent. He's been so smooth. And he's just clicking the pikeman upgrade, which will, of course, be perfect against the Cavalier. And it is going to be so tough to survive from this eagle raid. Elite eagles are just so difficult to stop. Because you can just split them up, right? You get them into one tiny little position. You just get one eagle into an area your opponent doesn't realize, and 20 villagers can go down just like that. And that's what's happening now, right? This castle's forced because of the eagle raid. Here the Cavalier defending from some of the eagle raids. And there's just going to be yellow units in Winchester's eco non-stop, it feels like. And Mihai has just waltzed forward with these trebs and is immediately going to go for this castle. Well, actually, hold the phone. He might not do so. There's quite a few Cavalier, and I think he realizes he needs some Palb first. Vinch is taking this gold here. Vinch still has good vision on the map, but what Vinch doesn't actually have vision on, and he probably didn't realize that the eagles that were coming in this way were being produced from there. He doesn't know that the villas were here. That villager escape, finding this extra gold, building up this TC, building the barracks is going to be a big deal here for Mihai. And now is the problem, right? So you've gone for the Keshik and you've gone for the Cavalier, which can hold against the Eagles. But now your opponent, with the same barracks, can make Halb. They don't even need the Kameyuk. And then keep in mind, the food cost on all of this is cheaper for the Incas. There's no discounts for Winchester right now. This game is 10 times harder for Vinch from here. 10 times. Can he find a way? Because he can't fight Halbs anymore, and there's going to be 35 of them. He needs Cav Archers out there. Does find a nice engagement here with the Keshiks, so that's decent enough. Here come Halbs and Trebs, though, so he'll need to defend from this. Is massing Cav Archers somewhere. Winchester's trying his hardest. He did come in here as well. I'm sure Winchester would love a castle on this flank. The Trebs protected by Halbs. Cav Archers are not quite there yet for Vinch. And Vinch will likely lose this castle. Can we please salute Mihai for not trickle-trebbing? It's been such a messy game. It is expected at this level. I'm not just trying to, you know... maybe I'm giving credit to a player for something that should be obvious, because I have made it clear that I feel it's obvious for a long time. But he waited. He didn't go for 1 or 2 trebs. He waited for that 4 stack. And then, like, Vinch is ready to react to this, but by the time Vinch was able to get something together, the castle's already down. That's kind of the whole point of going in with 4. Did Mihai delete, like, 30 villagers somewhere? Didn't he have 150? I think Mihai deleted a bunch of vills. He had 150 at some point. Now he's at 115. He definitely did. He did it for the big army spike. And I didn't see the bodies, but it's a smart move when you think you can afford so much. He's actually not mining any gold right now. That's going to change in a second. So full upgrades on infantry. Winchester, though, is close to full upgrades on Cav Archers, which is wild. We'll have exposed villagers here. Needs to micro this so perfectly here if you're Vinch. The Vinch is a big villager lead. Will that stay the case? He does have 2 relics, and there's none here for Mihai. Keep in mind, if you want to go something like Skirmisher as the Incas, is also cheaper on food. Incas were always a solid sib before. Players would pick them. They wouldn't pick them first. But then once the Incas received the bonus of the cheaper units as well, that's where everyone's been saying they're really strong. And Winchester building his castle so far back into his base, but he's not going to call it quits yet. Still thinks he's got a chance. These Cavalier are going to run over here, I think, to the gold. Yeah, Winchester remembers that. He was there before. But now, he doesn't have protection for his Cav Archers at home. And he needs more units here. He's going to produce a couple Keshiks. He's sitting in the choke, so the Castle Fire can help. actually was a decent fight for Winchester, and Winchester finds some villager kills. Winchester still has lots of vision here as well. He's going to get into the wood line as well, and we are not finished. He's going to run right into the back of the eco. But can he stop the Trebs? He needs to keep his castles up here. This is a crazy attempt from Vinch to stay alive in this game. What a performance from both. This will have to be tracked. There's actually not many villagers there anymore. These Cavalier got some kills. These Cavalier got some kills. Winchester repairing his castle, so he might think he has a chance. His Cav Archers are doing a pretty good job right now. But if he would need, like, a couple extra, like an extra minute here, and then maybe he can clear this and take the Trebs. Again, it's the same deal. Those 4 Trebs have done so much. That castle will fall. And even though villagers are dying here, and villagers are going to die here, Mihai's army count is extremely high, and Winchester's base is wide open to raids. Winchester doesn't have castles anymore. He just can't get in close enough to those Trebs, but he's still alive because of these villager kills, and he's killing Incan villagers. They're still armored, right? And it looks like Winchester found an area that Mihai's not paying attention to. Wow. Cav Archers are 21. Vinch does have 2 relics, which I need to continue to remind you about. So that is gold income for him. What about Mihai? Mihai's just mining gold with these villagers. Mihai's down to 94 villagers. Does Winchester have a chance? He's got such a big economy. Does Winchester actually have a chance in this? Crop rotation? So these farms, when they reseed, they'll last a whole lot longer? Vinch hasn't taken his main stone in a while? He says, who needs stone? Because my castles are just going to get trebs down anyways? Winchester? These trebs are so important, right? Continuing to drop castles as well with these trebs now that your army might end up dying. So important. These Cav Archers are doing a really nice job, guys. Mihai has nothing on gold right now. He actually transferred to wood with those villas, which is kind of interesting. He's getting raided down here. Winchester sees him everywhere. Winchester sees him everywhere. This is... What? Winchester? How are you alive? How? This shouldn't be a thing. This shouldn't be a possibility. He's still getting trebs down. He's lost TCs and he's lost multiple castles to trebs that he still has not been able to engage against. And yet he is in this game. This is a privilege to cast. But we are far from finished because it's the Incas we're talking about. And they can just produce so much freaking army. Now, what Mihai chose to do earlier with the village deletion, maybe it was too extreme. Maybe he needed to stay at like 120, 130. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. But the Light Cav are here. And the Light Cav will go for these trebs that are slightly unprotected. And some of these trebs will finally go down. Mihai will not be able to make more trebuchets if he loses these trebs right now. And Winchester's going to take every single trebuchet. And now, I mean, I say now, you know, you can't do much if you're Mihai, and he's also raiding over here. But now it will become very difficult for Mihai to force the engagements. Because Winchester, using his mobility, can decide when to take these fights. He doesn't have to run in towards trebs anymore. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, the trebs, I see people are like, criminal! That's such a commentator comment. It was criminal to lose those trebs. All right, let's calm down with criminal. He was right. He was right here. He was right next to it. He's doing a million other things. Credit to Winchester for finding the moment, but you're absolutely right. Those trebs need to stay alive, and Winchester taking the score lead. Winchester has a massive pop lead. We've got trebs from Vinch now that he will definitely protect. And, I mean, Mihai was so far ahead in Castle Age, and then so far ahead in Imp. I honestly thought Imp would have broken Vinch here. Just crazy stuff. And Vinch is like kind of saving this stone for later, so we can take this again soon. He will definitely treb down this castle. Winchester's still finding more raids in the back. He has these stables occasionally sending more light cav to raid this area. Just crazy, man. I can't believe we're seeing this. And yeah, like, skirms are cheap for Incas, but the light cav are going to be out for the skirms. And there's actually not many defensive castles right now for Mihai. He's got like 2, but this is a defensive castle towards the middle. We have a pause. I mean, this is a best of 7. These guys are going to need breaks between the games. What are we witnessing here? Also, isn't it crazy? It's like right when Mihai's pop goes down, he queues up his army and he's got a whole lot more again. Pretty wild. But it does feel like a lot of the army's not together anymore. Like, he's producing from a bunch of different areas, I'm sure. But it doesn't feel like he can easily find the engagements he wants. By the way, Winchester just focused down a monk here. He must be having some lag issues today. But he just killed that monk with the random light cap. Like, how do you pay attention to that? Also, still found kills over here. It's not easy to kill Incan villagers because of all that armor they have. But it's happened. I think maybe the stable's going to end up going down. But here comes Hussar and Cav Archer through the middle. And we have a castle here from Vinch. Now, this is clearly a castle just to protect his trebs, right? He wants to take this away from Mihai. What a crazy game. So Vinch will have more castles soon because Winchester has found that stone again, like we just saw. So he can set up his castles where he needs to. He'll have 3 of them. The trebs are on the way. Ooh, that's a lot of skirmishers. That is a ton of skirmishers. Oh, God. I mean, I feel like you kind of just have to take the fight, and you hope that you clear out... Yeah, I actually love the fact he garrisons with his vills here, too. You hope you clear out the Halbs. The Incas are insane. Mihai is not finished. Mihai is not going to allow this castle to go down too easily. But the castle from Winchester was key, right? Without that castle, Mihai can continue to engage. You still need to try and find some raids if you can, if you're Mihai, to hit Vinch's economy. He's done a nice job to recover his own economy here. He's going to get relic number 1 eventually, and relic number 2, actually. He does have a monk in queue, so that'll be some gold income for him. Vinch, not quitting with the raids, will still keep attempting them. I also see this monk is going to snag that relic, so that will be 3 for him. And we have Timurid Siegecraft, which gives you extra range on your trebs for the Tatars here. And he already got siege engineers. So I think he's going to have 19 range trebs here. No, it was a 20. I think it's +2 range on top of 17, so 19? I forget. It's funny, this tech also unlocks Flaming Camels, which no one's ever going to want against the Incas. But yeah, 16 +3. And that treb range could be really helpful, actually, because the opponent's trebs have to move so much further forward, like a bit further forward to hit your own trebs. There's not any stone left on the map right now. So, at least for Mihai. So Mihai can't repair forever. He also doesn't have the gold income where he wants to buy too much stone. But Winchester's got to repair his trebs. We have hoardings coming in. Such a good tech to keep this castle up. Add extra HP to that castle. But it's a massive engagement. It's 190 pop from both. And maybe the best Arabia game we've seen the entire qualifier to start the first decider to see who makes it into the main event of Hidden Cup. If you see tremendous Arabia play, an undying spirit, Vinch or Mihai confirmed. And also, like, all the other players who will be in the main event, let's be honest, but only one player gets to qualify today. And the Hussars now from Winchester finding their targets, finding the trebs. Again, it is more awkward for the trebs, for Mihai to hit these trebs because they don't have the range. So they have to move into more exposed positions. Skirmishers are pushed forward to try and kill the Cav Archers, but guys, look how many skirmishers have to die to kill the Cav Archers. And Mihai is falling apart. Is he finally going to be broken? He's got 30 units in queue. That's the crazy thing. He's buying more stone. It's just going to be pure Halb skirm from him. Vinch repairing away. What a battle. This is crazy. Look how many units Mihai has all the time. I mean, the fights in this game have not been good for Mihai. Oh, Winchester. His trebs glitched out. They stopped firing. I mean, maybe this is intentional, but he backs away for the time being, maybe thinking he's going to lose his trebs, and then he needs a little bit more patience. What a crazy moment. They do have random units still going for some raids. Winchester's very exposed here on wood, I'm noticing. Like, his wood could be an issue for him. Actually, could be an issue for Mihai, too. Like, Mihai's trees are also over here, and Winchester sees that. Winchester has more buildings down here. He's sending some Hussars this way and some Hussars this way, while still microing the main battle. And he simply repositioned his trebs, guys. That's all it was. Meaning Mihai's out of position. Waited just a moment for it, as Mihai focused on other things. And I think Vinch is going to take this game. Vinch has more gold income because of the relics. And I know it's slight, but he does have it. He's got Hussar spam, which can raid Mihai at any point in time. And this castle for Mihai, I mean, I was assuming it's going to go down. It is going to be very close. He doesn't have the resources to buy anymore. The castle will fall. And there it goes. Again, Vinchester's killed 130 vills. I expect that number to rise because villagers will be exposed here for Mihai. Villagers are exposed here. The monk actually died, so he's not going to get that relic either. And I am still as speechless as one can be when he has to talk about the game. Unbelievable performance. Like, just... it doesn't feel like this performance should have been possible. And Vinchester's going to be feeling so good about himself with this win. He's going to snag what's left of this gold tier. It's only 90 gold. Which is kind of funny. Now, Mihai will obviously continue on because his population's good. He has very cheap units, so he can make more skirms and make more halves. But he needs eco for that. And his eco is not as good as Vinchester's now. And Mihai ran up the hill with everything. Tar sitting on top of the hill doing that extra damage. And now the population for Mihai drops. Again, we said there's a lot of exposed eco around. I think Vinch just needs to find that. And once he finds that, that could be the end. I hope Mihai doesn't feel as though he's been completely outclassed here. Because, like as a player, you will know that you had a lead. And you will know that you had windows. And you're used to getting wins in those windows. And so I hope, you have to have a short memory. And I hope you can just kind of be like, listen, we took an elite player to imp. We can win this series. It's all good. You got to have faith in the rest of your strategy. And to get this far, these guys are at a level where they're not going to get completely overwhelmed and emotionally broken just because of one loss. But, I mean, still. What Vinchester's done here is ridiculous. And the GG is going to have to be called here shortly. Vinchester is raiding all the wood lines. Vinchester has just seen it all in this game. I mean, seriously, though, if you look at his vision, where has Vinchester not been? The very back corner of the map. Everything else has been seen. Everything else is seen. Vinchester is the all-seeing eye, and the GG is called. Vinchester takes the first game. Vinchester wants badly to be back in Hidden Cup 5 main event. What a player. And what a fight. That was an amazing Arabia game. That was just insane. I mean, it's one thing what Vinchester did with some of the micro moments here. I've seen our viewer count go up. So viewers, I encourage you to go back to when Mihai had the Siege Workshop. Because Vinch's micro in some of those moments was just unbelievable, okay? But even still, even though all that happened, it was the Elite Eagle timing from Mihai. That Elite Eagle Treb timing was so good and usually kills people. And Vinchester's heavy Cav Archers actually were the key in this game. These heavy Cav Archers, these 26 of them, had 122 kills. And obviously many of them died. And then Vinch, his vision eventually paid off in the different areas of the map. He was very well aware of where Mihai was. Honestly, I think what gave Mihai such a good chance was the escape artist here that had the TC in the barracks, because Vinch didn't know about that for some time, and Vinch knew about everything else. But, wow, just a crazy game. There's the KD for you. You saw that throughout the game, I'm sure. And then there's the economy side of things. Vinchester with 52,000 food that game, and then he had 5,700 stone. A crazy start to the series. This best of 7 is to make it into the main event of Hidden Cup. And, well, I can't be more excited to bring these games to you guys today. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. So, we are also live on YouTube at the same time, so salute to everyone who's watching on YouTube today. This is something we're going to do today, tomorrow, and then also Sunday. Get people used to the idea that Hidden Cup is coming. The main event of Hidden Cup, though, is February 25th, so we've still got some time. And they're already in the next game already. They didn't take any time to take a break here. They're already in the next one. Yeah, I will add the boxing villager mod real quick. I think that's worth it. But welcome, everybody. Also, guys, I know it's like kind of meta, but if I don't answer your question the first time, and then the second time, and then the third time, and then the fourth time, And then you decide, let's go caps lock. He didn't recognize the urgency. So what we need to do this time is we need to go caps lock and then spam the very same question. Like, if you do it enough times, I might be busy. Okay? And maybe I saw it and I can address it in some way at some point, which will answer your question if you're going to stick around and watch. But you know who you are, okay? I just needed to point that out. Anyways, game 2 is going to be on Quarry. Score is 1-0 here for Vinchester. Thank you, everyone, for the new primes there. And actually, my list of people who subscribe is bugged right now. I'm going to see if I can fix this real quick. But we've got games to cast. The support's been unbelievable. Oh, man, chat, you guys are funny. I know there's going to be quite a few questions about the main event of Hidden Cup, whether that be like drafts or maps. So I'm going to simplify it for you. Freaking Streamlabs. I'm going to simplify it for you, okay? Main event will have new maps. The new maps are going to be unveiled Sunday. And the main event will have a slightly different draft as well, okay? So we'll have 6 new maps in the main event tacked onto the qualifier map pool. Simple, right? All right, Quarry is a map that Mihai looked really good on in the previous round. Let's do this. Let's see how Vinchester... I mean, how's Vinchester supposed to micro here, huh? What's Vinchester going to do on this map? Well, I imagine he's going to find a way to micro it pretty nicely, but it's still a very different map, and let's dive right in. All right, so Vinchester took the first game, and man, was it a banger. If you missed it, definitely need to go back. Oh, also, we're going to add... Hold on. Did you guys know this is Hidden Cup? Boom! Hidden Cup 5 qualifiers logo. Forgot about that one. So, Vinchester won the first game, and it was an unbelievable performance. It was on a map that was very open, though, right? And Quarry, while it's not a closed map, you do have to work to close it up. It is a little bit more one-dimensional. And when Mihai played this map last, he won with the Bengalis, and he won with some great economy. So, Mihai here is hoping to simplify the game and probably take it late because Bengalis are one of the best late-game civilizations. Now, actually, the Vietnamese are also one of the best late-game civilizations. And I have not seen the Imperial Skirmisher, let's say, up against the Bengali Elephant Archers. So I'm not actually sure how that would go. But in the other time we saw this from Mihai, he was against the Malay, and it went late game. And that was really the goal. It's just Bengali Elephant Archers just kind of kill everything. Like, even skirms, right? Like, it was like 80 skirms for Margugu in that game, and Mihai had 40 elephant archers, and the elephant archers were just shrugging it off like it was nothing. So, yeah, I'm just curious to see if Vinchester wants to take any type of control here in Feudal. For now, the players are pushing the many deer from the middle towards the TC. And we did make a change to this map. We just eliminated some of these small wood lines because it was occasionally giving us some issues with generating resources, so you have a little less wood near the TC now, but obviously there's wood around the edge. And then you can go here and then chop these trees if you wish to. That is very rare. Someone said, I know pig. Did someone shoot the boar with the TC? Oh, God, I thought Vinchester was going to lose that villager there. Mihai is taking the boar, and then he's got this boar too. You're good, guys. You're good. Don't T90 blind me. This boar is good. They weakened the boar with the TC. You probably know this. Maybe it looked like he shot the boar with the TC. He's fine. Everything's good. Schwartz says, T90, have there been quarry games where players cut through the woods on the side? I think there's been 2. But, like, even if this was open, I don't think we would see that be as heavily prioritized for aggression because there's a choke point behind it, which can just be walled. And it can be awkward, and there's no gold, right? So I think the middle is always the focus, but I do recall 2 games in the qualifier where we had the side get cut. So we'll see. Main event, might be some temptation to try and change that, like maybe 50 wood on these trees. Maybe it could happen a little bit earlier, but it is meant to be designed as kind of a closed focus through the middle type map because we don't have a map like Arena, for example, right? But yeah, thank you everyone for the subs and support today. The sub count's climbing up. It's really motivating to see that. Really appreciate it. If you're watching on Twitch, obviously you can support with the free Prime if you have Amazon Prime. Connect it to your brother, sister, cousin, neighbor's Prime account if they don't watch Twitch or whatever. It obviously means if you're watching on YouTube right now as well, you could in theory do that as well, but you might be comfortable there, and that's all good. But yeah, we'll add emotes for the people who are subbed. We'll have a lot of emotes for the main event, and we had some more perks coming with that, but thank you everybody. Winchester going for a barracks and going for feudal age. And then we have Mihai doing exactly what he did against Margugu. And he is going for the 3 militia. Now, guys, Winchester hasn't scouted this. You know where the opponent's TC is going to be, both because of the Vietnamese and the map. Winchester does not have vision on this yet. Or did he catch vision on it? These are pre-walls that you're just doing to play safe. Because there could be pressure. This freaking guy, dude. This freaking guy. He traps the scout. And he protects his villagers. Winchester says, hey, sorry, buddy. But hope you enjoyed your stay. Kills the villager. Gets the militia out. What a play from Winchester. And now Mihai, he will find no damage from this. And also, he's got army coming forward here from Winchester that can do damage to him. What a play there from Winchester yet again. Beautiful quick walls. And now he's not going to have just 2 militia. It's going to be, well, no, it is just going to be 2 militia, sorry. It's going to be 2 militia, the scout, into some army behind this, most likely. Dang. Like, again, it's just another instance where if that goes slightly differently, Mihai gets rewarded and kills a lot of eco. It was the same thing at the start of the previous game. And now Mihai's got to get his quick walls down, and he does the same. And he says, I can do it too. Impressive stuff. Winchester's just going to sit here, attack that wall for now. And he will add an archer range. He actually misclicks here. That was a shift cue back to the tree, but he didn't hold shift for a second. There you go. And seems like it'll be fairly passive opening here, guys. I think it's going to be a skirmisher follow-up. But Mihai, knowing the army is here, is actually walling. This is really smart, actually, because the downside for you is that Winchester can make army to follow this up with. But if you wall this, the army can't get through. And that seems like that's what's going to happen here. Winchester could kill a Vil. That starting scout is so valuable to this to block an attack. But, yeah, nice shot from Mihai. Mihai will have a 2 villager lead because the Megalis get 2 villagers out of the TC. The militia are still here. And Skirmisher will take some time to kill them, so I think overall, Mihai is going to be pretty happy with the situation. He will feel a little... It never feels great to not have a scout, but still, I think he'll feel somewhat okay. He is even over here on gold. Fat Man's Poop, first message here, says, watching on YouTube, I came to Twitch just to drop the Prime. Well, Fat Man's Poop, we are very happy that you came to Twitch instead of staying on YouTube. That was quite a name there, my friend. But, hey, the Prime still does support me. So, it's just another instance where I am a little ashamed of my job. But thank you. Silverdog, what's up? There will be no community games later. Oh, Scout goes down. The Spearman does his job. So, okay. So, both players don't have a Scout. Now, I don't want to get your hopes up or anything, because I know there's a lot of choppas in chat. But if there was ever a time to consider chopping through the side wood, it would probably be in an instance where players didn't have their Scout. Now, you don't want to chop through to counterattack with skirms. And you don't want to chop through if you're the archer player to attack a guy who has skirms. So that's like 2 very strong reasons why we're probably not going to see what I just suggested. But I'm just saying, the players are a little bit blind right now, not having any vision or anything. Has anyone ever chopped through the side woods in the qualifier yet? Yes, it did happen. It happened like twice, which I noted earlier. But again, shouldn't play a big role. Man, what else to talk about as things slow down here? I mean, this is basically whose militia can survive the longest. Looks like Winchester's militia are going through. Talk to me about this, guys. Who wins? Full Imp Skirm or full Bengali Elephant Archers? I think Imp Skirm should be great there. Right? Elephants, though, are still so strong. Now, if it's equal numbers, if it's like 30 elephants against 30 skirms, God, Vinch is nerding out so hard right now. If it's 30 elephants against 30 skirms, I think the elephants win. But I guess it just comes back to cost effectiveness at the end of the day. These skirms, they're trying so bad to hit the archer. The militia doesn't want to die. Save me, he says. Oh, he goes down. Painful, painful, painful stuff. I would like to see a siege opening here in the next stage from maybe both of them, right? They both shown range units. Wow, Vinchester's going to stone. This is different. He might be planning for a castle, but... Yeah, they both shown range units. I know, like, the tendency for Mihai here, what he did in the previous round is just to drop TCs right away. And that's really good, too. But you could be somewhat vulnerable still on the front if a siege push comes through. We'll see. Kavetti, thank you for the new sub. Thank you, Mick, for the new sub. Means a lot, guys. Also, there were gifted subs on the YouTube side. And a couple people who subbed there. It really just comes down to preference, by the way. Like, I won't be streaming as consistently long-term on YouTube as I do on Twitch. Twitch is still my main platform. But for big events, I will multi-stream it to YouTube. I mean, that may also change. Like, in the event that there's a lot of people who would watch consistently on YouTube, maybe I change that. But I have my concerns about doing it for every stream. Either way, though, whichever platform you do sub on, it's a 70-30 split. Platform obviously gets some, but then I get majority of it, which means a lot. So, wow, Vinch going to stone. You know what this is, guys? This is a immediate crazy boom. He's going to stone to get to 300 stone, so he can build a second, the third, and then the fourth TC. That's my prediction. I do not think this is for a castle. He would have more on stone for a castle. His eco should be really smooth here, and he might believe that he has the better late game. Now, Mihai, again, just referencing it for those that watched Margugu against Mihai, he did the same thing. He went for militia, into range, into a stable, and the stable cleared up the skirms or any monks that came out. Margugu just fell for it so bad. He just got completely baited and was going heavy monks, and the light cap killed the monks. But there will not be monks here from Vinchester, and Vinchester should have seen those games, and he should know. Lover of Peace is 70-30 is pretty ridiculous given how big of a streamer you are. I'd expect more like 80-20 or 85-15. Well, that's not how the industry works. But thank you. I actually think 70-30 is really reasonable. I didn't have 70-30 on Twitch again until this month. It was actually 50-50 for the first 3 months when I returned, and we had to earn it by having enough consistent support. So I think it's really bad to have 50-50 splits for subs for anyone out there who has that. It's unfair in my opinion, but Twitch kind of has control. And this is the place a lot of people want to be. Wow, we called it. Look at Vinch. Interesting. So Vietnamese eco upgrades being cheaper, but also researching faster. He kind of went for everything. He went for stone. He went for gold. And then boom, boom, boom. He is going to boom. And he does lose the skirms. And now he is going to be on the defensive. And it is double monastery towards the middle here. Now, did Vinch get some vision on this? He did. So he got a vision on the first got a vision. What am I talking about? Got a vision. Great English here. He saw this. And he doesn't know about the second monastery. He doesn't know about the siege workshop. Really like the decision here from Mihai. Because he can tell Vinch is just giving up map control. I really like the decision to be aggressive. This is going to make it difficult. I don't think Vinchester's preparing for anything beyond just the light cav here. He actually even canceled the cav archers. So, if these light cav get in, they might actually not be able to raid all that easily, but it'll still be annoying. And then the siege obviously could start to pressure these buildings. And then also, you get the relics right now, if you're Mihai. And he already had 2 villagers from Feudal Age that popped out of that TC for free. Then he got 2 more when he made it to Castle. So sure, you're a bit delayed on the TCs, but you already have more vills. And now they're siege, and Winchester hasn't even been on gold. Like, Winchester is full wood and food eco and stone eco. They'd be planning for a defensive castle. Really impressed how Mihai, who's known as an open map player, has been able to play these maps other than Arabia. Obviously, game 1 he played phenomenally well and ended up losing. But I just think it's something like, I've been around for a decade now, and there's just so many players who play ladder Arabia, and they never advance, they never grow, they never get better in tournaments. And clearly the practice has been there. And on the mixed settings, he's very comfortable playing like this, for example. Again, the light cav get through. It's just going to be annoying. Winchester's going to research light cav as well. But now, Mihai will know his opponent's going for light cav. Nice quick walls here from Vinch. And we'll see what he does. He's going to get armor right now. Maybe he'll just make more light cap, but Vinch is going crazy. Wow. Vinch is going to go 3 stables. But guys, Winchester is 4 TC booming, right? And 4 TC booming, that's pretty much all you can do, right? His resources are at the limit. So now, if you need light cav as well, you will not be able to produce out of these TCs. Watch his idle TC time. It will rise greatly here. And then also, Bengali monks, they're pretty strong, right? So you might actually be able to keep most of these monks alive against light cap. I think Vinch is in big trouble. I think Mihai is in a perfect position now. And again, I don't think he actually needs to win the game here in Castle. I think that if he's able to relax and micro everything at the same time and drop the 3rd and 4th town center at home, I think he can still go for that. But he's actually shifting the stone, so he wants a castle at some point. So cool. Reverend says, this narrative that Vinch is part of the OG group of players is jarring to me. Reverend, I was casting Winchester in 2014, dude. All right? No, that's not true. Sorry, 2015. All right? That's 9 years ago. I know that saying 2015 was 9 years ago is going to make us all feel old. I get that. Right? But Vinch has been around a long time. He's been around a very long time. I have very vivid memories of him micring plumed archers against scorpions. Oh, man. Winchester, Winchester, Winchester. Boom! Nice job. How many light cap does he have? He's 7. Now, he's idling all his town centers to get this number of light cap, but it is clearly the right play because he is under a lot of pressure. Again, my thinking was Mihai's doing everything right. He's mixing in the spears. He has the light cav. He has the monks. He has seen the stables. You know your opponent's going to hop out soon. Actually is going to convert the buildings now with redemption, which may mean that Winchester will be inclined to take a fight sooner rather than later. Siege pops out of the darkness here from Vinch, but he knows it could be converted, so he has to be careful. He goes in with the light cav. He loses his siege. The light cav are here. They can kill all the monks, but there's so much happening. There's so much in here. There's monks, there's spears, there's pikes now, there's siege, but wait a second. Winchester, he clears the monks. He's going to clear most of the siege, but there's still pikemen. There's still more army here from Mihai. And Mihai gets just enough army there. Again, is still just 2 town centers behind this, but it has been very smooth. Just 42 seconds of TC idle time. Dang, man. Now, the light cav from Vinch, they're going to sneak around. This is really smart because this engagement is going to be the obvious one. So he's now trying to pick off the reinforcements, and he's going to find them. Mihai loses 2 monks just like that. Also was bringing villagers, and oh man, Mihai. So now he has to think, because you never want to sit there, and Winchester runs over here to try and convert kill the siege. You never want to sit there with enough stone to build a castle and not build it. So he may shift his whole game plan entirely, because a defensive castle doesn't feel too good. Maybe he drops a 3rd town center or something. But this move from Vinch was so good. And now he's going to run through. We're on a new patch with the pathing, and the grouping should be better. It seemed like that's what Winchester wanted. He wanted to clear out the monks so his own siege can do something here. And he doesn't have his own siege yet. Light cav doing the same thing they were before, looking for units. We'll see the villagers. Runs right into pikemen, though. Winchester realizes we have a moonwalking light cav. We now have house walls from Mihai. We've got the barracks still here with pikemen. And Winchester needs his own castle. Oh! Oh, God, he almost lost it. He's got to be super careful. This could be really bad. Villagers are running forward now. There's still random light cav around. Winchester needs to get this castle down. And what? Oh. See, when I try that, there's a very different result for my villagers. Winchester loses one vill. He takes out the siege. And now Mihai's got to back away. And what a great job from Winchester to defend that. And suddenly, pikemen's actually not that big of a concern now that you've got a castle to make some archers. I thought he was going to lose that castle there. Now, Mihai. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mihai's going to drop a castle. Winchester says, great idea. I want one too. Or another one. And is going to drop it there. Okay, well, you've got to go Imp. Imp has to be the number one thing you think about in this situation then. And look at Mihai. Up. Wow. Such a sick job from him. Immediate. And he'll know about this castle too. Now, Vinch's castle will go up. The pikes are now out of position for Mihai. So, Imp is the right thing. But it's been a messy game. And he's taken some losses that could have maybe been avoided. Winchester's still deep in Castle Age, though. Winchester might need to go Rams for this, guys. If he could go all in light cav with Rams, maybe that's his chance. But then again, there's still pikemen out there. I don't know. Winchester's done a great job with the counterattacks. On a map that's not too easy to do that with. Or to do that on. But with Imp on the way from Mihai, Mihai should be able to make trebs to take down both these castles. And these are Vietnamese castles. Vietnamese castles are not known for their strength. I don't know if they're the weakest castles in the game, but they're certainly bottom 3. And somehow these light cav actually got through. Mihai thought he could be cute and delete that wall and have pikemen to deal with this. And now Winchester is just going to nerd out with these light cav for the next hour. So, well, Mihai, that was ill-advised. I think Mihai is in the better position, though. The Vil count's still going to be close. He should be able to make another castle. So we'll have 2 castles, probably against 0. And the gold is so valuable. This positioning is so awkward, right? I also like the vision from Mihai. Mihai made some houses here just so he can see. The archer's still here too, that Winchester's not coming through. Winchester's light cav kill even more villagers. Vinch's Imperial Age TC is the TC on the back. But he will be castleless. And if you are castleless on a choke point map, how are you expected to run through the middle here? I just don't see a way. Vinch has found amazing value, but Mihai's initial strategy, that push, was so good. To have that push and then also have the imp time is so good. Mihai does have loom. There's no concerns there. That would be awkward if he went forward without loom. He's getting more monk upgrades, which is what the Bengalis are good at. 12 range on the monks now, so siege should be converted from distance. Obviously, that excludes trebs. Trebs cannot be converted. Winchester kills another villager. He's going to maybe attack the farm. Nope, he's going for more vills. Okay, he's still moving. Pikeman chase. Mihai's like, I'll happily lose a couple more vills. He'd probably make a deal. I'll delete 5 vills for you if you just delete the light cap. Like, this is so annoying. Uh-oh, pikeman running into the castle fire. That's a little sloppy. But that aside, we will have 4 trebs from Mihai before Winchester even has 1. Winchester just now dropping a university in the back, maybe for chemistry. And oh my god, dude! Winchester, quit it! Quit it! Sorry, I'm speaking for Mihai right now. I am Mihai's spokesman. You are so freaking annoying, but it's so impressive. And look how many villagers, man. I wish I could tell you what that group killed. That light cav there, there's 2 light cav. Apparently, it contributed to 11 villager kills. Guys, if Winchester stays alive, if he wins this game, we will think back to those light cav and the value that they brought him. So good. So impressive. He does have a villager lead over the Bengalis, which is rare. Winchester repairing his own castle. He will have 2 trebs here. Soon to be 3, soon to be 4. He's going to make more light cav. What he would really need is some range as well for the pikemen. He's going to work on that. He does have bracer. Now, he will lose his castle, but Mihai could lose his castle as well. Oh, man. Vinch could be so housed as well. He's got so many production buildings, so many houses around here. It's also kind of funny that Mihai is researching blacksmith upgrades, and the blacksmith he converted from Winchester. Guys, there's no room to run. There's no room to hide on Quarry. You are just stuck. And so Vinch doesn't really have the time. If he had more ranged units to maybe snipe these pikes, then the light cav could maybe deal with the monks, but it's the timing of this pressure. And it's the positioning of the pressure here from Mihai that is giving him a chance to tie up this series. That's 6 trebs. Oh, man, that's a lot of trebs. I love that. I've noticed that Mihai loves to make a healthy amount of trebuchets. He did the same in the first game. I think it's smart. I think it's underrated. We could have bombard cannons out eventually from Vinch, but even that I'm not that excited about for him. Again, there's monks out there to convert those. TCs are going to still keep going down. Winchester having to be patient. Behind this, Winchester massing a whole bunch of light cav. How can you be this patient when your entire base is being trapped? But he knows he has to be patient. Because if he is not, he will take a bad fight, lose the game. More upgrades coming in. He's got Arbalest. Like, he's on Arbalest? How is he on Arbalest? And now we see ranges behind this from Mihai, who's maybe thinking the same. And he wants to go for skirms. I think the Trebs have accomplished enough. I think, honestly, at this point, you could still keep trebbing down all this, maybe. But the Trebs have accomplished enough. You don't need to extend too much further beyond your castle. Now, Mihai's going to see the light cav here. And, that could be really bad. We know what happened with the other light cav. Mihai, please close that gap. If Winchester gets through, you're going to have a nightmare. Oh, God. The Halbs have been pulled out of position. The Halbs are out of position. The light cav swoop in. These are Bengali monks. But the light cav are there to kill them. And if the monks are out of the picture, it could be Arbalest that dominates the day. And yeah, well, that's pretty much what is expected. It was very hype, and yet we were reminded how strong Bengali monks are, and Mihai is completely fine. He continues to trap things down. He converted the light cav, so he's killing villagers. We're not finished, though, because the Arbalest and the rats and archers can move out. He will go in. He will snipe the monks. And hold on, guys. Winchester can do this. He's sniping the monks, and once the monks are out of the picture, it's pretty much only Halb that's out. It is definitely a at what cost situation. He did lose a lot, but the monks, that was over 1,000 gold. And man, Winchester again is somehow alive in a game where it feels like it shouldn't have been possible. Is he behind? Absolutely. Was he behind in multiple instances in game number 1 though? Yes, he was. And now the skirms are coming in from Mihai. So with these all-in pushes, right, you sometimes don't have the timings to switch into other things. But Mihai's economy is in a better spot now, so that is something that he can do. Now, Vinch is not trying to open it up, which is interesting. I do feel at this stage, building a tower here in a lumber camp could make it like messy. But maybe he doesn't want that, actually. A lot of his eco has been found. Most of his light cav have died. Most of his farming eco has been trapped down. And still feels like Mihai's going to be completely fine because he has Halbs to protect his trebs. He has skirms. But if he loses this castle, maybe that's the start of something bad for him. So he needs to keep it up. And Winchester, he's taking an engagement that he feels he has to win or this game is over. He's just so completely out-popped. He's out-popped with military. He's out-popped with eco. Mihai's eco has been untouched this whole time. The bombard cannon. That's normally something that can swing Trev wars. It gets converted! Of course it does. The monks, man. The power of the Bengali eco, the monks, and just their trash. We talked about elephants, but just the trash units, the counter units here from Mihai has been perfect play. His castle will stay up. Winchester's trebs will go down. And we have ourselves a 1-1 here in what has been a great series. The Bengalis, I mean, I covered the entire qualifier, right? And the Bengalis were not picked frequently at all. They weren't banned frequently either. No one was really playing the Bengalis here. We saw a lot of like Malay, maybe some Britons. Maybe some, what else comes to mind? Like humans. I remember Aztecs. But Mihai played Bengalis last week against Margugu. And now he's done it here, and it looks really, really strong. And what I love about this is that in Mihai's game plan against Margugu the prior week, he went full boom. And I think Vinchester expected that because Vinchester went full boom. But Mihai didn't boom. He went for an attack, and he gained so much control over the map, and ultimately that led to him having this position in Imp. Mihai, after almost winning the first game, and maybe being heartbroken he didn't, he shows that there's no heartbreak at all. He wins the game. Well played. Great, really good wood and gold control. And really just good timings on those attacks. It was the forward castle fast imp play from him that ultimately won him this game, in my opinion. Did have to work really hard to get his eco set behind. This is a complete player here, Mihai. Right? And he's shown it. 5 more games, hopefully, maybe, possibly. We'll see. All right, so score is now 1-1 here. Beautiful stuff. Guys, welcome, everybody. Welcome in. More people coming in on Twitch. I haven't seen how many people we actually have watching on YouTube right now. But we've got apparently around 2,000 people who are watching on YouTube at the moment. Hope you guys have enjoyed the start to the show. Just to catch you up to speed on the day, as I also cross off the civs here. Bengalis is also a super late pick. Man, that's really nice to win with that. But, yeah, just to catch you up to speed, we have 3 best of 7s today, guys. So this is one of 3 of them. It should be fantastic. But, yeah, Tatars got the win for Vinchester game 1. Mihai lost with his number 1 pick, actually, the Incas game 1. So he's played his first and his last pick. Vinchester hasn't gone for his first or last picks just yet. But should be an amazing day of age. Really appreciate you guys being here and all the excitement and the desire for some Age of Empires. It's been great. So, what time is MBL playing? MBL is the 3rd series. So the answer there is it depends. And it'll just depend on what happens with the other sets. But I can't give you a time. Roughly 20 GMT or something like that. All right. They're going to play Mudflow next, which is so exciting because Mudflow has been fantastic. So we could have some demos. So for the those that have the demo emote, get that one prepared. Persian Saracens. And they're in the game already. Dang. All right. Well, I thought I was going to have time to try and fix my sub list here because it's delayed in showing me the people who've subscribed, but I will not have a chance to do that. So yet again, thank you everyone who's supported the stream. The effort's been insane over the last couple weeks and will continue to be so leading up towards the main event. So the support means a lot. All right. So Mihai has gone for the Saracens. Interesting pick here. But this is a map that we're typically seeing a lot of stable units, and Vinchester's doing the Dragon Star build. Okay. So there was a build that was labbed out. And I have to credit Dragon Star for this, okay? So Dragon Star had lost in his round against Dark 3-2. And if you watch those games, you will have felt like maybe Dragon Star would have won that one on this map. He lost the game. But basically, Dragon Star told me, he said, I labbed it out, and the 5 straggler trees here is just enough wood to give you the resources to go dock, 2 fishing ship, house, and then a lumber camp. So, if that is true, because I didn't really check it or do the math, I think you can only do it with Persians as well, because you get plus 50 wood at the start. If the math is correct, he will be able to make a lumber camp, and then he won't have a lot of wood remaining. Right now, there's 50 wood. This is so crazy. Yeah, look. He's got 40 wood left. He needs a little bit more wood to go over for the lumber camp. So here's my thing, though. It's like these fishing ships are going to collect, what, 300 food? And your villagers could have collected it anyways. And then you feel obligated to add fish traps for these really early. So, like, I appreciate it because you have additional eco units, right? Which is the idea of adding fishing ships. And I also love the fact that, like, this is so specific, right? And there's not many trees left anymore. There's 17 wood remaining when he goes for the lumber camp. But I am not so certain that this is actually better. But it is unique, and maybe he wants his eco to be safe. So I just think I'm just gonna say I think it's interesting. I think it's really cool, and I think everyone should salute Dragonstar and now Vinchester for going for something unique. Let's see if it's actually better. It's pretty cool that was tested, though. I've had some conversations with other players about it, and other players seem to think they're not too sure either. Now, obviously, you can dock this terrain. This is the first time that I'm casting someone do it. This is the second time in the whole qualifier we've seen this. But the middle, lots of docks can come up later on in the game. And normally you're going to see that lead to a lot of demos head towards the wood line. So I think the players need to make sure they wall up. Now, Saracen galleys do fire faster. So if this becomes like a galley war, Saracen should be really strong. But it seems like ships are not something people invest into until after a lot of land army. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Poseidon, very much. Nostradamus, welcome. Says, first time in my life on Twitch just because of T90. Good job, T90. Yo, welcome, Nostradamus. I know you predicted this many years ago. Balderdash, welcome. Thank you. Yes, this map has produced some epic games. People have really enjoyed it. And we should have a barracks and a stable coming up for both players. I would be very surprised if we don't see that. Ooh, wow. Mihai was setting up a trap there. If the scout went through, he would have gone house, house, and trapped the scout. But Vinchester says, not today. I'm really excited with the level we're seeing here from both of them. Like, Vinch, he was just a class above the players that he ran into in the previous round. So it was hard for me to know. Sometimes you don't know if a player is bringing their elite level until they're up against another elite level player. And Mihai, on the other side of things, there's been no sign of shakiness. He's playing amazing right now. So he's locked in, which is exactly what we wanted here. Res collected difference is there. But let's just wait and see once these fishing ships are idle. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if your fishing ships are idle and you already feel like you benefited from them, it could still just end up being kind of okay. But you feel like you never want anything to be idle. So he can't farm yet. Is he on a fish trap already? I don't think that's a fish trap, right? There's no fish trap there. He didn't make a mill. Now he's made a mill. You see what I mean? Now it's like, how do I spend my wood here? So far, though, Res Collect is looking really smooth. This is Persian's first pick, though. I think Persians have been first picked a lot. Their win rate hasn't been too good, but it is a civ that people think are strong. I think, regardless of the strategy. And maybe Japanese could try the same strategy. We'll see. Maybe this becomes meta. Guys, if Vinchester makes main event, and we see this strategy on Mudflow, what do we say? Finch confirmed. But obviously, there's 7 players who are already in the main event who are going to be watching this. And, you know, maybe thinking that it's a good idea. There's a practice period. Then we're going to have everyone else who qualifies who's maybe watching this. So it's, you know, it's something that's hard to really say with certainty. I'm still curious, though. Fish traps? I can't actually see them. They look like they're on a fish trap, right? How would he have the wood for that? I think they're idle right now. Archer opening here for Mihai. That's not what I expected. But he's played very well so far to defend himself. The wood line's protected. Spears were out. He also added the market, which early with the Saracens. Actually does make sense to maybe use the market early with the Saracens. But he's got an Archer opening without being on gold, which is a bit different. And now we see a tower here. And wow, Vinchester... This is funny. Vinchester's dropping a tower because he saw the market and knew his opponent probably sold the stone. And now, Mihai has to buy the stone back. And of course, this is not what you want with the market. You want your eco to flow a lot differently than this. You don't want to be buying resources back just to protect a wood line. But hey, It's what he's doing. He's building this tower. This could be really messy for him. He almost opened up the gate. Oh, God. Villagers could die here. Mihai's pulled some of these weak ones away, though. He's done a good job at that, and I think the tower will go up. It's just, will he lose a Vill? Beautiful micro from Mihai. He loses just one Vill. Could have been worse. Still is not a fun situation economically for him. And a good start here for Vinchester. I loved how Vinchester saw... Oh, God. That villager's exposed, too. I love how Vinchester saw the market and immediately knew what to do. Second villager killed there by Vinchester. His wood line's exposed. He has to be very careful here. Remember, he still doesn't have many farms set up at all. So the food eco could be problematic. And Vinchester, he's got archers, he's got spears, plus he's got the scout to fight off here. But he killed another villager just moments ago, maybe with the tower. And he hasn't lost anything here. And beautiful play from Vinch. Vinch is actually going to fully clear this. Wow. He hasn't lost a unit yet. Are you kidding me? He actually won't lose one. Watch this. Bam. 8-0 KD right now for Vinchester. And here I was hoping that I could make a 7-1 joke. But we'll save those for the Stark series when Stark... when Stark plays. No, I'm kidding. We don't make the 7-1 jokes during a Brazilian playing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We suck. All right? Everyone's always like, well, what does America do? Nothing. Nothing. Just too tempting, you know? Okay, are these on fish traps yet? I can't tell. I think they are. Okay, so they are on fish traps. Good to know. And now we've got a dock from Vinchester. Oh, man, and he's on gold, guys. Ooh, boy. Oh, we know what's coming out of that dock. Okay. So the units from Mihai can still walk up onto the grass to avoid any demos. But if they leave and go back onto the amphibious terrain, there might be a sneaky demo. Vinch has played this perfectly. He's got scouts waiting. He's got skirms waiting. The dock was spotted. So if I were Mihai, I would be concerned about this. Now, for now, with the spearmen here, the scouts can't engage. But the spearmen are weak, and Mihai realizes he needs to get out of here. And you cannot go back onto that terrain anymore, Mihai. You have to stay on the grass. And if you have to stay on the grass, it is a longer path home. And if it's a longer path home, you could just lose everything anyways. Wow, Vinch's play has been really good. A fire galley? Vinchester! I thought you were a man of the people. Fire galley. Well, I mean, fire galleys are really consistent. It's really smart because you could still use them the whole time. But what it is not like a highlight worthy thing. It is actually, believe it or not, I think this will become more meta. In the main event on this map, I think we will see less demos. I think players are going to be less exposed than the qualifier. But Vinchester does also queue up a demo for us, guys. 16-3 KD, and one of the deaths for Vinchester was a unit dying to something that wasn't Mihai, and we have another tower. That is really good tower. That's an amazing tower. Mihai just doesn't feel like he can make enough army right now. He's really struggling. Anything he has moved forward with just gets found and killed. And then his eco is abysmal compared to Vinchester's, and has been since the start, it feels like. Vinchester's scouts pulled away. The fire galleys can find an area. They're just going to attack the archer range for now. And the tower goes up, and I think you're forced to try and buy another tower here. Maybe you have to leave, but if you leave, you go into an area that's very awkward for wood. This is, I mean, villagers are still getting hit, and it seems like Vinchester, he saw the archers over here and saw them back away, and then he saw the archers here and saw them back away, so he's wondering, like, where could this guy be going? And, oh my god, dude. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so in the darkness goes Mihai. And Vinchester has also scouted the area, so he will feel like Mihai's not here. And this could mean that Mihai gets back into the game if he gets a bunch of villager kills. But Vinchester's already been prepped to build defensive towers. And he's adding more fishing ships for more fish traps. Whoa. Oh my god, we just missed a big demo, guys. Oh, no way. Mihai's like, he's making fire galleys? What a fool! Boom! Oh, and I love how Vinchester sat it there as well. Like he was waiting for something. And oh, this has not been Mihai's game. He had to make more towers over here. Here come his archers, though. And the archers are going to run immediately into a tower here. Actually, guys, hold on a second. Mihai only left the wood line because of the threat of demos. Sorry to pause, but like that's notable. He could have still killed like 5 more vills. There wasn't another demo in the queue. But because demos can come, and because of the threat, he didn't stick around to get more kills. And that's why I think everyone should be having a dock on this map, because it really affects how people play the game. And skirms and scouts are going to come over here from Vinch just to try and track this down. But man, what a great game from Vinchester. 22 kills. And Mihai's only killed 4, which is brutal. And Mihai's eco is just abysmal, right? And his food eco is buying stuff at the market right now. This is not how you want this game to flow. Meanwhile, we've got farms for Vinchester. We've got fishing ships on fish traps. And he has just tracked every army so nicely. And the skirms are here. And Mihai, yet again, is probably going to be thinking, are you kidding me? Now, if Mihai had those 4 scouts with the archers, it could be a much better engagement. Because he had to wait for 2 more. And even these 2 are going to help in some ways. Okay, Vinchester, are you serious? You really want to fight that? You really want to do this with Vills? Okay, interesting decision. Certainly could have been worse for Vinchester. Again, he shows his confidence in the fights. But that's going to be a dead villager right there. Does need to leave the stone. He's making a fire galley from his starting TC area to defend his fish, which is hilarious to me. But he is also on the way to Castle Age. And he has collected 10,300 resources against 8,600 resources collected from Mihai. Crazy difference. But also still no army right now for Vinch. And this could be a problem. Now, obviously, he's going to make knights. And villager all survives. So knights will be very strong here. But it does feel like Vinchester should maybe add a few scouts here. I'm kind of waiting for something to arrive. Is pretty heavily on gold. Does still have ships out. Does still have a tower here with a lot of villagers exposed. Oh, God. Oh, God. There should be a demo on the way here. There should be a demo on the way. Mihai knows he's behind. He's trying to get through. Vinchester's not allowing it. Beautiful house walls here from Vinchester. His tower is firing on the archers and the villagers. And there's still no demo on the way, but the tower is doing everything. And Vinchester drops another house, and Vinchester will not be broken here. And still here, Vinchester with a bit of patience. Plus has the tower, so he could maybe end up clearing that up. I think Mihai sensed there's 10 villagers for me that I could kill there. If I take that out, I can take the towers down. My wood efficiency is better. And then the eco might be better for me because I'd kill all that. And another demo goes off for Vinch. He's about to be in Castle Age, and Mihai is nowhere close. Mihai probably is not going to believe that. Still, Vinchester does have exposed units. But he's going to be on knights now. And on Mudflow, you have to feel like the knights are going to be able to find some really nice engagements. Eco KD is pretty much even at this point. And we see the War Galley upgrade as well for Vinchester, so his ships will be even stronger now. And knights should dominate everything Mihai has. But he hasn't been killed yet, so he doesn't wish to call it. You know, I really need to know. I almost need to see this fish trap play more frequently before I can come up with a theory on if I like it or not. But right now, I'm thinking that it's worked. His res collected has always looked really good. He was able to have a pretty smooth economy with it. I thought there'd be more downsides. So this game looks very strong. And oh god, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a hole there. Okay, well, best of luck to you. Your towers are going to go down. There are fire ships on your villagers. And there's no fire extinguishers at this day and age. So you are... I don't think you can stop, drop, and roll your way out of this one, villagers. This is going to be very painful for you. And, well, now you have no easy wood access if you're Mihai. And still stuck in the feudal age. There's also no counter damage being done, which is the big problem. But it is mainly Navy for Vinch. So that is the positive. On land, you have not been killed yet, and there is an army moving forward. Actually, if this army could deny this TC right now and kill those vills, I'd actually believe. But Vinchester's just going to go for maximum greed here. I thought there would be lots more army. But he's going to go for greed. We do have, excuse me, a pause. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty close. It does feel like Vinchester will probably realize, and Vinchester will be able to pull more villagers to finish this. I think there's some level of game sense from him to know the army could be coming, and Mihai sees the TC is going to go up. Wow, what a great strat from Vinch. So just to restate some obvious things here. So main event, we have 7 players right now. Those are the 7 invites, right? And then the qualifier over the next 3 days is going to determine the next 9. We've got 3 more sets, or sorry, 3 total sets today, including this one, right? And we have 3 sets tomorrow. And then the loser of all these sets. So whoever loses this series too, they will be facing up against other losers from the other deciders, have a second chance. And if they win that, they are still in the main event of Hidden Cup, which is the goal. They're fighting to have their identities hidden in the main event. They'll be playing on hero names. I'll show the list of heroes here in a second. And it should be a great time. Been working all the time on making that main event the best event possible. Okay, so this is kind of rough, right? Fish traps aren't cheap. These things don't just grow on trees. And losing 2 fish traps is kind of awkward. But Vinchester's economy is insane right now. He's gone very greedy, like I said. Like, he has not made a lot of army. And the amount of times that Vinchester's just casually taking resources next to army and then he just casually walks away last second is hilarious to me. I don't know how he can do it. Like, for me, these villagers would not have been sitting here on this stone this whole time. I would have been running. But he gets away. And Mihai's like, I need to kill those vills. Okay, there's knights here, Mihai. Go the other way. Knights are scary, right? Go the other way. He doesn't want to. Look, he's looking. He's like, is he over here or something? He might be looking for the villagers. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's trying to get some scouting intel on if there's a demo there. He does drop a castle. He made it to Castle Age. Oh, no, but the worst time, you need these archers upgraded. Oh, yikes. Yeah, all the archers will go down. I mean, maybe if these were upgraded, maybe then he could still keep poking away at Vinchester and have a chance. It was always going to be tough from here. But yeah, now all the archers are dead. We might see a Mameluke, though. That's fine. That's fun. Mamelukes. Hype. Mameluke's actually really good against knights. But you do need resources for Mamelukes. And, yep, Mameluke hype. Here we go. But we're going to see Vinchester actually just drop a range and go into Cav Archers. I mean, Vinchester's just been producing out all these TCs nonstop and adding eco. I mean, this is just... Even if your units are significantly worse, you should be in a really good position here if you're Vinchester. And I don't think his units are necessarily significantly worse. I actually think Cav Archer is a really nice play for the map. A really nice decision here. He kills a couple villagers. Again, Vinchester just continues to not really care about situations many people would care about. Ran right underneath the castle to kill those vills. Also, I think Bodcanero is smart because it also applies to the war galleys, which he's now adding. So you're spending wood and gold on Cav Archer and wood and gold on war galleys. And it's both a ranged ship, which allows you to control the middle. Mamelukes won't be able to do too much about the ships. Vinchester just scouting the additional areas here, ends up finding a gold. So now he'll know his opponent is there. Wouldn't surprise me to see a castle there at some point. It's just, again, the eco is just not really there for Mihai compared to Vinchester. Vinchester's just completely outbooming him here. I do find it funny how he produced a galley here, though. I don't think he intended to do that. Mamelukes... I mean, it seems like they're doing a decent amount of damage against ships. But it's not going to be enough damage where even if the eco was close, you would say, hey, if you're Saracens on this map and your opponent's making navy, just make Mamelukes. Mameluke counterattack, though. There we go. Winchester apparently just waiting here with these cav archers until he needs them, because the navy's pretty much doing the rest of the job. Cav archers will need to come over here. Okay. At this point, obviously, the fishing ships and fish traps don't matter as much. It doesn't play as big a role. I like how Mihai's still trying to do what he can here and kill these fish traps. He probably feels a little flexed on, to be honest. Like, I don't know if he saw Dragonstar do this in the earlier rounds. But, yep, just continues to take out the fish traps. The fish traps are auto-regenerating or something here. So a lot of wood is going down for Winchester here. But Winchester, he kills the monk. Like we said, the second he saw this TC, I saw he was on stone. I figured he would castle this. And it is 120 eco against 67. I think Mihai's still sitting here like, kill me. Like, come on, just kill me. I think I'm dead, but you're not killing me yet. I think once this castle goes up, that's the killing blow. If this castle goes up, if it goes up, will it go up? It'll go up. There's enough villagers here. The counter tower doesn't do the job, and I have spoiled you because I'm a noob, and I've left fast forward on, and they had a spec delay. But don't worry, I won't do that in games that are closer. This, if anything, gives us a little bit more time to prep for the next game, because I think we knew this game was going to Winchester. And this game was just domination from Winchester, whose most created unit was actually fire galleys. And the fire galleys worked out. The demos still worked from time to time. What a build from Winchester, and this has been a back-and-forth series. Beautiful, beautiful play. That was his first pick. So that was his favorite civilization throughout the draft, and I can tell why now. Winchester goes up to 1. Probably collected more of every resource. It was that bad? No, okay. Saracen player was a bit heavier on gold. But yeah, just completely outboomed him. But what I loved there, I don't want to just skip over this just because the game wasn't that close at this stage, was how Winchester played the early game. Fishing ships aside, the towers, after his opponent saw stone, he saw the market. He's like, I know what you did, person here, player, opponent, enemy, right? And then he forced the opponent to buy the stone back, which is not something that Mihai wanted to do. Mihai wasn't really on gold. And then he just continued to pressure this wood line, and he defended from every single little attack. I think he was like, had killed 3 or 4 villagers, and then by the time Mihai got over here to attack him, he cleared up the entire army. And usually that's not what happens. Normally, if your army's at their base killing vills, you're not also able to defend at the same time. Winchester made that look very easy. Well played. All right, folks. So let's eliminate some of the maps we played for some of the people who just got here today. Again, welcome everybody on Twitch and on YouTube. It's been awesome to see so many people here so far. Winchester won on his #1 home map, Mudflow. Mihai won on his #1 home map, Quarry. We've got Islands, Gold Rush, Slopes, and Cross available for the remaining games. Score now 2-1 here for Vinch. And Mihai gets to choose what map we want to see. And he's going to choose Islands, actually. So he goes to Vinch's side. But like I said, because there's no bans, because you do have to play every single map, I think home maps, I think the first picks you can put some weight into. I think sometimes on the later picks, they didn't really have a ton of options, right? And oh boy, we've got 30 seconds till we're in. Awesome. Can you update the civs on the board too? Yeah, I can do that for you, no problem. But it's been great. Any new people here today? YouTube, I know there's new people. A lot of people saying they've been watching my videos for a while and they've never watched a stream. Not big into Twitch or anything. So those people are new. There's a wave of new people in chat. Awesome. Yeah, they're not taking any breaks. Seriously, we are not rushing them here. They are just immediately into the next game. Maybe they've got somewhere to be. I don't know. Well, certainly they want to be in the Hidden Cup 5 main event, but they apparently have a plan beyond that with their day-to-day life. Let's go. Yeah, welcome everybody. Thank you. Interesting, Winchester's gone back to picking his pink color as well. That's definitely something to consider in the main event when the players are playing on hero names. what colors they're picking. Like if Mihai qualifies, Mihai always plays yellow, but then Viper always plays yellow. It's kind of fun to have that aspect in the main event. Okay, game 4, we've got islands, and folks, I think we're going to see a landing. I say that right off the bat because that, in my opinion, is the weakness for the Vikings, is when games get messy and the opponents go for a landing. Vikings want to have that straight-up galley war because they are so good at it. But the last 2 times, and this is very recently, and the level's gotten much higher, the last 2 times I've seen players playing against the Vikings, they went for a transport ship and they went land aggression. Make things messy for the Vikings on water. Now, Winchester, his island is quite... maybe I shouldn't be talking about how long Winchester's island is. You get the point, right? It is a very narrow island compared to maybe the generation from Mihai here. And so I think that in some ways does make it a little bit easier against the landing because it's easier to spot it. There's just less room for the villagers to move around on if the landing does happen. And it's kind of an off-center generation. So if you wanted to go for a front dock here, you might dock here, and then you might move forward and counter the neutral islands and be like, oh, wait. My opponent's not going to be over here. My opponent must be somewhere else. And this can happen, I'd say, about like a third or the fourth of the generations with islands. It just means the players really need to scout. Now, the old meta, right? Not to find yet another reason to reinforce the fact I'm getting older here, but the old meta actually in some water maps was actually to scout with a fishing ship. But these days, players are very resistant to that idea because they're like, no, that fishing ship is for eco. I must use this for fish. But in some instances, it might end up being worth doing so. It's very much not, actually. But it's just something to think about. Because I think like if you're landing, for example, it could be good to have a little bit of extra vision on where your opponent has docked. But otherwise, I think if you're going for Navy, you'll probably just end up finding out anyways, which is what people end up doing. So, Winchester's goes back dock. And this is a rough back dock. He is so close to the edge of the map. He doesn't have many deep fish. There is one here. But for efficiency, this is not the best. Now, back dock would indicate he's worried about aggression, and he doesn't want to be aggressive himself. So that much is interesting. So there may be a fast castle on the cards here from Vinch, or maybe he's expecting a landing, but yeah, he actually is missing the deep fish. Fast castle longboats would be pretty wild. We haven't seen that yet, but it is something that used to happen in other island games, and Winchester's going to get housed really, 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 really badly. This is going to hurt him so bad. Oh, God, this is brutal. And okay, at least he did realize. But his fishing ship can't create, and his villagers can't create. Just forgot a house there, and there he goes. At least he realized right before, so it's not as bad as it could be. One of the best plays with the Italians, I've always felt on islands, is actually the fast castle play. Now, we haven't seen that all the time, but the back dock also indicates we could have fast castle. So there's a lot of, like, mind games, a couple guessing games as they try and think about what the other might do. Can anyone remember where we've seen fast castle versus fast castle on islands, though? We've seen feudal age versus fast castle. We've seen galley opening against fire galley opening. We have seen fires versus fires. We've seen galleys versus galleys. We've seen landing versus galleys. We've seen landing versus fires. I don't know if we've seen fast castle versus fast castle. I'm going to say no. But fifth fishing ship on the way for Vinch tells me he is very much going to attempt that. Or cancels it. Maybe it's just like a very safe opening with galleys. 5 fishing ships here for Mihai. 3 going to golds. And if he makes a mill, it is definitely fast castle. Yep, this is fast castle from him. And this is... It's so cheap for the Italians to go up to each age. So this is really nice. So far, I've also really liked that I haven't seen really bad regroups affect the players. It's still pretty early. I should maybe knock on wood here, but The new patch that we're playing on looks really smooth. I'm happy with that. T90 demonstrating islands is not dull. Good job, says Sir Table Flipper. Thank you. I mean, some people just don't like islands, right? But I think the variety has been there in the qualifier, and I think it's been really good. The variety of civilizations as well. It's lower than other maps because there's only so many civilizations with water bonuses. But there hasn't been like one clear civ that's way better than everything, at least based on the win rate so far. I think it's been fun. Arctic Blacksmith. Okay, and the play that I recall, Nikov and Tato started this way back in the day, is you then go double dock forward with and make fires. And the goal is to go find your opponent's fish and kill them. Fast castle against fast castle. What in the world? Maybe a little too fast here for Mihai. Really cutting some corners. I wonder if he'll sell resources here. He actually sells some stone. This was not part of his plan, but he sells some stone just so he can get up, and he is up quick. But also, like, what can he really afford? One fire galley, a second dock. Vinch is going longboats, guys. Vinch is going longboats. What? Fast castle longboats. Let's go. Yo, that's amazing. And this is rare. We haven't seen this yet. So if Vinch makes the main event, I'm just saying, man, like the Persian build on Mudflow, the crazy micro in game number 1. There's Market Blacksmith. Just the buildings he needs to go up. His fishing ships are safe on the back. He'll probably go for another dock. I am still concerned for Vinch's longboat play because you can only produce longboats when you're in Castle Age. And if the fire ships from Mihai started taking out his docks, I could see things being pretty problematic. But then again, Mihai is not going to sit around and attack a dock. He's actually going to go try and find the fish with the fires. And that's going to take some time as well. Right now, Mihai is moving out. So again, the more typical generation, it's going to be like neutral island, enemy island. You go for any feudal age play, you can adapt a lot earlier to this, but now he sees a neutral island and he's going to run out here. He won't encounter too much and he'll have to veer to the side. Fishing ships are going long distance here in the back. He's got the other dock producing on the front. But yeah, this obviously is something that Mihai will need to figure out here. And with one ship, now 2, now 3, he's on the move. He's splitting up and he'll figure this out sooner rather than later. I think Vinch is going to add 2 galleys to go try and find fish, and then the rest is going to be longboats. Vinch did not sell his stone, so Vinchester will be able to drop TCs right away. And this is exactly what Mihai wanted to find. Just passing! Oh, man, he wasn't patrolling there, and he just passed them. Those fishing ships might actually survive now. Maybe Mihai noticed? And he's going to find it here. You have to assume this is a patrol now. Because he didn't know where his opponent was. Now he knows his opponent can be near. He's going to patrol. Okay. So that other fire galley just wanted to spread the love. And the fishing ships get killed anyways. Yeah, so now you've killed some fishing ships. You find the docks. And now longboats are going to come out, certainly. Yep, longboats are on the way. Dang! But also, guys, this is so sick. This is so sick. If Vinch ends up killing all the fish with 2 galleys, that would be so amazing. You have no business having your fishing ships alive. You have no business killing your opponent's fish with this. But I just think, like, the forward docks with longboats, it just takes so much time. I also think Mihai noticed those galleys because he's sticking around. Or at least maybe he didn't do it so intentionally. Either way, he's in a great spot. And I think this longboat play is not going to be very successful. Still no Bod Canero for Vinch. The fishing ships have looped around to the front because he was hoping to have this area locked down, but it is not. And now the longboats are just going to escape. So what you do here for Mihai is you keep taking down those docks. You do obviously have to respect this, but basically your other fire galleys back at home can deal with this. I wonder if Vinchester knows he doesn't have Bod Canero. Longboats are really satisfying, though. I love the longboat. It's so fun, man. It looks so cool. And they're so speedy. So Vinchester, if he can really get a big... Even just like 8 to 10 of them. I feel like he, of all players, is going to have fun microing these things. But he's committed to the boom, and he does not have many farms. Like, clearly he's microing a lot. And Mihai is... Well, his farming eco is pretty rough as well, to be honest. But he does have the 5 fish. He's adding the farms, and it's easier to micro. Fires are super easy to control compared to the longboats. The longboats you have to pay a lot more attention to. And while your docks are a bit cheaper with the Vikings, it does not feel good to lose them like this. And this monk is like, come on, we don't get fire ships. Please, let us get one. Let us know what it feels like. And no conversion happens. The res collected is close. There's still the back dock for Vinch. Has the potential to micro. Lots of weak ships in here. Still no Bodkin Arrow. Which I don't think he realized this yet. Or at least he cannot justify. You definitely want to go for Vils at this point. Like, you can get Bodkin a bit later. That's fine. Now you start to worry if you're Mihai that the longboats are going to work well, the opponent. And your main thinking is Imp. Now you can't do it right now, obviously, but you're thinking ahead, and so you have to make sure your eco's set. Because even if the longboats start to kill you and they get Bodkin Arrow, you can have that window in early Imperial Age with fast fire ship. These longboats have done a good enough job without Bodkin. Now I think we're seeing, and even I'm learning, why Fast Castle Longboat was the play here. They're just doing so well. But this is a nice find. Any moment like this is all advantage to the fires. And that's not the first time we've seen that. Mihai's farms, perfect. They're good. That's how I rate them. I don't know why people would be asking me about farms, but that's how I rate them. Farms for Vinchester, fine. 3rd TC. The bigger eco play for him. We could see just 2 town center fast imp for Mihai here. Because he just wants the cheaper dock text and he wants fast fire to win water. Early handcart. Whoa. That's interesting. I mean, handcart is a great economic upgrade, but it is 300 food and 200 wood. And to get that when you only have 44 villagers is very rare. Keep in mind, only 5 fishing ships behind this for Mihai. And Vinchester, of course, has had 0, but he does have the wheelbarrow upgrade and handcart upgrade for free. You know, some people research handcart earlier against the Vikings because they want to feel like they're on even footing. Because Vikings get that for free. I don't know. It's not... I don't even know if the math makes sense on it or whatever, but I do that on occasion. Obviously, you don't catch me playing islands that frequently, but... it might be the logic there. Longboat mass still there. Now, if Vinch thinks he has Bodkin right now, and he never gets it, that could be a big issue later on. But Mihai has just stopped making Navy. But this gives Vinch a real opportunity, and they are very close together here on these islands, guys. Longboat just checking the back, runs into some houses. Longboat's now going to the front. And now it could be Vinchester's turn to start shredding the docks. I think that would make sense. Still just producing longboats from the back. Vinchester looping around. Interesting. Is there no benefit to repairing ships in competitive AoE? No, we see repairing ships a lot. Repairing ranged ships is not common, though. Because it's... the idea with this type of unit is that you're going to be winning the fights anyways if you have enough of them. Whereas, like, with a fire galley, and you have a very weak fire galley, you obviously need that HP to close in. You're correct, though. There's a lot of weak ones in there, so maybe Vinch could do it, but... it is really common with fire ships and demo ship wars. But on more expansive water maps where you have to move around a lot, you don't see the repairs as much. On hybrid maps where it's just small amounts of water, you'll see it more. So, Mihai's on the way to the Imperial Age here. He's on his way up. Vinchester has not shown any confidence in being around these docks right now. I think he's still really paranoid. Maybe because his ships are so weak. I think there's definitely some concern that he's going to be surrounded here by fires. But from what we can see, he's not going to be surrounded by fires here. Mihai's just giving up his area. But what Mihai is going to do is he's dropping docks over here. Now, if you see this in Vinchester's shoes, you will think your opponent's on the way to Imp, and you will be terrified. That is not a good thing to see. Because no one's going to do that in Castle Age after it's been so silent. They're going to do that when they've clicked up to Imp. So Vinch may show some urgency here, and he may start using the market to click up as well. Res collected should be looking better for Vinchester over time now because he has more villagers. And again, longbows, or longboats, excuse me. We're not playing Britons here. But then also heavy demos can be really good for the Vikings against the fast fires that are going to come out. But we've got fires. Soon we'll have fires in queue. We'll have fast fire. Have a lot of different things coming here from Mihai, and I think Mihai's got a really solid window. And this is the window where normally Italians are the strongest. This is their point in the game. Early Castle Age and early Imp, they're just insane. Also, speaking of insane, these longboats are destroying the docks so quickly. And Vinch knew he didn't have Bodkin. That was calculated. Wow, interesting. This demo, if it lands, guys. Ah! Oh, dude! Killed 4 ships with that. Oh, that was clutch there. That was epic, man. Oh, man. We talked about how weak the ships were, and he saw that too. Beautiful demo there from Mihai. Also love how he's still back here attacking the docks. And now Vinchester knows to run. Now Vinchester knows this is bad for me. And Vinchester doesn't have docks. Like, he's got 1 dock. This is bad, man. This is a bad position to be in, right? He has to be very sneaky with wherever he places those. Certainly along the front's not a good idea. I think Mihai's strategy has been near perfection. He killed his opponent's fish while maintaining his own fish. He had nice eco. He didn't compete with the longboats because the longboats in Castle Age could do very well. Now that it's going to be in the Imperial Age, he's checking the backside for docks. He's checking the front side for docks. And he also researched shipwright, which helps out so much here. And again, that's why I think my feeling coming into this was that Italians are #1 on islands coming into the qualifier. I think it might have shifted a little bit. I think Armenians still insane. Dravidians are still insane. Like, those are probably my top 3. Vikings maybe fall into the 4th or 5th spot. If we're talking, like, optimal play the whole way through. The thing is, Italians just have so many savings on their docks, and the savings on each age just help them so much. And also transport ship here from Mihai. So in this version of islands, we've added a lot more resources to these neutral islands. And so Mihai, knowing this could go late, is going to try and snag these relics while he can. Because he knows, you can see it, Vinchester's docking the very back of his base. And Vinchester's going to try and make a big, big play back on the water here. Where are the longboats at for Vinch? Okay, so he's hiding, actually. Which is really good. Like, he needs to keep as many ships alive as possible. Mihai must be a little confused by that. Elite longboat on the way for Vinchester. Yeah, Vinch is just like, if I don't move, he'll never find me. And there are random yellow streaks everywhere looking through the blue, looking in the darkness, looking for ships. Like, he's looking around. I think he might be more paranoid right now about the islands and the docks. That makes sense. Look at these longboats. So this is where you need to have a galleon switch coming in behind it if you're Mihai. He's made 30 fires, guys. But he hasn't been able to break his opponent with the fires. We also haven't seen a landing. I would have loved that. You're so close. You've been an imp so much faster. A landing to build barracks here to make some condos would be so good. Finch is so exposed against something like that. That has not happened. Here are the other longboats. And we'll see if they can group up with their friends. And there is the upgrade that here we call Bob's Vinegar. So Bob, thanks for the vinegar. Bob's Vigard, that will add extra range onto the longboats. That is a tech that you pretty much need to have here if you want to max out. And obviously they're going to want to max out. Again, no landings whatsoever for Mihai. Is that something he needs to be doing right now? Like, he's got Vinch in the back corner and going full water right now. But the longboats are massing. Mihai's not producing much, guys. Okay, there's the galleon upgrade. And there's ballistics. Okay, and also bracers in. Chemistry will probably be in if it's not already. So you would want elite longboat, and you would want heavy demo. But you would also want the middle area. You want relics right now if you're Vinch. And Mihai, you've got to... Mihai's maybe going to castle here. Mihai, you got to snag these relics while you can and castle while you still can. This is a really good castle for Mihai. That'll make it awkward for Vinchester to move through. Vinchester has to hit and run, but notice he's running away from the fights on both sides. He's getting great engagements because his micro has been fantastic and this unit is really strong. But in order to get here, he has had to back the whole way up. And he now goes for elite cannon galleon. Whoa. You make one mistake with your micro, and then you lose all your longboats at the fires, though. You've got to be careful. I mean, I don't know how Vinchester can micro like this, dude. His micro has been so good all series. It's just incredible. I still think that micro in game 1 takes the cake for me. That micro next to the Siege Workshop on top of everything else was so impressive. But yeah, castle's up. That castle's huge. And now Vinchester's going to be like, are you kidding me? Now, this whole time, these fires are giving time to Mihai to get his own galleons out, to get his own ranged navy. And he's done such a good job there. He is now going to bring monks and villagers now. The monks will probably grab these relics, and then he can mine this gold, mine this stone, and have more resources in the long run, which becomes a big deal on version of Islands. We had a decision, and it was like, do we make the trees have double the amount of wood on islands? Because players run out of resources. And then I did some test games, and I thought about it, and I was like, oh, no, because it could be the same exact result. It's just the game goes an extra hour, right? So it is definitely a thing. It's like, more often than not, you are going to run out of resources rather quickly when you're spending so much wood. Having these resources is the big change with this version of Islands. It's like, we didn't have this much wood here in the past. We had the Mimi archer ranges, right? And then we didn't have this much stone and gold. We didn't have these relics. And Mihai's going to have 6 relics if things continue to go according to plan. But there's 50 longboats for Vinchester. 50 longboats. That is a lot of boats. And he's got elite cannon galleon already. And that castle will go down very quickly if Vinchester isn't careful. If Mihai isn't careful. Oh, man. Okay, so Vinch... He would love to get this through to this area if he could. Right now, he's just going to defend his stone there. Nice job. Mihai needs to and wants to kill these cannon galleons. Now, these fire ships will not last. We've established that. The longboats shred them. But the galleons should do a bit better of a job. Now, in recent patches, the galleons now do more damage against ships than they ever did. There's been so many changes to the way you can get cannon galleons in the game. We also have had things like Dramans introduced to a bunch of civs. But for this game, which is so old, right? Usually, cannon galleons didn't assist in the fights. Now they can. Vinchester still microing here, dropping a castle there to protect Golden Stone. I mean, that Golden Stone is brutal for him right now. And he still doesn't have the relics, and he still needs to push this. And there's just so many freaking galleons and longboats here. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer longboat or do you prefer the galleons? I think I'm going to go with the longboat because I think there's more of them here. But Mihai may be taking engagements because he wants to reinforce behind this. I think galleons have shown to do pretty good against the longboats. I don't know if Vinch is intentionally queuing up galleys there because he wants to make a switch to mix in galleon. But anyways, Mihai still holding this castle. And now he has cannon galleons attacking Vinchester here. That is so good. That is so good. So he's kept his castle up so far. And he will take Vinchester's castle right down. Vinchester is being punished for not having the middle of the map with his navy. That's simply what it comes down to, right? He has his docks back here. Mihai has been ready to take the fights in the middle. And the castle crashes down for Vinch. This could be brutal for Vinch. Second time I've seen hoardings from Mihai. A tech we so rarely see, that just to keep his castles up. But he's actually this castle that's researching it. And those cannon galleons are really shooting this down fast. One more volley from Vinch. That castle's going to go down. He didn't get the volley. He didn't get the volley. And we have a big fight. Winchester could still win the fight, though. There's 31 galleons. There's 60 longboats. The longboats say so long. Galleons, or, galleons. Look at how they stack. This is crazy. And Mihai still has the relics. Now, I don't know. Okay, he's going to bring these two home. He still has the gold. He still has the own on the everything on the island. And then he is denying stone and gold from Vinch. Like, Vinch is running out of resources quickly here. Vinch, back on this castle. Mihai is investing a lot into repairs, which is good to hold the position, but also that means he won't have the resources banked, right? Which is kind of an interesting aspect of this. 72 longboats for Winchester. My goodness. Castle finally falls. It's just so much navy. And Winchester wastes no time. He will queue up a transport in one of these docks. And, villagers? Yikes, dude. You ever go on a cruise and realize you're veering off course? Yeah, Winchester wants the stone and gold here quickly. But for now, he needs to be able to conveniently take these resources. And what a crazy, crazy battle. Cannon galleons for both are being microed behind. The cannon galleons have contributed with some kills. The galleon number is higher than before for Mihai. Mihai is landing. That transport is led to a landing where he is dropping a castle on Winchester. And Winchester says, I'm going to drop 2 right next to that. What? This is ridiculous. The longbow count isn't what it was before for Winchester, though. And Mihai still has relics. Mihai still has neutral resources. Mihai's castle will probably go down, but it is harassment. And there's 50 galleons here for Mihai. Mihai's definitely got a chance to hold this. I love the energy of the castle. I'm not sure if it was the right play or not. We'll see. Winchester has to back away towards his own castles now. He's going to have his 2 castles there, which can help him. And there he goes into his transport, desperate for these resources, which he can't really take unless he builds a castle. And he can't build a castle there because he built the 2 castles here. Actually made a Treb here as well, which obviously he doesn't need at this point. I think Mihai can do this. I'm noticing Winchester doesn't have the longbow count he had before. Mihai's got a lot of fresh ships. And Vinch will probably have some confidence, too, that like his ships are better because of the fights before. But a lot of that was definitely number-oriented. The wood count will become an issue now. But there's still wood, there's still gold, there's still the relics for Mihai. If Mihai can just get maxed out and prevent Winchester from taking these resources. These villagers... Oh, my God. He built a lumber camp to steal a tree. That is, well, not really worth it. It pays for itself, but he stole the tree from Winchester, knowing that wood will be an issue. And they even fight off the berserk. Wow, well played there, Mihai. And hey, your opponent made some berserks, too. Worth it? Question mark? Oh, man. What crazy engagements, guys. Oh, this is such a close game. Winchester's up 2-1. He is the favorite as well. To go up 3-1 would be so good for his nerves. Not be good for Mihai, of course. I still feel like I have a lot of faith in this galleon mass. The galleon mass is still pretty good. I think a lot of it is because his production is so much closer to everything, whereas Winchester's production is all on the backside. Winchester always has units in queue, but they're not instantly arriving to the engagement. And that could decide this game. I think it is deciding this game. I actually believe those words. Navy count is much better right now for Mihai. And Mihai is going to bring some villagers here to chop these trees ahead of time. Good thinking. Longbow count on screen, with what Capture Age says, is higher for Winchester, but they're not all engaging at the same time. Just 2 relics for Winchester, as Mihai has been extremely patient here and continues to take very strong engagements. Keep in mind, Winchester does still have these villagers here unprotected. He does have these castles which could be taken out. And, I mean, it's been a great game, guys. This has been a great game of Islands. I loved it. Fast castle from both of them. So unique. Oh, God. Are you kidding me, Mihai? Mihai's going to drop a castle here. There's cannon galleons. There's longboats. Go back. Go back. Go back. Okay, they go back. He's going to go back. Just chop these trees, man. Don't build a castle there yet. Mihai's a big fan of his forward lumber camps, I got to say. Big battle here, folks. Big battle. This is so important as resources run dry. Who wins the fight? Now Mihai thinks it's a good enough fight for him where he could drop the castle there. And he's going to make Winchester make a decision. Do you use the cannon galleons against my castle or do you use the cannon galleons against my ships? Because if you go for my castle, my ships will destroy your ships. And Mihai is taking this. There's no more longboats in queue for Winchester. He drops his own castle here, which could be good. Mihai's population is higher. His castle will lead to some kills. Honestly, it'd be better if he could kill Navy. But Mihai has just not given up control on the neutral islands and has never given up on producing Navy. And at one point when it was 80 longboats for Winchester, we thought that he couldn't be broken. Mihai eventually just whittled them down. Now, these castles are really strong right now. These castles need to be dealt with. But there's cannon galleons here from Mihai. And the GG's called. What a game. Mihai gets the job done. That was such a good game for Mihai because it looked so rough for him at various points. He was patient. He was calm. He was relaxed, as all the best players in the world are. And, I mean, if we were to look at the res collected here, maybe it tells us some of the story. But he collected more gold and more of that stone. And, of course, we know he still had this to work with. I mean, he was just there running out of trees at this point. No, he still had wood over here. But, yeah, the longboat play, I think the key thing that became obvious to me, in order to make the longboats work, Vinch needed the docks to be in the north. And so the longboats were obviously insanely strong once he got to them. But the ships were traveling such a long distance to get to the fights. And Mihai, who had the map control, right, because of his fast fires and how he played it early in, he was able to have all of his production coming from right next to every engagement. And it was just tiny little engagements, which were slightly better for Mihai over the last 10 minutes. That eventually led to him, snowballing and winning the whole thing. Also loved the aggressive castles. I mean, sometimes the aggressive castles on this map can be seen as bad. But when you have taken the stone and the gold, when you have the 6 relics, I think that's the type of thing you want to do. Winchester never wanted this castle here. He never wanted this castle here, which he ended up losing. Right? He would have wanted his castles to be on this island, but he felt like the only way to react to a castle drop was to drop his own. I think that was a nice thing there. Super close game, though. Really interesting. But Vinch eventually just realized, I just do not have the galleon mass anymore. It's just simply not there for me. So, lovely stuff. Now, Winchester, I think with his earlier advantages, maybe was overconfident and thought, oh, I just have the game now. Would have loved to have seen forward docks from him. I actually think that if he went for... Because he always had a lot of ships in queue. There was one point where he had 80 longboats and then 40 ships in queue. So I think if at that point he went for more forward docks, maybe it could have made a difference there because it was very, very even there for various points. All right. Finch lost the game because Mihai took control of neutral islands. I mean, I think that was part of it. I think controlling the neutral islands was extremely important. I don't think you can say that just taking the neutral islands is what won Mihai the game there, right? There's a lot of different things that played into it. Crazy series. Once again, everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. We'll have sets all day today. I really appreciate the support and the interest in the qualifiers. This is the first time that I am also simultaneously streaming to YouTube in 6 years. Actually, that's not true. 6 years ago, I streamed on YouTube just as a test. So if you go to my live tab on YouTube, you actually get to hear what I sounded like 6 years ago, which, trust me, don't do that. But happy to be multi-streaming it to YouTube today. I know there's a lot of people out there who wanted to enjoy it on YouTube. So if you prefer that method, if you're watching there, thank you. We have apparently 2,000 people watching on YouTube right now, which is amazing. Thank you for that. We also have people subscribing. We had some donos over there too. It's been amazing. All right. Sub count here on Twitch has been awesome. Welcome, everybody. Salutes to you. I'm still kind of waking up, but hopefully the commentary has been good. We have 2 more best of 7s after this today. Winner of this series, winner of all the sets now, qualify for the main event of Hidden Cup. And they will be playing on hero names in the main event, February 25th through March 3rd. And every day has been filled with nonstop work for the main event. There's some of the heroes. I am all in On the hero on the bottom left, Salim the Grim. Thank you very much. Salim's going to take the whole thing. Or so I think. Or so I hope. But, yeah, other people really excited about certain names there. You can let me know which one's your favorite. But thank you. Forever Frank, thank you for the gifted subs, my friends. Let's get into the next game. It is 2-2 here. This best of 7 has just delivered so far. It has been back and forth. Makes me happy. Makes me very happy. But also makes me nervous for them, right? Oh, man. Losing this series would be brutal. Because you can say, if you lose this series, you have the backup series available on Sunday. But you're going to be up against another elite player there, too. So it's not like a sure thing that whoever loses this is going to be in. And when they're playing this good, they'll want to take full advantage of it here. So catching up to live time. Man, I like take a short, 2 to 3 minute break just to thank people for being here, explain some things. These guys are taking no breaks. What is this? My wrists hurt just watching Vinchester Micro. My God. 2-2 here. Winner moves into Hidden Cup 5 main event. It's been a crazy series. And I have full confidence. I mean, whoever wins this series, are they going to do well in the main event? Abso-freaking-lutely, dude. Abso-freaking-lutely they are. I mean, you don't know who you're going to be up against, of course. But they've had lots of practice in the qualifier. At high-level practice. And then also, there's going to be new maps. And I think with how I've seen these guys play on some of the different maps that Hidden Cup Qualifier has had, the new maps as well, I think will be really good for them. So, crazy stuff. I'm casting with Margugu for the next series, guys, because it is Sito against Sobek for series number 2. I thought, who better to bring in than another Frenchman? But I think I did reach out to Dave to cast Ganji MBL. If Dave is on for the third set of the day, Ganji MBL should be a really crazy set as well. All right. So, Franks against Malians. As we were catching up, I did see that Vinchester stole some pigs. This is a really nice matchup. Now, the Franks have had a really nice win rate here, but a big reason for that win rate is because of Mihai, actually. Mihai, I think, played with him 3 times. Might have been just twice. But I know he played Franks against Saracens on in his second rounds against Overtaken and won there. And then he also played Franks against Byzantines in the third round against Margugu and won there. So he will know how good the Franks are, even if there are options to counter them. But the Malians are a good civilization to match up against the Franks, in my opinion. Any civ that gets camel usually is. And Malians just a little bit more flexible. Franks just super consistent with their economy. And Vinchester loves a good scout rush here, so I think he's going to do that. Vinchester choosing to make a mill on the fish over here, which is a bit more risky, of course. But I think it's worth it. I think we'll see it a bit more. But I don't know. Sometimes players, the higher the level gets, the less the players want to take risks. I think there will be a difference of approach in the main event for slopes. But Mihai pushing in some resources from the slope right now. Main gold for Vinchester is kind of brutal. He does have this gold very far in the back, which is really nice. But if he's planning to take the main gold and the main stone, yikes, dude. That is way better here for Mihai with the gold and stone being on the back. So certainly something to think about there. And you do have the other options of resources out there, though. If you're Vinch, I think this gold, he's obviously going to take this gold. So that's fine, but stone will need to be something he needs to be creative with. Does have the stone over here. Yeah, it would be wild if someone else tried this strategy that Tato did on this map with the fast castle. I don't think we'll see it because the level will be very close. Full respect to Fire, of course, but he was not the favorite in that series. Tato, I think, did that strategy because he thought he could get away with it. It was a really fun game, though. And it is a really solid strat to go for Mongols and Steppe Lancers, so. But that was on, that's on the Extras channel. It's also on the main YouTube channel if you missed it. Basically, he went Fast Castle with Mongols on this map, and he went Steppe Lancer. And it was a really crazy game. Oh, man, check this out. Vinchester, he just now saw the barracks. I don't think he knows militia are coming. Maybe he does. God, Mihai hasn't scouted this. Okay, Mihai needs to know right now. He's not on berries with Franks. He has to have milled the side. This is what happens when you push resources, guys. Instead of scouting, this is what can happen. There's potential for him to come right here. Oh, you've got to know about it, dude. It's part of the map. It's such a bit... Oh. I mean, it's wild how Vince just stands here. Guys, I would be... My vills would be here. I would be pre-walling them. Oh, man. Well, I mean, it is just militia and a scout. So we don't know if it would have led to villager kills. But, you know, it brings it back to the start. Scouting. And I think a lot of players like to streamline their builds and just push in resources, which is, of course, good. But taking those other resources is still really important. There's clearly a style difference between the two. Like, this is the second time now in this series we've seen the little 2 militia play. No, actually, 3 out of the 4 games we've seen militia in Dark Age. And then eventually even Man-at-Arms. In some cases from Mihai. I haven't seen Vinch make infantry once. He does not seem interested. But it was game 1 infantry, game 2 infantry. And then out game 4, obviously game 3 was islands, so... Wait, no, this is game 5. Okay, well, anyways, a lot... Yellow man make infantry. Blue man, no infantry. Okay, there's my professional commentary. I think you got the point. Winchester massing scouts. Villagers still here on the sides. Taking the food, which is great. And I think there must be some sense right now from Mihai that he's not going to find much damage with this anymore. He's going to scout this area and be like, oh, Vinch isn't taking these resources, just like me. Not knowing that Vinch is taking this. But here's the thing about the side resources. It's not necessarily way better than farms. And Mihai has good farming eco right now, too. So, but can he protect it? Because he has all this military here on the front. And I'm sure he senses he's exposed here and that the scouts are coming forward. It got awfully quiet. Here's Vinchester. Vinchester swooping in. Vinchester sees the villager. And just like that, Vinchester, no hesitation, actually goes in for the spear as well. Would love to take the villager too, but is going to... Ooh, actually doesn't kill the spearman. And meanwhile, Mihai ran directly into a TC with the spearman, but... Normally you want that spearman to die, and I think if Vinch would have microed it with all 4 scouts, he would have killed the spear without losing a scout. Still, though, he'll know that one spearman is weak, and we'll see how Vinch micros this. But he's distracted at home. He's distracted at home. And his distraction at home led to a kill. And he's distracted again! Alright, Vinchester. Not doing as much as he would have wanted here. Weak villager, though. Mihai's made so many spearmen right now. My goodness. Did end up losing another spearman to the TC. This TC has 5 kills. TC MVP. What do you think? Think about it. I think about the town center from Vinchester in Game 5. That town center accomplished more than Vinchester did with all of his scouts. Anyways, we'll see what the booth has to think about that later. Archery range now for Vinch, and he chooses to take the gold on the front. Even though that gold is back here. That's really risky. But, you know, a couple archers could do well against the spears. And it's a stable behind this for Mihai. So Mihai's not going to switch into archers at all. He just wants to go into camels, most likely, to counter the Franks. But thanks again, everybody, for the support. I am just going to shout out some people in my chat right now because my sub list is broken, which is horrible for a streamer. But thank you, Lord DVM. Thank you, Calido. Thank you, Calpit. Thank you, Tasty Catfish. Thanks, everyone, for just being here. I know there's been some resubs I've missed, but again, it's not showing up. It is just a blank list right now, which is really annoying me. But appreciate you guys. Black Belt Dave, welcome back. I know you're one of my 5-year subs. Thank you for not just being here, but defending us with your black belts of Vinchester. I wonder if at some point here he regretted getting Wheelbarrow, because he's had the resources to go Castle Age for a bit. And that Wheelbarrow upgrade takes a painfully long time. That scout. Keeping that scout alive is really valuable, actually. It almost died there. Had it gone down, then there's really no chance that Mihai is going to scout the fact that Vinchester's going to go crossbow here. But it's always something as the Franks you have to think about when you're up against a camel civ. Do I want to just play into knights? Usually the answer is no. So a combination of knights and crossbows would make a lot of sense. I think right now Vinchester knows his opponent's going camels because he does not see any signs of archers. It would just feel very obvious, I think, to do that. But like we had just said, this now gets scouted. At least the one archer gets scouted. And the Malian infantry are going to fight away here against the archer and might actually end up getting a kill because you get the extra pierce armor with Malians. Killing an archer with a spearman would be epic, but it doesn't happen. 2-2. Crazy series here, guys. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you. T90, are you looking at YouTube chat? Technically, no. Because according to Twitch contract, you're supposed to... You can multi-stream, but the experience that people get on Twitch must be priority. So definitely not. Definitely not appreciating those of you who are watching on YouTube and supporting in whatever ways you can there. And prefer to watch there. I would never, ever acknowledge you. Archers and scouts for Vinch. Very interesting. Second TC now for Mihai in the north. And then he also goes for another TC. So, wow. Now, he saw his opponent was going archers, which is critical because he's going to go knights now. But he's not really committing that much to army. He's just going for the eco approach. He's not gone to the sides either. You guys know this. I'm obsessed with this map. I think this is a really good map. I love how some games we have TCs on the sides. Some games we have pushes down the middle. Some games we have... you could do a similar thing every time, but there's so many pros and cons to every position you might want to take. And here for Mihai, he wanted to go for the big eco play, but he's going to have no map control on the sides, and he's gone for very passive play in the opening. Vinchester's here to punish this. A Vinchester will TC the front, which will protect that gold. He's still not walled, but that's a good spot. And honestly, even though Mihai doesn't have army yet to deal with this, I also have to say, really sick job from him not to lose more vills. And actually, early +2 armor is really rare here. I could work really nice against the army that Vinchester has. So Vinch gets through. Vinch sees this now. And Vinch is like, oh, these knights don't have bloodlines. They don't have armor. I can fight it. Well, now armor's in. Still no bloodlines. Vinchester kills one knight. Vinchester backing away. Oh, God. This is a good fight for Vinch. Mihai and myself, I thought that the fight would be better there with the +2 armor. That's what he was hoping for. That was a really good value fight there for Vinchester. And guys, the unit grouping being better now on the patch that we've so kindly been given by Microsoft for this event now looks really good for crossbows. Like, we have not been seeing this because players are scared. We're scared to go for crossbows because they're worried they'd regroup directly into knights like this. I'm really happy with the performance. Also, look at Vinch. He knows that's going to be healed up at some point. He dives underneath the TC and kills that knight. And, oh, Mihai is just being completely rolled right now. Vinch will TC the right side, which Mihai may actually see with that weak scout. And that's just to take the food. But Mihai can barely take gold right now. And still double crossbow production from Vinch. Non-stop production, it feels like, from him. This range has been producing, well, only 75% of the time over the last minute. So not as impressive as I thought it was. But still, the fact that he's got army is massive here. And the 3 TC play, you want smooth eco. It's not going to feel smooth at all when you have villagers in and out of your town centers like this. Mihai's going to take a page out of Vinchester's book from that quarry game and try and loop around this way to pick off the reinforcements. I don't know what she's doing. She's like, I wanted to be a warrior. That's not going to happen. Also kind of interesting that Vinchester was going to go Siege Workshop. I think going Siege Workshop when your opponent has shown knights is probably not the play. I think monks would make sense. Look at Vinch, guys. Patrolling here with the light cap, patrolling here with the light cap. He is locked in. And he's also going to see this scout. So very, very attentive indeed. Mihai still in the game. Mihai has not been broken. The matchup can be good for the Malians if this goes later. And it seems like Vinchester's going to need a little bit more to break him. But Winchester will know that Mihai is in the middle. And he's got him surrounded right now. Definitely a situation where I wouldn't hate to see a really long castle age from Vinch. Like, it would feel pretty comfortable to go for a 4th and a 5th town center even. But if you're going to focus that much on economy, you need to also still micro your army. Vinch's micro has been unbelievable today. Yeah, so basically the patch we have, so I had the option to use it or not. It was my decision. The regrouping problems we had are gone. The teleport is gone. There's a list of 4 or 5 things. But basically regrouping feels as good as it ever has, in my opinion. I think villagers actually are a bit better as well, but that was not listed, so I don't know. Teleportation's better. Basically, all units don't regroup different directions when you try and click them around, and that's the biggest thing, so. But there is no, to clarify this, okay, this is for Hidden Cup. So you need to go back in time, and you need to sign up for the Hidden Cup qualifier a month ago, and you need to make it to the 4th round to be able to play on this. All right? I have no information on how this will go for the day-to-day gameplay for you and others. T90, is this match on a new patch? Yes, I just said it's on a new patch, Swift Dank Coyote. Listen up, Coyote. I thought you had good hearing. Sorry. 69 villagers against 72 right now. Military's really good, solid for Winchester. He can use the light calves effectively against monks, and then he can use these knights against the scorpions, but have to get the fight in the right way there, and those knights were very weak. Knights back away. Noticing Winchester's got a couple Lytles back here, which is a little interesting. He's very heavy on stone, and he definitely wants a castle forward, and he's not going to wait for it. He is going to go for that castle now, and he's going to drop the castle right there. Well, he knows that Mihai's on the right. But Mihai sees the Vills. Okay, Lightcav still swooping in. Like, where are you? It actually slows the army down as well. Wow, that Lightcav got converted. What? And how are you supposed to deny this? Can you deny this? Do you build your own castle if you're Mihai? What do you do? Oh, that is a really good castle from Winchester. Do love Vinch's Lightcav activity. He's always checking, man. He knows there's monks, knights, and scorpions all move at a different speed, and that's very likely they'll be separated in some instances. And that castle will go up, and Vinch is just going to TC this gold. So he denies the gold, essentially, because this TC is going to get shot down. He then TCs a gold. But I should say, meanwhile, a little escape here from Mihai, and Mihai will be over here on this stone. Mihai also counterattacking. These knights have solid upgrades, like we said before. So this could do damage. Winchester needs to react here. He does react. He does quick wall behind. He does have some pikes. But the knights still will not be killed just by the TC and the pikes. Not just yet. Winchester, though, still hoping to run directly through to this gold, I'm sure. And he actually tossed all of his crossbows inside of the castle so that TC gets shot down so much faster. That is such a good move. He's going to make a couple knights here. He will deal with this. And he also reacted here. Yeah, Vinch is on 5 TCs. Right? Or can I not count? 4. Okay, whatever. 4, 5. It's all the same ballpark, right? Crazy economy from him. It hurts that Mihai has to drop a castle to protect this goal. Or is it 5? Is it 5? People are saying, oh, it is. Oh, yeah, like I said, it's 5. Sorry. Anyways, all right. I had it right the first time. And we'll see what he does with this 5 TC economy. Because, again, it feels natural to me. You've got your opponent castle dropped. Your resources aren't there for Imp yet. I think you just spam knights, make tons of army to deny the other areas. So denying this area would be paramount. And then, of course, getting back over here could be good. I'll know his opponent has monks, but, like, if you can make... Monks really matter when you're just on a couple knights. If you can make 20 knights, a couple monks converting some knights isn't really going to be something that bothers you that much. And I think Vinch wants another castle. We'll see if these villagers do it or what. But, I mean, a castle here feels very natural. Okay, right there. You see those crossbows and how they went back immediately? If it was on the previous patch, they would regroup and get hit by the scorpions. The unit behavior is exactly what we want there. If you guys would like, I can actually make a little comparison video at some point if I have the time. But I think the point is, Vinchester's unit controls looked amazing. And he is spamming these knights, like we said. And he wants to drop another castle on the right side here on slopes. Mihai has just been behind since the start, it feels like. I mean, his aggression early was nice. But Vinchester has not allowed him to have any flow or any room to breathe in this game. Honestly, Vinch, I love that castle spot, but I think it's so much better just dropping it here, dude. You've got gold, you've got stone. I mean, Mihai's going to drop a castle there now. This is going to get wild. Yeah, and Mihai can still take stone. He's got some Gabetto. He sees the Vilzer here. He'll kill a few of them. Knights from Vinchester are going to loop into the back. And Vinch actually cancels some of his knights in production, and he's going to go up to the Imperial Age, which is a really good play. Vinchester crossbows. Dive underneath the Mangonel. Crazy micro again from him, as he has had all series. And doesn't lose a unit because he's on top of the hill. And will kill more villagers. And will finish this castle, which will shoot down this TC. And there's knights in the back. And there's still a castle on the side. And Mihai must be completely overwhelmed at the moment. God, this is brutal. Oh, man, this is just so brutal. And now, if you're on the way to Imp and you see this castle is up for Mihai, you can simply just drop one at home. And that gives you a good position to tread from. Mihai is going to try his best here, but he has not been able to find good fights. Even though many people feel the Malians are a nice matchup against Franks. It's now the third time I've seen Franks against Camel Civs on this map, and they're still winning with Crossbow and Knight and Eco. Very interesting. Franks are Franks, that's what people say. They're just still so smooth. There's so many bonuses that flow so well together. I love how Vinchester played the map as well, guys. He has buildings in every side area while also having two castles in the middle. Like, he's truly focused on every single area you possibly can. And, well, I think Mihai, he already knows this is bad. He's playing on until he knows he's dead because this is such a big moment for him in his career. Biggest moment in his Age of Empires career here. Could maybe say, you know, maybe you could say that that series against, who did he play after he played MBL in the NAC qualifier? I actually forget. Was it Jordan, maybe? Maybe that series is comparable, right? Because it was one series away from making it to a big event. Because he was close to qualifying for NAC, but couldn't make it. But either way, he's not gonna like that Imperial Age. I'm sure in some ways he sensed it. Vinchester's all over him here. And Vinchester, who is our favorite, goes up 3-2 in the best of 7. A beautiful game from Vinch, as we said. I do feel like in some ways for Mihai, he just wasn't able to utilize the aspects of the map all that well here. I think a good example of it was he never scouted properly to know that Vinchester was here. So, like, he looked so long to find damage with Militia and the Scout. But he was just too tunnel visioned and never pre-scouted it. Was never able to deny this, which was a big problem. And then in Castle Age, he dropped the town centers, but he never really had any side control. He never had front control. He really gave up a lot of map control there, and Vinchester made him pay. But Vinchester up 3-2. That does not mean this series is over, because Vinchester won the first game, which was still possibly the best game of all the games, and they've all been insane. Like, this has been peak Age of Empires. I'm loving it. But Mihai has always responded. So if Mihai responds again, maybe we'll get that game 7. There's the resources collected, though, from Vinch. And the pressure's all on Mihai. All right, so now we really need to get down to the nitty-gritty with the drafting here and really speculate. So Vinch lost on Islands. He then wins on Slopes. We have Cross and we have Gold Rush remaining. And then for Vinch, he obviously won there with the Franks. Mihai lost with the Malians. Vinchester lost with the Vikings. And then Mihai won with Italians. Okay. So I can simplify this for you guys. So Japanese is going to be the cross pick for Mihai. I think it will be Huns for Vinchester, but it could be Portuguese. I think Vinch might also want Georgians for Gold Rush, which we've seen a lot, but they've lost a lot. Mihai will have Burgundians for Gold Rush. I think if Mihai wins this game, he has the better civ available for Game 7. That's just my little take here before we go into this next one. So this is a really important one for Vinch. He went Huns in the previous round on this map, and he made Huns look really smooth. Someone says Vinch does not have a cross civ. Oh, yes, he does, my friend. Yes, he does. The Huns are an insane cross civilization. It will be Huns Japanese. Woo! And we've got 50 seconds. Wow. Well, I'll break it down for you once we're in the game. Thank you, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Viewership's insane. We have over 10,000 viewers collectively on Twitch and YouTube right now. That's amazing. Thank you. To be here for a qualifier like this is so motivating. But also the games. The games have delivered. Thank you, Vinchester and Mihai. Thank you, future players, for this qualifier. You guys, I mean, they clearly have practiced. This clearly matters so much to them. It's been so fun. None of the sets are going to happen until a series concludes. So if you're worried about the other sets, they will not start early. They will all wait. For the deciders, there will be no overlap. So, what's up, French? He says, Prime sub renews in 5 days. I'll be here. I'll be here in 5 days. Thank you, man. All right, so game number 6. And we think if Vinchester doesn't win, he may be in some ways out-civved for future games. I'm going to repeat myself because I just now came into this, and people who will watch later on the videos will need to hear it. It feels like if this goes to Game 7, that Vinchester might not have a civilization that at least throughout the qualifier has done very well, whereas Mihai will have one. So that's a big deal here. Vinchester would love to finish this off. Now we've got Cross. I think this is the most difficult map to play of the 7 maps we have in the pool, genuinely. There's so many different things. And in the previous game, I talked about the importance of scouting. I think it is so important that players are scouting over pushing deer to find out where the opponent is, to find out where the opponent has docked, to find out their resource location. The Japanese are incredibly flexible, though. The Japanese have cheaper lumber camps, mining camps, mills, which allows them to save so much. Their fishing ships are so strong, and Japanese can be so deadly on an open map with man-at-arms in front of that. Having said that, though, Vinchester, he played Huns before, and it just gets to a point where as long as you don't fall behind against man-at-arms, because I think it was actually this exact matchup in the previous round for him, they're super smooth. And not having to spend wood on houses, it just feels so good in Feudal Age. You could spend so much wood then on army. And this map, you're always producing out of multiple docks, your TC, and your land military buildings, which leads to a lot of people getting population capped. That boar is on the back. And I don't know if Mihai saw it, but I wonder if being down, he would consider a steal there. His scout is forward very early here. Notice how Vinch said, actually, let's not push deer. Notice how early Mihai is with the scouting. I think this is how you should be playing it. We've seen a lot of players push deer and miss out on scouting intel. But now Mihai can make informed decisions. And he thinks, okay, TC's probably here. Gold is exposed here. Gold could be a really big problem for Vinchester, so maybe that will be the pressure point. Huns have won 2 of 3 games so far in this quali, both on cross, once versus Japanese. Okay, interesting. Yeah, well, the Huns versus Japanese game was actually Vinchester against Dark. So it was Vinchester who won with Huns in this matchup before. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Mihai wants to deny the dock. Vinchester saw the scout. Even delaying the dock could be really good, but the villager could still go down. Vinchester says no. But still the dock's not up. And the boar can't be brought in that easily for Vinchester either. And that scout that Vinchester wanted to use to scout the map may consider coming home now. But no, Vinch is just going to get loom. I mean, honestly, it's a smart play. You're down a vill, but then you don't lose the vill. You still get your dock up. Obviously, well played from Mihai to be able to... Wow, that boar's running from Winchester right now. Nice job from Mihai to force to get some damage in here in Dark Age. He's trying to block the villager now. Winchester might not be able to dock on time with this. Like, Winchester still hasn't docked because he has to click this so much. And, oh, okay, some scout HP gets taken off. Still like how Mihai's played this. I mean, Mihai's on 2 fishing ships. And Winchester doesn't have any now because of that delay. Crazy. Which civ bonus for resource saving is better? Very simple answer. It depends. In early game, Japanese feel insane with their savings, and they can do a lot of things. In the middle of the game, though, the Huns feel very strong not having to spend the wood. But again, it's not just not spending the wood, but it is also not getting population capped on a map where you produce a lot. Winchester still hasn't found the opponent, by the way. Like, his scout was here. Then when the scout shenanigans happened, he started to pull his scout home. He's seeing neutral golds. He's not seeing any signs of TCs. He must know that his opponent's going to be more towards the north now. And Winchester, super early, is actually going to move forward to the left side with a Vil. This is extremely uncommon timing. Even if you were to sneak a villager, you wouldn't normally do it this fast. I think he's going to adjust on the fly here. Like, right now, he doesn't know if his opponent is docked there or not. There is a chance, but it is more likely his opponent has docked the north. So if he sees the north, then he knows he can fish in the west. Yeah. Yeah, so now he will likely fish here. And then if he... I don't know if he wants to try and kill Japanese fishing ships at all, but if he wants to, then he could always sneak a villager this way. Yeah, Vinch will feel like he's a little bit behind at the moment, just because of the delayed dock. This is an area he can invest into, though. And now Winchester needs to scout and see the front of Mihai's base, because Mihai has one of the best civs for this. And Huns are also one of the worst civs in these moments, because you cannot house wall. It actually hurts you to not be able to make houses. And does Vinch see this? Oh, dude, guys, Vinch has no clue. Just think of the scouting. Mihai scouted every resource Vinch is taking. Mihai scouted the pond and delayed the dock. And now Mihai is sneaking a villager already. And Mihai has militia now on the way. And Winchester doesn't see this. Now, I think you can expect it in some ways from the Japanese, but he still doesn't see it. And he also just checked with the fishing ship here, both sides, to see if there's a sneak dock. But the dock is actually still going to go up anyways. This is amazing for Mihai. This is amazing for Mihai if Winchester doesn't notice it. This is going to be so much pressure. Vinch is pre-walling everything. So I think it's like... It's definitely at a level where you simply just expect man-at-arms from Japanese. And Winchester checks again and notices this. Really well played. Doesn't make life easy for you, though, but really well played. It's also kind of nice that he has just 2 fishing ships here, and he has 2 more over here. Usually you have 4 in 1 pond. So maybe he just doesn't... I don't know. Maybe he just gives up these fish. I don't know. You never really want to just give up an area, because then these 2 docks from Mihai can make fishing ships, and then he has such a big fish lead. We do have an archery range here for Vinch. No range yet for Mihai, because he went for the double dock. But again, we haven't yet hit that point where the Huns feel super fluid and feel like they're saving a lot of wood. But we're obviously getting much closer to that point. Winchester's not making any more fish. He has the archery range. This is something that Mihai will see. And Mihai's scout is getting attacked. Vinch just keeps waiting. He expects Mihai to pull away, but Mihai hasn't yet. Nice job from Vinch not to be broken yet, but Winchester never produced here. Winchester will lose those fishing ships. How is Mihai going to spend his wood after these fire galleys? He's going to have 3. He's expecting this to be contested. It will not be. And he doesn't have archers yet. So Winchester could now win land, in theory, right? But the man-at-arms hoping to buy some time. Nice micro. Really nice micro from both players here. My goodness. Winchester just evading that man-at-arm is sick. And Vinch has fletching already. There's a spear now. Winchester evading that as well. God, there's so many tiny little things happening here with their unit control. It's very impressive. Finch still over here with 3. Now we see immediate fishing ships from Mihai. That's what I mean, right? If you just give up a pond, your opponent will instantly add fish there, which could be really bad for your economy. But if the ranged units get forward, like there is a real window here for Winchester, who's still chasing the man-at-arms. He needs to be at Mihai's base. Mihai is so exposed. But Vinch is just, he wants to clear this up. And in doing so, is giving Mihai a lot of time. I think Vinch is always a player, though, who's comfortable if he has the army lead. And for that reason, he's going for this. Also, just doesn't have a lot of scouting on things, right? I really like what he's done here. He's even preemptively adding a fire galley just in case. Mihai, who finds some pigs and has done a good job to keep that scout alive, is going to find out that there's a scout here. Now, Vinch he's paused and said drop like 6 times today. So he just paused again because he was dropping. Like, basically, the game will, like, speed up and slow down sometimes if your internet's being weird. So kind of called that one. But, hey, the walls are up here from Mihai. Mihai is going to have ranged units now to defend. And that window that Winchester had was closing a little bit. Or is closing a little bit. 8 fishing ships with 4 more in the queue right now. In this pond here for Mihai. Who's done everything so well so far. Again, the main thing was just a little bit of greed and not having the army to defend this. Now, if you go for not YOLO cav archers, if you're on like 3 ranged cav archers with a couple knights here as Huns, it can be really awkward for the Japanese. I love how Vinci said walls. I'm the Huns, man. We're aggressive here. I will not spend any of my wood on walls. I would just spend it on army. Does see these skirms though from Mihai now, and nice job from Mihai. That weak scout actually will kill that skirm. And Winchester worried about the army. Should be worried about his economy now, but the resources collected is pretty close. And no way. Wait, does Mihai notice this? Vinch snuck a Vil. It was the Vil that docked this, and he walked through. And Mihai doesn't notice that. Oh, shoot. That is such a big deal. He thinks this is a free pond for him. That's going to be 6 fishing ships exposed. And that will likely go down. He is on the way to the next stage, though. And he still has the fish here. A nice job from Winchester. Now, the walls are up for Mihai. Mihai will go into ranged units still. Mihai's clicked up to Castle Age faster. Now, I want to remind you guys, because I think a lot of people today have said, I wish both could win. The loser of every best of 7 today and tomorrow, they do still have a second chance, and they will go into another best of 7 on Sunday against other losers of the best of 7s, right? So after Friday and after Saturday, so tomorrow, there will have been 6 players who qualify for the main event, because they will have won the best of 7s. And then there'll be 3 more the final day. So there is that. But like I said, you're playing so good. All the players are playing so good. It doesn't feel like... It's not going to feel great to lose the series and have to do it all over again. And maybe you're a bit rusty the next time, you know? Maybe you're not able to bring this level. There's lots of uncertainty. Winchester, he should never be microing this. This is... Dude, these are armored skirms. You've got archers. Nobody fights this. But Winchester fights this. And Winchester took the pond. Winchester also scouting this pond to see if there's anything over here. And Winchester, who had the fire galley over here, is already working away on the dock from Mihai. We'll see if Mihai kills any fish there. Winchester is through with this army. Man, is he going to get some value from this. These scouts can push the skirms, and Mihai is falling apart. Oh, man. Now, he did have... I thought he was going to have an archer army, but it seems like he doesn't actually have that much. And just the Hun things, man. Look at the res collected. It's still super close. Obviously helped by the fact that those fishing ships were killed. And it is going to be cav archers for the Japanese. Interesting. Japanese cav archers do have a bonus now where they do extra damage against... They do +2 damage against archers, which would mean in a cav archer v cav archer battle, the Japanese cav archers are actually stronger. Which is maybe why Winchester is making a few knights as well. But Hun cav archers are cheap, which I think is an underrated thing. Also, it is so fluid. Oh, man, and Mihai is getting wrecked. He got pushed off of gold. I don't think he ever expects Vinch to get value from this. This is a feudal age army. Maybe a little too hesitant to take engagements here with the cav archers there, and now Mihai might be shaking a little bit. Obviously, he is going to kill this. We knew this army from Winchester was going to go down eventually, but such a good job. I mean, even this scout here contributed with 4 kills. Sick job from Vinch. To get through there, so many players see that wall and back away. That's not a scenario that Mihai is used to encountering. So Siege Workshop on the middle. Now, of course, it's admirable for the Huns to play open. But if you play open and you ever get military from the opponent in your base, it will be awful. I think Mihai now, he wants to kill the Vil that might be on the dock. And he also would love to still kill the fish here from Vinch. I don't think Vinch cares about fish anymore, truthfully. I think Vinch is not going to fish trap here. I think it's going to be like farms and TCs. It's going to be pressure. The fishing is great, and the fishing can add up over time. But this map is far too aggressive. And yet again, Winchester is going to be through. Winchester 1 win away from being back in Hidden Cup. He'll be a main event player again. He played so good in Hidden Cup 4. I just still remember watching him. You weren't, like, Winchester's so aggressive and so micro-oriented, it does lead to a lot more confusion when trying to figure out who is who. This is someone like Hera, someone like Viper in the main event already. If Vinch joins, it should be amazing. God, his micro is so good. He knows the CA are attacking those. He splits it up. That knight's still killing more villagers. He's still here on the siege, with the siege. His unit control's been amazing. Again, if you just got here and you really want to see some top-tier micro, just go back and watch the Castle Age sequence in Game 1 as well. And poor Mihai has played so good. He's come so far. But right now, this is looking brutal for him. Winchester's got full control. And yeah, best of luck to you, Mihai. You have no gold now. I thought Mihai's map was better when it came to gold. Look at Vinch's gold. Ooh, awful. But you know what wins games? Military. And Winchester's all over him with the military front right now. This is looking like the Winchester of old, by the way. 2023 was a little inconsistent for him. This is looking like the Winchester that everyone knows and loves. The top 10 Winchester. And I know everyone's been training away, and the qualifier having $10,000 prize pool, I think, has really helped a lot of players, maybe below Winchester and Mihai's caliber, to really train. The training, the quality's been amazing, but I think Vinch, he's just going to dive here. He's like, you know what? If I lose a knight, whatever. Hopefully I don't. He does lose it. That knight could kill his siege, so it is risky. Actually, it is risky. There's a reason why you don't normally take that engagement, because you don't want your siege to go down. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Loses the Mangonel. TC, though, is down. Winchester kills the next monk. There's just villagers everywhere. I mean, this is just brutal. No gold means you can't make more monks. You can't make many more cav archers. That's probably a big reason why Vinch is taking the fights. And Mihai will likely be back on Sunday. I don't know who he could potentially face. I'm sure he'll be paying attention to the other sets, who could win or lose there. But he's good enough to make it. He's going to have to be a little bit... Well, maybe hope he's not up against a player like Winchester, who's so aggressive in Castle Age. Seems super solid. And this is just him realizing slowly but surely that he is dead here, I think. All of his cav archers are dead. Monk! Ah, Monk doesn't get a conversion. Brutal. And the GG's called. And Winchester, as Mihai says, good luck next, which is kind of funny because that means Winchester qualifies. Yeah, Winchester advances. And that good luck that Mihai has given him is going to be in Hidden Cup 5 main event. Congratulations, Winchester. I cannot wait. I cannot wait till Winchester puts on the mask and is one of the hidden players because he is so unbelievably good. And honestly, this is maybe some of the best Age of Empires I've seen from Mihai. He looks super improved. It continues to rise in skill. Winchester had to bring his best today, but man, is his best good. He is so freaking fun to watch. So Winchester joins the main event players. He will be in Hidden Cup 5, February 25th through March 3rd. And that was a top 10 player right there. Mihai will be playing the loser of Sobek and Sato, I've been told. And honestly, I think Mihai might end up being... I want to say Mihai's going to be the favorite in that series, but we have to cast Sobek and Sato first to see what level's being brought there. It will be Sato and Sobek up next, by the way, for those that are keeping tabs, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch. There's the res collected. I just loved how Vinch, like, he so quickly gave up this pond. And I wonder if it was a strategy to only make 2 fish here. I think it was some level of adaptation because his dock was actually delayed. But he's like, oh, you're going to commit double dock and spend a lot of resources on that and the ships. I will go land army then. And I'll just shift my focus away elsewhere. And then it was just always Winchester controlling the game on land. And he did transition to farms very quickly as well, right? So it wasn't like he was hurting for food. Still had some fish around. And yeah, to dominate the Japanese when the Japanese made that many fishing ships is extremely rare. Like another thing about the main event when it comes to guessing who Winchester is, Winchester played Huns twice. It's not common. Not common on this map. A lot of people have not been doing that. So if we see Huns and we see Cross in the main event on whatever hero we're seeing that with, maybe it's a sign that it's Winchester. I don't know. Dang, crazy series. All right, viewership's insane right now. Appreciate the support, everybody. But this is a long day for us. This is a very long day. The next series is going to be casted with Margugu, so get your baguettes ready. It's going to be extra French in the next series, as we'll have Margugu the Frenchman casting with me. We cast Sato and Sobek. But I need a quick break. That series was 3 hours. But once again, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, thank you. If you want to support the show, subbing's the best way to do so. On YouTube, we only have 4 emotes right now. We've unlocked more. On Twitch, obviously, we've got like 60 or whatever. So it's a good way to be involved, use the emotes, get some reward for it, and also support me and motivate me in whatever ways possible, okay? But yeah, break time for me. And I'm going to be back after some tunes, and I'll introduce Margugu. We'll cast the next series, show the draft. It should be awesome. Anyways, see you guys soon.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper.
with a dead tree protects the only act.
Sorry, my YouTube just glitched. Okay, are we good?
Would be a good idea to build.
Nope, nope. I'm sorry. Apparently I don't have good enough internet to stream on YouTube and on Twitch and also play break music. This is great. I'm trying to take a break. Okay, we're back.
The watchtower on this hill once you advance to the fuel age.
Yeah.
Build a watchtower
Yeah.
on this hill.
Yeah.
Would be a good idea to build a watchtower on this hill.
Yeah.
Would be a good idea to build a watchtower on this hill.
Yeah.
Would be a good idea to build a watchtower on this hill.
Yeah.
Would be a good idea to build a watchtower on this hill.
Yeah.
Don't forget, keep exploring the map. Build a watchtower. Build a watchtower.
Build a watchtower. Build a watchtower. little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
Here wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orleans.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire! Here wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk! I need a monk!
Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market. Wood, please. You have a market. Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Here wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much for waiting. I am back. Don't want to alarm you. I cannot compare to the tunes that you listened to during the break, but I will try my best. I finally fixed my freaking thing, man, that shows the names of subs. So I'm really far behind. But I finally fixed it. So I'm going to rattle off some names here of people who supported me and the stream today. So thank you. Thank you, Vitus. Thank you, Type. Thank you, Hamrick. Thank you, Kandalat. Thank you. Actually, you know what? You don't need to look at me during this because we have a draft. Hold on. I take a 15-minute break, man, and I'm not even like 10 minutes, and I'm still like 16 steps behind where we need to be right here. 1 sec. I'm sorry. Sorry, there's a funny name of the draft list, which kind of caught me off guard. Sobek Sito, scoreboard's up. Good. Hold on. We'll thank the subs here in just a second. You guys know it means a lot. I appreciate you. But we've got to do this first. Also, get your salutes ready for Margugu. I'm so excited to cast with him again. I imagine there will be a little bit of French bias. He has big belief in Sito, and he's good friends with Sito. However, Sito is also the favorite, which we'll, of course, address here in just a second. Let's see, civilizations we've got to add on screen next. There are no bans because there's only 7 civilizations or 7 maps in the whole qualifier. And we're just catching the tail end of the draft. There we go. Okay. T90, are there still tickets for the USA watch party? Yes, there are, and I'm glad you brought it up. We have a pinned comment where you could look for the info there. So basically, guys, we just crossed 200 tickets sold, which is really exciting. But I'm hoping for more. If you're anywhere in the US or would like to travel to the U.S. for the viewing party for the main event of Hidden Cup, it's March 3rd. The final day, you'll see the third place match, the final, as well as the reveal, of course. Your food, your drink, your alcohol will all be included in your ticket, and then I will be there too. So I should be mentioning that more. Anyone who's out there watching on YouTube or Twitch who wants to join, just please click the links, join the Discord, ask questions if you have it, buy a ticket, and get there. It's going to be amazing. I had a message from someone yesterday, says, I already wanted a reason to leave the cold, damp, dark weather that I'm currently experiencing here at T90, and now I have another reason. It should be beautiful in that time of year. So thank you guys. T90, my brother and I will see you there. Sick. Umlio. I even got your name right, Sick. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. So there's the draft. Game 1 is going to be Arabia. And that's just based on how they ended up drafting things. That's not predetermined. Or is it predetermined? Is it? I don't know if it is. Robo, help? I don't think it is, but the first series had Arabia Game 1, which is making me think about it. It shouldn't be. They should just be drafting on either side. But because there's only 7 maps and no bans, I might actually be missing out in the detail there. Someone says, T90 really enjoyed the update on McLean. Dude, McLean finally getting a win was amazing. All the Loey the Legend fans out there. Okay, WTF guy. Chad. Agrados, Radio, Mantis Primer, thank you. Says good to be back for Hidden Cup. Good to have you back. Thank you. Widespread Known, Trap, Eisterman, Quickfire, CH Mateus, Gopher's Revenge, Swanky, McNugs, thank you. Faliers. Thank you for the love, guys. Thank you for the subs. Sub count's been going up. Really motivating. I'm happy about it. All right, let's get Margugu in here and see if his mic levels and everything is good, okay? So, as always, chat, salute once we get Margugu in here. Let's see. Last time we cast together, everyone was fine. So I don't expect any issues here. Yo, thank you, Dimriser. It's good to be back, man. Thank you. Margugu's not picking up the call. What is this, man? What is this? I'm being left on red. I'm going to voicemail. Margugu? Maybe he's taking a break. Okay, it's fine. We will wait. Series has not begun yet. Predictions here. Anybody? I think Sato has to be the favorite. Sobek was the underdog in round 2 against Miguel. He won 3-2. Sobek was the underdog then in round 3 against Valis. He won 3-2. So we might predict that we get to the 7th game because Sobek has always delivered and brought us lots of games. But in a best of 7, I have to lean towards Sato, who's looked really solid. I think he's got the greater peak in skill. I think Sobek will have to make it a little bit messy, maybe a little bit boomy at times against Sato. I think maps that Sato is going to be favored on would be a map like Arabia, which would be game 1. Maybe a map like Slopes. I think Sobek will be quite good on a map like maybe like Quarry, maybe like Cross. And I can take you back to the Civ draft here. Islands, actually, Sobek played amazing on 2. Ooh, and then Mudflow could be a toss-up. Yeah, I could see it being pretty close. Armenian's first pick from Sato is interesting. So he's first picked for Islands, I assume. But maybe Armenians could be played elsewhere. But we do have some Sobek hype in the chat, it seems, over here on Twitch, which is awesome. Someone says, hello, chat. I usually watch YouTube at 1.7 times speed. T90 is slow. I'm not slow. Okay, you're just used to speeding me up. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm being told Margugu's back. Okay, Margugu's picked up the call. Hold on, guys. We'll see if Margugu thinks I speak too slow, YouTube. What's up, Margugu?
Hello, hello. How are you?
I am good. I was a little worried that that you missed my call, man, but I'm over it now. It's fine.
Oh, okay. No, I cannot miss it. All good, all good. And for Sito too, I cannot miss this match.
I was already going to ask you to cast with me, and then when I saw the lineup, I was like, well, of course we got to get Margugu in for Sito.
I hope my boy will do it. We need at least one French in it in the main event.
Yeah,
But maybe we can have two actually.
Yeah, it could have two. Baba Rum's in a series tomorrow. Baba Rum, like no one expected to have this crazy run. He's doing really well. So I'm excited for you guys. But above all that, I love to see the preparation and the hard work and whatnot pay off here. And for Sato, it feels like he's been grinding. He's been playing so good. Everyone's been saying like Sato's going to make NAC, and then he just missed that. And now Hidden Cup, it just feels like his time,
Yeah, I agree. That's now or never.
Yeah.
Last Hidden Cup, I think he was eliminated by Bad Boy. And for the French community, it was a big thing, right? Because everyone was expecting him to go at least to the decider, and he got upset by Bad Boy. And I remember that it was not easy to handle that for him. And even the community was like, oh no, it was our champion getting wrecked semifinal. No.
Well, I guess now, like, especially back then, right? Like, no offense, but like you weren't as good back then. A lot of there was pretty much just Sato for France. And
I didn't have I couldn't even be part of the qualifier. I wasn't good enough. Like, I didn't have enough elo to be part of it, I believe.
Wow, crazy.
So, yeah.
Well, you played really good this qualifier. I know you were bummed that you lost, but Mihai also playing amazing. It was going to be a heartbreak either way, right?
Yeah, and the annoying thing is that we were in the same team. So even inside the team, it was a bit weird, right? Because we wanted to share our thought about the gameplay, the plan, the strategy, like what do you think about that? And we couldn't, right?
Yeah.
And then Sebastian was and Dark was on the middle of us, being like, okay, I'm gonna train this map only with you, this one only with Mihai, and that was super weird in the end. And yeah, that was not cool, but
yeah. Obviously, we have a system for these things, right? We don't like place the players, right? So there's no anti-Fox conspiracy. But yeah, it worked out a little bit awkwardly for you guys. But let's talk about Sobek. We'll talk about it in the game. But Sobek has been around a really long time. And I think obviously now a lot of people are seeing his name, but he really has had a strong year or year and a half, because in Titans League, he made it into the top 24 after winning his group in gold in one of the seasons. And I thought he played pretty good. He did get relegated out of Platinum, but he was in the group that had Leary, Viper, and Tato, right? So it was always going to be tricky to stay alive there. So what do you think about Sobek's style? Is there anything in particular that stands out for Sobek? Or is he just,
I would say he's a bit like, I would say his gameplay is kind of standard. I would call him an Arabia player, kind of, but
Okay.
I think he's not too bad on different maps as well.
Yeah.
But mainly Arabia player. But I would say the special thing about Sobek would be mainly the fact that for me he's like super high level, super good, but doesn't play that much, doesn't try hard that much. He's playing relaxed, like, okay, I play to have fun, I am very good,
Yeah.
I want to compete, but it's not like I want to make it like me, for example. Like, I try hard every day, I fail, he comes, he chill, he succeed.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the idea.
Is that frustrating for you to see players who aren't grinding to the same level do so well? It's such an interesting thing,
Of course, I do things. There is players that are in deciders, and I'm like, I think I'm better than them, and I'm not there, and that's so annoying for me. But that's how a qualifier works, right?
Yeah.
They did an insane job previous round. They upset versus insane players.
Yeah.
And now they are there. I'm not, but that's how it works. My turn will come, I hope, and that's it.
I think the other thing about Sobek, though, is there's some players who put a lot of value in like streaming, and then they're known, right? Sobek doesn't.
Yeah.
He barely streams. He doesn't care. And then a lot of people put a lot of value in grinding ranked games. And Sobek also is like, whatever. I'll play ranked occasionally. I think he trains a lot. I think he plays a lot of mixed maps. I think he has a crew of people. Maybe like it would make sense for him maybe be training with like some of the Brazilians that were in this, like. Maybe he's not as connected to some of the European scene. I don't know, but you can just tell sometimes when you look at a player and you watch him play, especially in a mixed map tournament, right, Margugu, if they played them a lot or not. And I have felt like Sobek, there's never any question on his strategy. The main thing for him is the execution going to be there? And we'll find out today, but I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really cool match. But I think Sito is maybe not the best player to face for him, because I kind of feel they kind of similar style. Sito is just just have more experience. Maybe he's just better overall. So I think that's not the
thank you, guys.
best player to face for Sobek. I think Sobek was a really good, like Valas was a very good opponent for Sobek, for example, because Valas is not Arabia player. He's like, he likes to play arena. He likes to play differently. He likes to give you the map control over the game. And so I think if Sobek can manage to have the control over the game, to like decide when to fight, where to fight, with which units, etc., I think Sobek can be really good. But the thing is that Sito won't give you the map control. He will fight for it. And then it's going to be the same style fighting for the map. And then we know Sito is super strong, more experienced. So that's why Sito is a favorite, right?
Yeah, agreed. Well, I'm gonna repeat myself, repeat what you just said as well as we introduce the series. Here we are. This is the second decider in the qualifier. Normally I say in a long qualifier, but it's actually been pretty short. This is the fourth round, and the winner here will move into the Hidden Cup 5 main event, which is February 25th through March 3rd. And the players in the main event will not be known for their names. They will be given a hero, a historical figure to play as, and that means they can't prepare for a specific opponent. And they also, we of course don't know who is who, and it adds to the fun. But Sobek here, he is the underdog in this one. Sito is the bigger name. Sito has accomplished a lot over the past year or two. But Sobek has slowly and quietly had a really good year or two as well. He's been around a long time. And he's also no stranger to being the underdog, Margugu. He was the underdog against Miguel in round 2. And he was the underdog against Valis in round 3. So he's the underdog again. And Sito is going to try and steal his boar. Ooh.
That's not good for Sito, right? Because the eagle is slower than the scout. So it means that Sobek will be able to defend this pretty easily.
Yeah.
And maybe he will try to even kill the eagle.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you get, like, my thinking here is you just get in front of the eagle here. But he's attacking you. What would you do here, you think?
Well, depends. If you're because maybe Sobek is a bit shaky right now.
Okay.
So if you are shaky, you just like click on the eagle and try to block the boar.
Yeah.
But I think if you want to have a lot of confidence for the next round, you just try to go in front of the eagle. And look at Sito, he's trying to hit and run. And I think that's way too greedy from Sito. Sito should just run and try to survive. Now he's going to lose the eagle, and I think that's a good start for Sobek.
Well, maybe he does. Sobek is still staying with him. But you are right. I mean, this is just, he's going to take 2 more hits before he ends up losing this. And the boar's going to go back. And that is a really good start here for Sobek. And before I let you say anything more about this, Margugu, you just said, and maybe people later on YouTube will miss it, that like this could be a bad matchup potentially for Sobek because Sito can be so aggressive. I do feel like with Sito, you have a lot of faith in your abilities. You know how good a player you are. I think it can affect you mentally if you come out here. You fail a lame, you lose the first game or something like that, right? So this game is important for Sobek. If he could continue to find some positive moments, maybe Sito will underperform a little bit if game 1 is a bit shaky for him.
I think Dave asked me, like, is Sito nervous? Like, for example, he almost lost to Lix.
Yep.
Lix is so good, but it was like second round, right?
Yep.
So when you are Sito, nobody is expecting you to lose to Lix, right? And he was so close from getting eliminated.
Yeah.
And Dave was like, you know Margot better than everyone on the... You know Sito better than everyone on the scene, basically. Like, do you think Sito is nervous? And I was like, for me, Sito is the guy acting cool. Like, no pressure, it's fine. I never get pressured, but I think if he loses the first game... Oh, what?
Maybe there's an issue here? But it's weird that Sito wouldn't be able to pause. But you continue your point. We have admins if they need help. I think you can continue your point, and they'll probably unpause here in a second.
Okay, so I was setting, I think Sito is pretending to not be nervous, to have zero pressure.
Yeah.
But I think if he's losing the first game, he can be super shaky, actually.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you see the pressure, too, so we would be able to pick up on that. Now, we haven't talked about the civs at all. And again, if there's any issues, I'll have someone let us know, and we can look at things. I don't think there's any map bugs or anything, so it should be fine. But this is the exact same matchup we actually had in the first series, Margugu, between Mihai and between Vinchester. And even though Vinchester won that game, I think Vinchester won because he just played like an animal. Like, I don't know how he took some of those fights. So I really do like Sato's civilization. I think Incas they're at least easy in my top 5 for Arabia these days, maybe even higher. So Tatars will be a little bit tricky potentially.
On closed Arabia, let's say not super open, only one forest Arabia, I would rank them maybe first, actually.
Okay.
Incas are super insane. Like, I think Mia even picked them like first.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason Mia lost is that, as you said, Vince played like an animal, he played all in, thing like that. But I think also Mia kind of threw this game a bit as well. He was super ahead and he didn't defend the best way, he maybe panicked a bit. But yeah, I favored so much Incas in this matchup. Like, Incas is so good. Tatars is not bad, but it's like, how do you defend versus a spam of eagles? And even late games, if there is no gold on the map, like, Inca can just go like half skirms, and it's super annoying and super strong as well.
Yeah.
So I think Incas is way better than Tatars, but I didn't check the draft yet, but I think Incas was pretty early picked
Yes,
in
it
the
would
draft.
be an early pick. Yeah, it was.
While Tatars was potentially like a late pick. So maybe Sobek is thinking like, okay, on Arabia should be the best map of Sito probably. And if Sobek did some preparation, you don't need to prepare Arabia, you play it like all the time. So maybe he thinks like, okay, I will not prioritize Arabia for my safe pick. And maybe I will go for like a good saves, but not the best one. And he will try his best to win it. So
And that's I think a good logic. Like, if you look at the map pool, this eagle could actually be found again. If you look at the map pool and you know Sato's strength, I think Sobek should be realistic with himself and know that he is not going to be the favorite on Arabia against Sato. So I think maps like Cross, maybe a map like Quarry, maybe a map like Mudflow, Islands, those are going to be the ones Sobek needs to get a win on today. And Sobek with a nice build here. And he'll be going most likely for scouts behind this. I should mention this, though. This is a really important thing. Something that makes any militia play, or even like any play in early feudal, so strong with the Incas or the Mayans or the Aztecs is the eagle. So the fact that the eagle is weak here really does slow down any potential attack here for Sato, I'd say.
Yeah, basically, if you like damage a lot the eagle, you know that in theory, the eagle player shouldn't go for militias in Dark Age, because then you use the eagle to block unit, to block vills, to maybe kill some vills as well. And if the eagle is weak, he's almost useless, right? So I think that's good for Sobek, because as I said, I think Sobek needs to get the control over the map, to get the control over the situation, and he just ate a huge hit of the spear. That's not bueno.
Yeah, that hurts. It's like, oh man. Yeah. And then the eagle's healing in the TC. Which is so funny. Scouts can't do that. So, man, these sheep. Sobek, okay, finally finds them. That's actually a really nice find with Tatars.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for scouts for now. But, first game, this version of Arabia is not the most open version I've ever seen. Look at Sato pushing a deer with spearmen. But I think we're going to see walls. First game of the series, really, could be shaky for them. I don't know about you, Margugu. You might be the opposite, but you know me, dude. First game in a series, I'm walling like crazy, dude. I don't want anyone killing my villagers. So I think we might see a similar thing here. That seems to be Sato's angle anyways.
Yeah, everyone wants to play safe. Actually, my mistake most of the first game is like, I want to take the control over the game to be confident.
Yeah.
And then I go over aggressive. I lose everything. Like, I lose all my militias under OTC, for example. And I'm like, fuck me. Why did I do that? Why don't I just chill off,
Well, for me, I'm walling the map because I'm playing safe. And then there's 2 tiles I don't wall. And then players like you get into my base. And then you kill 4 villagers. And I'm saying the same thing for a different reason.
Oh, that's funny.
It's funny because when we played in a tournament this past year, you 3-0'd me, and it was very painful. So the pain is all very real for me, Margugu.
Yeah, I can feel the pain too on this qualifier, so it's fine.
Yeah,
it's the revenge, right?
It's fine.
Ozone took the revenge for you in NAC too. I know you are close to Ozone, so he took the revenge for you.
Well, walls are up here for Sato. I gotta say though, he produced a lot of army. And this is maybe new meta for Incas right now because of that food discount they have on their, any military unit that costs food. We're seeing a lot of additional spears and skirms. And so that's what he's doing. We don't have full walls yet for Sobek, but honestly, if he just walls a little bit more, his resources should be protected. I'm not really sure how much damage this army from Sito is going to do right now.
Yeah, I think Sito know that he won't be able to make any damage, because at this point, at 14 minutes in this game, Sobek might be fully walled, and that's the case. But I think he's thinking, like, as you said, the discount on the units, so the more units you produce, the better it is for your saves, right?
Yep.
So he's thinking, if I don't make any damage, but I force Sobek investing some skirms as well, then it should be good for me, because after that I just can abuse the market, go regal, go all in, things like that, and then you just wasted your skirm and mine were cheaper. I think that's why he's like not scary of producing too much army, not scared of overproducing them.
Well, there is something to point out here, and this comes back to the Eagle at the very start. Like right now, Sito doesn't really have a lot of scouting. And so he doesn't know his opponents on skirm. Now, he did see the blacksmith, so that could maybe tell him that there's going to be skirm coming out here. But Sobek has fletching, and he moves out. And this kind of maybe surprises Sito a little bit. If the spearmen are killed off here, those scouts will kill every single skirmisher. So Sito needs to micro right now.
Yeah, and Sito doesn't have even a blacksmith, so he won't have fletching for a long time. But he's still doing skirms. That's weird. Like, I could see him going for a market, abuse market, try to go up now, but adding skirms is maybe a bit weird, right?
Yeah.
Because if you add them, just go for the +1. Like adding skirm, not upgrading them, is a bit weird.
You know what is coming back to my mind right now is Sobek is going to take some really nice fight. Look at the patience from Sobek. We said it, game one, it's like you can sometimes feel like if you're the underdog, you need to do too much. But Sobek playing very calm, but you know, Sito's play is reminding me of the King of the Desert series between him and MBL. MBL made a ton of spears, a ton of skirms, and lamed all the time. And so Sito's like, that worked against me. Let's try that here on Arabia.
And he destroyed Sito, I believe it was like a 4-0.
Yeah, it was.
While Sito win 3-0 against Leary, so that was super insane actually from MBL.
Yeah, I don't know why that came back to my mind, but God, Sobek is wrecking him right now, and the army behind this is simply going to be skirms for Sito, so a great start for Sobek. Now, Incas still have so many other bonuses to work with, but you talk about needing some confidence here. This would make me feel very good if I were Sobek right now.
Oh, and another pause is coming, but I think Sobek played really good until there, but he maybe missed a bit his timing on the gold transition. He maybe will need a market.
Yeah, true. He was late to
actually
gold.
the pause, if Sito pause, that's maybe good for Sobek, because then he will be like, okay, what's my next move? Oh, I have too many wood, not enough gold. Okay, I will rush a market. And maybe without the pause, he wouldn't see that. So that's maybe cool.
The first time Sito paused, he said there was a hotkey issue. We are playing on a new patch now. This patch was
true.
So I assume he would have played a game or two on the patch, right, to test it. Now, maybe he didn't. Maybe he had faith and I said the patch was good, and it is. I personally had no hotkey changes when I worked into the new patch, so there's been one tiny little bit of feedback about the new patch, which is with stand ground units, occasionally you need to just fight it slightly differently, but there's been no issues with hotkeys, so I'm hoping... I assume that's what this pause is happening. I'm hoping this isn't a continuous issue here.
And I mean, the new patch cannot be worse than the previous one anyway, so just go for it, guys. Let's go.
New patch cannot be worse. Dude, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, man. I was like, they came to me. Sito says, again, hotkeys. It was working before. And okay, well, it's fine. Hopefully it's not an issue, but they came to me and they were like, hey, like we spent a lot of time working on this. We recognize this is an issue. Like they did communicate very nicely, which was really good, right? And they're like, would you want to try this patch? And let us know if you want to use it for the main event. And I was tempted before even testing it. I was just like, let's do it.
I can understand.
Yeah,
like,
but it's been amazing, so...
I know the type of people like always criticizing devs because I know that the code is super complex in AoE.
Yeah.
But I have to say that the latest one, the previous one, was very, very bad. And
yes.
It was.
Yeah.
And it was there for a long time too.
Yeah, that's the brutal part. Yeah. So I can't speak obviously for the the normal game, right? For people who are playing games in and out, playing against the AI on easy right now and want better pathing. I can't speak for that, but at least for Hidden Cup, we've got something here. We did see a full 6-game series in the previous set, and the unit regrouping is gone. Margugu, it's like super smooth, which means players are playing with ranged units again. So big moment here. Sato wants to move out, but again, it definitely does feel like while he's committing a lot to it and he's got 3 barracks, he's going to get to castle, and he's not really going to have a ton of army here. So it's a bit of an interesting spot.
Yeah, he didn't sold his stone though, so he might aiming to add some TC at one point, but he's producing on 3 barracks at the same time. I mean, Incas Eagle are so cheap that I think you can do both. I can see like a second TC, fast monastery, and try to aim to take all the relics. Could be an idea for Seto.
Yeah. We are seeing the faster castle age for Sato pay off in some ways here, right? He's up. He gets the base attack on the Eagles. You really don't want to be fighting with scouts against Eagles in this age. In feudal age, it would be fine. So Sobek backing away. It would feel very natural for Sobek to go for step lancers behind this, and he does have 2 stables. So I could see lancers being an option for him.
Lancers should be the option in my opinion, because versus range unit, Lancers are not that good, but versus melee units, they are insane, especially versus Eagles, right? Because let's say when you play Knight, the Knight has enough HP to close the gap between the Lancers and the Knight to hit at least once the Lancers. But the Eagle doesn't have that much HP, right? So all the Eagle might almost die before even touching the Lancers. So
what do you
think
do
Lancers
then?
would be the insanely good option.
Okay, so we are going to see Lancers. So it feels like Sato will play. Oh god, this is another pause here. This is maybe he needs to check his hotkey profile, make sure it didn't toggle into something else. I wish I could speak to him right now, but I have to assume this is because of another hotkey. Like maybe he wanted to get pikeman upgrade or make spears for the first time or something. But what do you do unit comp wise with the Incas? Obviously big boom here for Sato, but what should his approach be once he sees the Lancers?
I think you just want to play safe. Like you don't want to force fight, right? Because the fight won't be for you. You want to wait to have like a good amount of pike and monks potentially, and then maybe go for a forward castle. But that's because it's Sito playstyle, right? If it was Viper, it would do the same, but he would put the castle on his hill and go for fast eagle halb timing and try to kill it there, I would say.
Well, look at the resources on the front for Sato. He's got the gold and the stone. That's going to be an area he needs to lock down. And then on Sobek's side, he's got 2 golds and a stone in the same spot as well. Now, it's not as forward, but it's kind of in the same spot of the map. There's like a straight line between those areas. So I think castles in those areas could be really strong here. But again, folks, we just wait. I have no clue why there's a pause. I'm assuming right now that is because Sato said something about a hotkey. I think now at this point, he's probably like, okay, let's look at everything. Right? He's like, let's make sure this doesn't happen again. And so that's why we just have this delay here. But hoping once the hotkeys are sorted, everything should be pretty smooth.
At least everyone knows that it's live. That's the risk of the live, right?
Yeah, this is live, yeah. If you only had so much time, you should have wanted recorded games, yeah. Oh, man. People get really bent out of shape about it. I don't know how to feel about it. Like, I feel like we've explained it, right? We've explained why this is happening. But someone says, why so many pauses? This is so boring and annoying. I'm sorry. We just say thanks, DE, and we wait. So, oh, man.
Even for Sobek, it has to be so annoying, right? Because Sobek is like fully focused in his game.
Yeah,
I have to do that. And then you have a big pause. It's just like,
it's not fun. Yeah. I'm guessing like what I just said is probably true. Sato probably said, okay, another unit didn't have a hotkey. Let's test the other hotkey options. I still have not heard anything from an admin, so there's not much I can really do about it. So
yeah, just wait. That's annoying, but that's it.
Yeah, here's what it is. So let's talk comp. So we're gonna have Lancers, obviously. That would mean Incas would probably make like pikes, right?
Probably, yeah.
So pikes. And Robo is here. Robo says, FYI, this could be a bit longer because he's checking all hotkeys. Okay, so Sobek and Sato are just checking. Can you go like Cav Archer Lancer, or is that too expensive for Tatars?
I think in this matchup, you don't have choice if you are the Tatars, right? Because if you want to go like, let's say 3TC into Imp,
Yeah.
Incas will have enough resources to go for halves and Eagles beyond that. Maybe some monks remaining, he can upgrade them, and then his comp is pretty good because Eagles can kill your CA if you only play CA on Imp, and halves can kill your cavalry. And because of the discount, he kinda can produce both.
Yeah.
While as Tatars, right, if you go 3TC into kinda fast Imp, we will have to choose. Do I go cavalry? Do I go CA? You have to choose. You don't have the economy for both.
Yeah.
So I would say that the Tatars civilization need versus Incas to play a longer castle age, to have like a big economy to be able to play like CA Lancers or CA Hussar like did Vinch previously.
Yeah.
Like he needs a longer castle age than Incas for sure.
I think
so that's why I think he needs to go Lancers, and then when he sees that there is too much pike and potentially like redemption on monks that counter his Mongonel as well, he needs to transition to CA at this point.
Okay. Yeah. So it's all about the timing, right? Like,
yeah.
I think, you know, the average. I don't even know about the average player, because the average player is amazing these days. But a lot of beginners might just try and do it all too early, right? And if you do it too early, then you don't have the economy. So it's all about the proper build up towards it. But you know, something I think would be really good. So Sobek says, let's talk admins in Discord. Sato says, should be all good now, can finally produce units. Sato seems a little annoyed by this.
Yeah, he is. That's for sure. I can tell you he's tilting me on his chair. He's like, you know, having his head moving a bit, being like, oh, that's annoying.
Yeah. Hopefully...
Like, keep it calm, but he's annoyed.
Yeah, so he's annoyed, as are, you know, no one's happy that we had the delays, but we're back in this. But I'd really like to see the third TC as he places it on the wood. I would actually love to see the TC near the stone for Sobek. It protects the wood. It gives you the early castle, which could be super nice here too. So it's interesting.
And also you have a rule, kinda. It's like when you want to make a new TC, the best is to make the TC on a new resources, and he's doing his TC on a wood that is already being chopped, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the best. So as you said, this TC between stone and wood was perfect.
Margugu, this hill is just the dream for the Tatars, where those step lancers are. You do more damage when on top of the hill. It's right next to stone and gold from the enemy, and these Tatars take the engagement. Now, some players are really going to micro their hearts out here. They go in, they turn around, they micro again. They go in, they turn around, they micro again. And that's kind of what Sobek's trying to do. A great job from Sato, though. He just has so many units, and he is not allowing his monks to be picked up by those scouts. So I think with the presence of the monks, Sato should be fine to advance out across the map.
Yeah, Sito should be fine. And Sito does have the lead a bit, economic lead as well. Yeah. So I think Sito is in a nice position in this game. But as we said, that's the time where Sobek is choosing to go to add range. Maybe a bit early, but after all, he has 25 on food already, right?
Yeah.
Like the best timing is that when you have enough food to produce on all your TC and some cavalry too, that's the moment where you want to go CA, right? Because if you wait for too long, then you're versus an Imperial player and you're dead. So I think that's a good momentum.
I think these Lancers can find some really good fights here, though. Like, you've got the Monk around. The Lancers should be able to hit and run a little bit. The TC fire. It is harder to micro the Lancers. And actually, Sato patrols right into it and gets in the middle, which is not how you want to engage at all with these Step Lancers.
Oh, this engage was very bad, actually. Under the TC even. And the TC has the +1, so...
Yeah,
that was not a good engagement for Sito.
Yeah, and in the end, the fight that Sobek wanted kind of happens. It actually was really messy from both of them there. I think both players have taken better fights, but in the end, the skirms are going to go down. And Sobek, the underdog, he is going to have a nice position in this game. His eco is looking really nice. His army comp is much better now because he has Cav Archers when it is primarily pikemen for Sato. And like we said, this Sobek guy is super consistent and super solid. Sato is this player we think aggression. But any aggression that he sent forward has been kind of awkward. Hasn't done too much so far.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky to go aggression versus Incas, right?
Yeah.
But I can tell you, if Sobek was French, he would have sent like 20 vills on stone right now, being like, oh, I want to fight. I want to snowball. Okay, let's put a castle in his face now.
Is that in the manual? Like when you're learning the game in French, does it have an extra page that talks about 20 on stone at 70 villagers?
I don't know, but I can tell you that all the French, as long as they win a fight, they're like, okay, time to snowball, easy game. And then you cross the map, you are in front of the NB base, and then there is a castle on the hill you wanted, and you're like, oh fuck. Okay, let's go fast imp. I drop my castle, I go fast imp behind.
I like
and you adapt from there.
I like how basically what you've just described, Margugu, is exactly how I envision you though. It's like, how can I end the game now? How can I end the game now? It's not like, how can we get a slightly bigger advantage going into the later stages? Oh man, that's funny. I mean, that hill is so valuable to Sito, and he's guarding it right now, but he hasn't gone to stone yet. So neither player has gone to stone, which is surprising to me.
And Sito is adding barracks. Sito wants the forward castle probably.
Maybe.
Or at least he wants to make sure he has the big hill on the middle, because this hill, if Tatars has it, will be really annoying for him.
Well, this is why, but this is my thinking about current Incas. You don't need to take good fights. Their units are so cheap, and you can just spam them so quickly that you could just make more. That could be your logic. Yeah, so I think that's what he's trying to do, but it is a really nice find from Sobek as he picks off some of the monks and still has lances around. And I don't know if the siege is going to be all that helpful here for Sito either. And again, fight awkward, but doable right now for Sobek, who's showing everybody that he can play Arabia too.
Yeah. I think Sobek needs to go for Ballistic now. He has the University, and Ballistic would add so much value to this army, actually.
Yeah.
So he can punish the pike going back. That would be insane.
Yeah, he's hitting and running. Keep in mind, we've got Chile versus France here, so it's going to be a bit higher ping than what we had saw in the previous series. But the Lancers pay off and snipe the siege. Not bad. But still, it's like every time there's a fight for Sobek that he actually micros well, there's just another army coming from Sito.
Yeah. It's like the Gulf spam, but on Castle Age. And even Mongonel crossing the map. It's like crazy.
Yeah. And I love the Siege Workshop position, though, from Sito here, Margugu, because it makes it... Now, even if Sobek wins a fight, he doesn't ever want to be around that Siege Workshop. He always has to be so cautious there.
Yeah, he cannot push back. And I'm a bit worried for Sobek because he doesn't have stone yet. And actually a castle on his hill would be insane. On the hill next to the university, actually.
I do think, though, like, he has ballistics on thumb ring cav archers. He's going to have light cav with occasional lancers. Like, I do think this fight actually could be better for him. He's killed quite a few monks. He killed that one mangonel. If the monks and mangonels were still there for Sito, it might be different, but this has all been gearing up towards a really big engagement. And here we go. The light cav are going to loop around here for Sobek. The cav archer's back up. He will be pushed off the stone, but the light cav can swoop in. And Sito, he attack rounds but misses. He will lose a lot of his siege. He's losing a lot of his units. This could be amazing for Sobek.
That's amazing for Sobek. Sobek is clearing everything, and I mean, Sobek, if he stopped producing for like a sec or two, can go imp so fast too. So I think Sobek is in a good position. And as I said, Tatars needs to have a longer castle age to be able to develop his economy, and that's what's happening actually. 35s on food is enough to go like CA and Hussar, early imp kinda. So I think Sobek position is pretty good, and even the score actually. When you are in Sito's position, like you are the favorite first game,
you want that high score. Yep.
You want that high score.
Like if you take, you're right. If you take a bad fight, and then the score still looks good for you, you're maybe not feeling too bad. But right now, as Sobek does this, if you have the lower score, you're maybe feeling like, am I losing this? And Sobek is going to clear this, but we've got a castle on the hill from Sito. If that gets spotted, this is going to be denied. This could be brutal for the favorite.
Daddy Doubt is in the house, I think.
Doubt is in the house. Doubt is in the house. Sobek's cav archer still getting kills. There's not many villagers here. No! Oh, Sito! More vills are on the way here, Margugu. This is brutal.
Oh, that's a disaster. No, Sito needs to go back. He cannot commit on it. If he commits on it, that's over.
Look at this micro. Like, Sobek is distracting the pikes. He's pulling them around. He's killed so much siege. You're right. This castle's not going to go up. It's a doubt castle.
Oh, no. Oh, Sito is going back, but as we said, he lost the hill. And losing this hill versus the Tatars is trouble, right?
And I think Sobek knows exactly what to do now. He might bring his own villagers forward, drop a castle on that hill himself, and this one will go up. And man, this qualifier, which has been so insane with the amount of upsets and the amount of big names that have gone down, it's looking pretty spicy here for this decider, Margugu, because Sito is going to have to really battle back to win this first game now.
Okay, now Sobek needs to stop producing any army. He has enough. He needs to go up now.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he has to think in his position like, wait, I won the fight maybe because I microed better, maybe because I have the better army comp, but also maybe because my opponent went imp and couldn't afford that much unit as me because he invested into the Imperial Age. So he needs to go up.
I also think once this castle's up, he should start to use his mobility to look to the sides, right? There's a lot of exposed areas for Sito on the sides, and it's very obvious he can kill everything there. But honestly, at the same time, he's taking such good fights on the front. It's like, why even look anywhere else if you're going to continue to just wreck Sito every time he shows up here?
We talked about Sito's stone position, but actually that's a disaster for Sito.
Yeah, really is. Well, it was the same, right? The stone was forward as well for Sobek, right?
Yeah.
He did expand on the right side, but they both had very forward stones and golds. And oh man, Sito, I mean, he's got a quick wall now, but the step lancers don't care about quick walls, and more villagers are exposed. Oh man, this is so bad for him.
Yeah, that's a really bad one. And look at the CA on the right! He found all the wood line from Sito. Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, the Vil difference is huge now.
Yeah, Vil difference is huge. You'll make it to Imp. You won't have many resources right now if you're Sito. And Sobek is sick of being called the underdog, Margugu. He's just downright sick of it. And I'm amazed at how clean he's played here. Now, obviously, we had a bit of an awkward start to this series. Maybe that played some roles, but it just felt like Sito never really found a good engagement this entire game. He lost his initial army. It was 9-1 KD for Sobek. In Castle Age, he lost so many monks, so many siege units, so many pikemen. He's never had a good fight, not once. A 2-1 KD, a 38-0 eco KD right now for Sobek, but Castle.
Yeah, Castle.
Yeah, maybe, Sobek, you might want to cancel that one, dude. You might want to back out of this one.
Just go back a bit. But actually, Sito is so far from getting his own castle. It's not like he will be able to trap down this castle on the hill, right?
Yeah, agreed.
So that's looking really rough for Sito, actually.
Castle might actually still go up because Sito's still losing this fight.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like it gets denied. Castle at home then for Sobek as he thinks, how can I lose this game? A good way to lose this game would be raided at home by Eagles. His Cav Archers continue to get crazy amounts of kills. It is 140 Vils for Sobek. It is just 100 for Sito, who, like you said, needs stone. But he is not going to be able to push that castle back anytime soon from Sobek. And could be more Cav Archers, more upgrades, then Keshik's mixed in. This feels like it's over for Sito. He might know it's over, but he doesn't want to call it just yet.
Yeah, and Incas Pike and Skirm is as expensive as Byzantine Skirm and Pike. It's super cheap. And when you're playing versus Byzantine, you're like, okay, even if I'm ahead, I need to kill now because if the games go longer and longer, it can be problematic, right? So I think that's kind of the same there. So he still needs to finish it.
Ooh, big shot. Yeah, big shot. And the GG's called, and Sobek takes the first game. Now, I said this in Dark Age, not even expecting it, but it's always important to point out, if you come in here being the favorite, then being the favorite on Arabia, with the better Arabia Civ, bad fights happen. Your opponent looks really smooth, really strong. This can make you shake, Margugu, and so Sito may be nervous right now.
Maybe he's nervous, or maybe he's blaming the hotkeys. I don't know, but that's not a good situation for sure.
Yeah, a 2.31 KD for Sobek, who dominated him. 236 kills, 102 units lost. And again, I think the Incas are superior to the Tatars in some way. The good news here is it's not a best of 3. It's not a best of 5. It's a best of 7. So you have time if you're Sito to turn it around. And if you are truly the better player, obviously there's plenty more games to come. But that was clean from Sobek.
Super clean. If it was a best of 3, oof. I know how it feels, you know?
I was going to say, speaking from experience, because your message after you lost your first game in round 2 was hilarious to me, dude.
I was like, oh no. I was sweating when my PC, you know, I was like, I was confident at the beginning of the set. I was like, okay, no pressure. I never saw the name of this guy, so I will win for sure. I lose the first game, and between game 1 and game 2, I was like, jumping jacks. Okay, I need to get in. Like I cannot go out first round now.
Did you actually do jumping jacks? Did you actually get up and do that?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
I was like, I need to move. I need a shock because otherwise I will be eliminated. Then I win game 2. I'm like, okay, Marugu is back in control. Then game 3, I lost my mind. I was like, oh, that's it. I'm defeated.
Well, you messaged me immediately after winning the third game.
Stressed.
Like, guys, like I was watching other people cast. I wasn't streaming it. And before the game ended, Margugu was messaging me because of the spec delay. And he was like, oh my God, I thought it was happening all over again. I thought I had lost. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Did you know that player that you lost to played the game at a high level in 2005?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I knew it. I learned it after when Dogao and Stark messaged me and be like, you almost lost to like a 40 years old player, blah blah blah, 20 APM. I was like, oh, thanks God I won.
Wait. So other Brazilians were talking smack. Which ones?
No, I mean every Brazilians like Miguel. No, Miguel not too much these days, but like in TTL, he trash talked me so much when I lost to Draken. Oh God, that was a trash talk fiesta in my DMs. Yeah, Dogao and we trash talk a lot each other.
Yeah.
Except for the big loss, right? And we are so used to trash talk each other that when he lost to Stark, I messaged him like, I'm sad for you. I know how it feels. And I won't say his answer, but he was super pissed off with my answer. Well, it was a nice and cool answer from me for once.
Yeah, he maybe thought you were making a joke when you were actually being serious.
Yeah, he thought I was mocking him, but that was not the case. But even if I was mocking him, he's mocking me every time I lose. That's deserved.
Well, that's interesting backstory there, Margugu. Interesting backstory. We're gonna make sure that we're good to go for game 2 here in a second. But Sato's going to have a bit of a mental hurdle after that. Certainly, you don't want to lose, right? But you don't want to have like some of the extracurricular stuff with the hotkeys. So
sure.
But, I've seen Sato. I don't remember the circumstances, but he's actually a pretty chatty individual. And I remember an instance where maybe there was lag or something, and he made it very clear. He was annoyed. He didn't hide it. And then I remember him getting past it and winning the series. So... it should be fun, but it's gonna be this map. It's
actually Sito said, like before he left the game, he said, "I'll go single player and take a few minutes. It's unplayable." That's what he said.
Okay.
After saying GG.
Interesting. Well, I mean, then he must have done a single player testing, and it's fine. I mean, again, I gave the patch a couple days ago, gave them some time. Maybe there was an issue there, but I've heard no issues with hotkeys. I hope everything's good for Sato. Listen, of all the maps, I think Sobek on Cross, it's one of his best ones here.
Nice.
I really do think that Cross is a sick map for him, and he's going for his first Civ pick. So really high priority Civ picks, actually. It'll be Japanese against Persians. So big one here for Sato to tie it up, because if he goes down 0-2, that could be brutal.
That's the moment Sito needs to win this one, because I can tell you that Sito feels super confident on Cross.
Okay.
He loves to go aggressive on it, to use the fish boost to go like double army comp on Feudal Age, sometimes like Scout plus Archer super fast. He loves it. He's super good on it. He's super good on it as well. So I can tell you that if Sito needs this win for the confidence, for the set, like he needs this win so bad.
Yeah.
He cannot lose. If he loses, that's gonna be a problem, and the confidence will be hurt a bit.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Well, I mean, that makes me excited. Did you happen to see the Sobek and Miguel game 5 on Cross?
Was it a super long? No. I saw it actually. It was super messy. No.
Hold on. We can't talk about this. Miguel's in my chat.
Oh,
we can't talk about this. Yeah, we can't talk about it. I didn't see he was there.
I saw it.
Okay, well.
If Miguel is in your chat, I can say that I also saw the FC Double Siege Workshop forward, and he said GG without fighting.
Miguel said, "Get out of here, you pudding." And Miguel also said, he messaged me on Discord and said, "Tristan, do not put those games on your YouTube channel." But I had already put it on the YouTube channel when he said that. Oh man, well,
freaking Miguel.
well, I mean, I brought up the cross game where Sobek played Persians because that was game 5. It was extremely high pressure, and he ended up in a crazy back and forth game winning. And to repeat ourselves here, Margugu, this is a big one for Sato. He's now playing against Sobek's first pick of Civilization with a very high pick himself. To go down 0-2 could really affect his mental state. So Japanese against Persians. Talk to me about the Japanese. What are you trying to do? You know the Persians are going to have great economy and their docks are really strong, but what's the focus of the Japanese here?
Well, I think when you're playing Japanese, you want to aim on your bonuses, especially versus Persians, right? Like
Yep.
Persians is insanely good, as you said. So you really need to rely on your bonuses. And what's the best bonuses for Japanese? You have good fish, you save a lot of wood, and you have an insane men-at-arm. So I think as Japanese there, you want to go men-at-arm no matter what.
Okay.
Otherwise, you will just not use your bonus at the best. And I saw some scout opening as Japanese versus Persians, for example. And the thing is, if Persians do the same, you are in trouble, right? So you need
Okay.
to make sure something happens. And I think one of the best build order for Japanese here is probably like you do men-at-arms, but you don't go for a range right away before that. You go
Okay.
like for men-at-arms, you put the pressure, and while you are putting the pressure, you expand on lakes to catch up in economy, to have your fish like fishing a lot, and with the bonus of the Japanese fish also.
Okay.
And then you use your bonuses to the maximum. That's my idea. Because
Okay.
if you play normal versus Persians, you lose the fight in the water because Persian dogs does have more HP. They produce faster as well.
Very strong.
Like they have a lot of bonuses to fight. So the idea is you make men-at-arms to avoid the fight, to expand your economy, and then going CA is not a bad option, I would say.
And you know what's interesting is that, I mean, first off, both of their golds are brutal, but this is common for this map. You need military, but Sato is pushing every deer. So a lot of players are going to like scout the map, try and find the opponent first. He really wants that food. He does actually know where his other turkeys are or his geese. So he might be able to find those too. So nice food boost for him. He's going to dock the right side. We are going to have Sobek dock the south. Now, scouting where the opponent is docked is smart, but both of these civs actually have a reason for you to not want to attack their pond. The Japanese have the really strong fish, so it feels like you're never going to kill them. And then the Persians have the really strong docks. So I don't know how it goes. It'll be kind of interesting.
I think Persia bonus will be better, but I actually think that the Japanese fish in a fight are super underrated. It can turn the fight so badly. Like you just take every of them to tank the fire during the fight, and you can just win because of that.
Yeah, agreed. So we'll see how things play out here. No barracks yet. And there's the dock on that right side for Sato. If Sato wants to dock his opponent, as they find each other here next to the geese, but Sato should have a pretty easy walk to the south, and Sobek should have a pretty easy walk to the east as well to get docks down. So I think they're really exposed. Margugo, I'm hearing myself twice somehow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like not all the time. I would say, could you maybe, I don't know what you could do, but like move your mic a bit further away or something. I don't know.
Like, is it better now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's just
I lower
random.
your sound a bit.
It's not that big a deal. I was thinking maybe somehow like, are you using a headset?
Yes.
I was wondering, okay, it's better now. It's better now. So I just keep your mic away from your ears.
Okay. Just tell me if you hear, and I will try to make it better. But I already tried something, so if it's fixed, it's perfect.
Yeah.
But if you hear, don't just tell me, and I'll try something.
It's not. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal.
Okay.
Compared to some other issues, some casters don't know how to press on mute, so at least we can hear you.
Okay. Is it Dave?
I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, some people just don't know how to unmute. Sobek is gonna steal some geese here, and Sato's not gonna be happy about that. And then we do have the scout headed over towards that right-hand side. I mean, the scouting has actually been pretty poor here. Sobek hasn't seen the dock from his opponent at all. He's also looked and hasn't seen the barracks. And then Sato has seen the dock, and that's about it.
Yeah, and actually, Sito's going for a barracks as well, same as Sobek. I think Sito kind of Sobek kind of need to respect the Japanese men-at-arms. Even if it don't happen, you need to respect it. You cannot just go like expand your dock first, like otherwise you can die to Japanese men-at-arms, right? So
okay,
you need
big
to respect
moment. So we have a dock going up from Sobek on the pond for Sito, and Sito will know about that because of his fishing ship being there, but it is still going to happen. So he adapts now into a second dock to defend his fish there.
Interesting, actually, because I don't know how do you think what should be the best reaction versus a Persian dock, right? Because let's say Sobek just go for one fish in his dock and he guys on it to fake a pressure.
Yeah.
Sito will need to overreact so much.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Sobek doesn't know his opponent's gone 2 docks. He doesn't even know his opponent necessarily knows he's there. So it's really tricky. And this is the exact type of moment why this map is amazing. Because we're talking about big differences in one corner of the map. And it affects everywhere else, too, where you're investing your resources. So really tricky. And there's still nothing stopping Sito from going forward himself and docking Sobek. So...
Oh, and Sito is not going for men-at-arms, but for French Drush, actually. I know he loves that, actually.
Yeah, he started
it. Yeah, he started it, but even on hybrid maps, most of the time people are like, okay, I'm going to go for a men-at-arms because I have more resources to work with.
Yeah.
But Sito is just like going for this little pressure. He's thinking it's insanely good. But that's the problem, right? If he makes it into the main event, I know himself so much. I will be able to spot him first game.
Okay, I love that. I love the fact that you said that. I also love this wall from Sobek to try and trap this. So Margugu, announcement time, everybody. Margugu is going to be a main event caster, and he just said that he will be able to spot Sito first game.
Oh, no, I have the pressure. But yes, I think I can... I think... My position is probably one of the best to guess who's who, because I am a high elo player. I train a lot with a lot of players, right?
Whoa. Okay,
What?
continue.
Okay. And then, no, I'm a high elo player, so I train a lot with a lot of people, so I know their playstyle, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I co-cast some, so I kind of have the both role. You know?
That's true.
I watch a lot, I play a lot, so if I don't guess everything's right, I will be upset about myself.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, because I don't know if you've casted a Hidden Cup before. You never did, right?
No. I watched it.
It is so easy as a slightly less high elo player. Thank you for that. You get so confident, Margugu, and you believe in yourself so much. And then 2 days later, you see another player, and all these games are living in your brain. And you're like, wait, I saw Vinchester do that in 2018. Oh my God. And like, it is really confusing at times, bro.
It's gonna be super fun anyway, but yeah. Maybe if I don't find Sito, if he's qualified though, I will be like, oh really?
Yeah.
Even that, I failed it?
I can't wait. And we had a villager go down here in the south, which was just the Dockville. There is a big moment still happening. I like what Sobek has done. Like Sobek basically said, I don't need to rush with my ships.
Yeah.
Because Sito has so many, and because my dock is so strong. So he's going to hop out eventually here and surprise Sito. But I mean, Sito might be surprised on land here in a second. Sito has not had a lot of land army at all. And I'm quite concerned for Sito at the moment. With the positioning of the archers for Sobek, the surprise that could happen from the dock, this could be kind of awkward for Sito. Having said that, though, Margugu, at the exact same time, Sito is actually going forward with archers, so that might get really, really messy.
Actually, the difference is that Sito is getting fletching, while Sobek is only building the blacksmiths. And having fletching in this type of trade could be insane, because when you are fletching, you destroy the vills. Without fletching, it's different.
Yeah, that's true. And fletching will probably come in for Sobek, but he doesn't have it yet. Sito has it now. An issue again with a hockey is so weird. No one else has reported any issues with this. And oh man, both players are gonna... It's this damage control time. If you could ever quick gate, if you could ever quick market anything, this is where you need it if you're both players. This is gonna be really brutal. Villager going down for Sito almost. And now Sito is on Sobek's woodline and Sobek's reacting. There's also the gold. Margugu, this is so awkward to even cast right now. Oh man.
Sobek needs to mix some skirm now. It will be way easier for him. Oh, Sobek didn't reacted on the gold. And there is a 1 HP scout destroying the villas.
Yeah, this is really good for Sito. I agree. Now, there's also the water, which we didn't touch on. So the fires are firing away. So there's like 3 things happening at once. But I think Sito will be happy with how many villagers he killed. He will know his opponent didn't react. And it seems like he kind of is clearing up the ranged army. But, man, that just got so messy. Look at the wood count right now for Sobek. 600 wood.
Yeah, time for a market abuse, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, and another ville. Oh, actually, this trade was so good for Sito. If you look at the Eco KD, 5-1 and maybe 5-2 soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Sito did have a little bit more TC idle time. But I think it's where he killed the villagers. I think it's the fact his fishing ships are still alive. He will actually clear up the Persian dock.
Yeah.
Sito is fishing a little bit in the north. They are both actually going to be in the west. Sobek noticed, and he will make a fire galley there. But game far from over, though. This is Persians we're talking about, right? Like, Persians could produce very quickly out of those TCs. So losing a couple additional villagers, normally you're going to be able to make up for that with the Persian economy.
Yeah. Persian economy is insanely good. So even if he lose some vills, he will be able to catch up thanks to the faster production of the TC. So he should be able to catch up. He should be able also to win the lake on the west.
Yeah.
On the left of the map. Yeah, I think that's kind of... I would say Sito's position is a bit better, but that's close, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if he uses the market, he should be in a really nice position headed towards Castle Age. Both players, I think, could benefit from that. But at the end of the day, like, Sito's got another army coming forward. And this was an archer war, and now Sito's got skirms. And scouts are maybe going to be needed here for Sobek. It's actually a really nice thing for Sito to see. Knowing your opponent has a stable right now means that they will likely be in feudal age a whole lot longer than you. And you can make adjustments on this. You know, okay, I might lose these skirms, but I need to wall up. And as long as I'm walled, I'll be in Castle Age faster. And obviously a lot of good things can come from Castle Age.
As long as if he's getting clean and cannot get damage at home, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's totally fine. And actually, that's really good for Sito because adding scout now, like it's not even a guarantee that Sobek will manage to clear Sito because Sito is adding spear, Japanese spears. He's like playing like MBL on this one. And I can tell you that I played many versus MBL playing like that, and you need so many scouts to be able to clear that.
Yeah. Agreed.
So...
It's actually, I know that MBL kind of gets memed on and people joke a lot about how many skirms and spears he makes, but I actually feel like the more and more I play in these situations, playing skirm instead of switching into archers and my own scouts, I think adding a couple extra spears is really nice.
Yeah. That's like, it's so much value for little cost, right? It's like your skirm are naked. You add 2 spear, which is like 75 food, 75 wood, kinda, and suddenly your army is super hard to deal with. So that's an insane value from a little investment. So
and also, on top of that, he also just backed away. So he didn't give any opportunity for Sobek to take a good engagement yet. Sobek's 2 scouts kind of feel like they're a bit of a waste right now, and this is what we mean. Just a couple of spear. You don't have enough scouts to engage against this Sito. I know it's been a kind of a rough start to the series for him, but he's in a very nice position to tie this up as long as he can get some damage in here in Castle Age.
Yeah. I think Sito is in a winning position. I think he's reading the game correctly, right? He's going double stable. And if he thought that Sobek was up 2, he wouldn't do that because then Camo just counter knights.
True.
But he realized that he has a lot of timing advantage and he will just go for the kill, I guess.
Man. And yeah, these trades are insane, dude. Like normally, if you're the player who's gone Castle Age faster, you aren't going to be winning the fights as much because you have invested less into the fights. But huge clear there. Sobek's base wide open. Now Sobek is going to win the water on the left, but it's not like he's really fished that much in his starting pond. And knights into 3 town centers for Sito. So much like the previous game where he went for the town centers, he's going to have a big eco. But this game, we know he's going to dominate with the military. And the GG's called. Sito ties it up.
1-1. Yeah, my take is that Spear Skirm is a bit too OP.
Okay.
But I mean, as an archer lover, I mean, you won't expect something else from me. So
okay. All right. Good to know. Well, I mean, what I loved, there was a moment there where both players were moving in with archers, and Sobek actually had hit Sato's woodline first, right? So if anyone's going to find the villager kills, if anyone's going to find the damage there, it in theory could have been Sobek killing the villagers. But Sobek only killed one eco unit this game, only one villager, and then Sato killed like 5 in that attack. He had the archers microing. He also had the scout and the militia, which were actually huge, distracting on the other side and getting kills. And so maybe kind of what we expected. We didn't see it in game 1, but game 2, Sato better with the multitasking. And also, I think what benefited him was still that early pressure from the Japanese, which we talked about.
Yeah, he played really well this one. It was really clean from him. He managed to win the lake on the right as well. So yeah. I think Sito is really good at this trade scenario because actually he doesn't care of losing vills. That's why he's so good. Like, I don't know if you saw how he reacted. He just took all his vills, he clicked on the archer, and then he focused elsewhere.
Yeah.
He was like, okay,
he's like, whatever.
Let's trade, but I will kill his army if he wants to defend while micro and defending.
So how good do you think Persians are right now? Just roughly. Are they like, on this map pool, qualifier map pool, are they top 5? Are they top 10?
In cross or in general?
In general, I guess it's. I guess cross. I think they're pretty clearly top 5. So in general, what do you think?
I think they are top. Let's say not arena-like because on arena they are bad, but except arena-like, they are like top 10. I would say.
Okay, so interesting stat for you. Now this is not including any games today.
Okay.
Persians have 8 wins and 20 losses with a win rate of 28%.
Oh, really?
But they have been first picked the second most. Chinese has been first pick 31 times. Persians have been first pick 22 times. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. Yeah. That's crazy, actually. I mean, you need to look where they lost against, like, which chief beat them, but
well, that's true. You need to look at the matchups. You also like the first, this includes the first and second round, so you had favorites who were going to win regardless. That's
I don't know, surprising to me.
Yeah, I get it's surprising to me as well. But there's this theme where Persians continue to lose despite being first pick, and I find it interesting. Maybe because too predictable. I don't know.
And where do you pick Persians? I saw Vinch picking it on Mudflow. And except that, most of the people will pick Persians on cross, right?
Yes.
And on cross, in theory, it should be OP.
Yeah.
Maybe for me, Persian is like top 1 with Byzantine, maybe.
Yeah. I have a theory about Persians, and I've always felt this with them, but it might just be me. I actually think their TC's working so fast. Actually, it can be awkward sometimes. It's bad.
Yeah.
Because you never want an idle TC. So you have food queued up in your TC all the time, which means you don't have as many resources for other things.
I agree.
It's like, do you feel that too when you play with them? Because it is awkward sometimes. You're like, where are my resources?
Yeah. I think the mistake. I think nowadays most player wants to play safe, which means they will play defensive at TCs first.
Okay.
I think with Persia, the right way to play them is to play one TC first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like let's say there for Sobek, let's say it's maybe a bit more uneven game. They are like going up same time at Castle Age. I think Sobek play should be double TC monastery at double stable monastery at home, and then forward siege workshop. And after you made like 1 or 2 Mongona, then you add 2 TC suddenly.
Yeah.
I think that should be the way to play them because as you said, if you add TCs first, then it's not only you are greedy because you are playing 3TC boom, but you are playing 3TC Persian boom. So it's even more greedy. It's like you're playing like 4th TC versus 1 TC sometimes.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast those TCs produce. It's such an interesting thing because normally always creating villagers feels good. But with Persians, I think sometimes it can feel bad. So game number 3, and we've got some elite water civs here. I think if there were to be a debate, like a sit down and debate and argue and look at stats and look at tech trees about islands, I think that there could be a lot of cases for Armenians to be number 1 and a lot of cases for Italians to be number 1. All the other civs, there are some good civs out there, probably fall in, at least in my view, Margugu, below them. What do you think about that?
I think Armenians is top 1, like
You think
top
Armenians
one
are better?
By far.
Okay,
By far.
by far. Okay, so interesting you say that because Armenians have been banned a lot in this qualifier, and I think a lot of people felt that as well. So normally we haven't seen the Armenians played, and we've seen the Italians played more maybe because people think they're strong, but they're actually somewhat beatable. So I think the big reason for the Armenians being strong is their mule cart upgrades being so much more effective because you can get the gold upgrade and the wood upgrade from the mule carts. And on a water map, you're usually just going wood and gold units, right? And that's
exactly.
before you even talk about the late game for them. So yeah, they could be insane here, but their win rate hasn't been so good just yet. But again, I think they have been banned quite a lot.
Yeah, that's normal. They are so like when you think about a Civ, like most of the Civ design is like they are strong early and late game, or they are strong on the mid game, or like they have like peak of bonuses happening in a game, right?
Yep.
When you think about Armenians, the mule cart is cheaper than a lumber camp first.
Yep.
Then the wood upgrade gives you more wood. Then your Galay are shooting double arrows.
Yep.
So your early game is insane. Okay. Then mid game, you make a monastery. You have one free relics. You have the warrior priests. Nobody can lend you because warrior priests kill enemy monks, kill enemy siege, kill everything.
Yep.
And you can even like use your fortified church as a mini tower to defend.
Okay.
OP. And then the free relics and late game, you have like nuclear bomb that are called demos for them.
Yep.
You have like a BBC Mangonel Trebs of the Sea Dromons.
Yep.
Galeon extra range, like it's just too much.
Okay. So I agree with you. I'm going to make this interesting, though. You ready for this?
Okay.
Sobek's going to win. 100%. You know why? You know why?
Okay.
You know why I'm making this bold statement here? I'm making this bold statement because I agree.
Okay.
The Armenians have so many things that they can do. It's so strong. But it's not as easy to play. I think like it's more specific things. The Italians, cheaper next stage, cheaper fishing ships, cheaper dock techs. I think that is easier to play if it gets messy. And so that's why I think Italians, even if on paper they may be out-teched, and every Civ might be out-teched by Armenians, I don't know. I think Sobek's going to find a way, but I just wanted to say that to make things interesting here.
Okay,
you know?
okay. No, I see what you mean. It's like harder to master the Armenians, easier to play the Italians.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
at the end, it matters in the game, right?
It's like if I were to make a land comparison, Italians are like the Franks of the Sea. They're super easy to play.
Yes.
They have really solid late game. And so you see a lot of people doing well with the Italians because of how smooth it is. But obviously there are civs that are better than Franks that maybe have good matchups that could, in theory, counter them. That's the way I see it. It's not quite that simple, but I think that's the best way to explain the way I'm feeling.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. But
the question is, will Sobek land or not? I saw him landing versus... Was it versus...
It was against Valis. Yep, it was against Valis.
Yeah, he landed.
And I think what I would do is I would go back dock. I would go transport after 3 fishing ships. And then I would make it messy. Because that's what you want here against a galley player. And I think Sito even expects it. Do you see this palisade wall? He's like, just in case, I'm going to have a couple palisade walls there. Very interesting.
I have an idea, actually. Like, I thought about a plan for islands, and as I'm eliminated, I will not be able to make it work. But I had a plan. It's like, I go FC? No, I go like fast feudal, but just booming on fish. And I just make one transport with a flag. I show myself intentionally, just to make reaction. And I just release my scout on the island, but I don't do anything. And the guy will just overreact while I'm booming.
Honestly, I mean, that just added another reason why I'm disappointed you're out of the qualifier, Margugu. I think that's actually not horrible.
Yeah,
because
I think that...
And it's not like you can't use the transport again later. Because what happens is the second someone sees your scout, they're going to go full wall. They're going to drop a barracks. And that's like big villager and resource investment. And if you're just 2 docks at home making ships anyways, I could see them being very confused.
Yeah. And actually, even my follow-up was clean, I think, in my strategy. It was like my follow-up is like I go faster Castle Age then because I baited him. And then I go like double Nat3 at home to get all the 4th relics on the middle.
Yep.
And then I'm just in a good position. Oh, and look at Sobek. is going for the landing.
Yes,
actually.
he is. He's going for the landing. Now, the island generations can be a bit weird sometimes. So this is a neutral island, and the other neutral island he passed as well. And where is he going to arrive? He needs to avoid the wall.
Oh, please make it in 90. Just go for the range on the neutral islands.
No. Don't. He
no.
actually checked. He's going to make the barracks there, which seems bad. But Sito doesn't see it. And look where Sito's going to scout right now.
Oh, actually, that's insane. No. Sito, man, go on the top, please.
Oh, man. And, like, I'm sure Sobek's probably like, crap, this is so bad. But it is actually going to be amazing because the longer this takes to be found, the more likely Sito is going to think that his opponent is just going Navy.
Oh.
Which is
now
not the case.
Now I remember Sito teaching me how to land. He was like, never go in the front. You're getting spotted instantly. Always go in the back on the side.
Yeah.
And now... Oh, no. Oh, look at Sito vision. That's awful. He's just right in his face.
Oh, man. Also, Sobek has not seen a dock on the front. So if he does make ships, he's gonna know the fish are probably on the back. I think Sito just saw the scout, and now he sees the vills, and now he sees the archers, and now he has to immediately react. Oh, my goodness. This is chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think tower is probably a good idea because archers are going to be dangerous here. The scout going down here for Sito could be a problem. The tower goes up. He has to now damage control, and so he's going to run over to his stone to try and get as much stone as possible so he can make another tower soon.
Where is his second stone? He has a stone in the back, actually. If you manage to wall from his wood line to his dock, you will be able to take it.
Yeah, true. So, again, we talked about all the Armenian bonuses, the mule cart, the navy, but this type of play makes it more awkward for Sito. But the thing that's amazing for Sito, he actually made his own transport ship, which if you look for it, Margugu, it's going to make you laugh. But he also has 6 fishing ships. Which is really nice behind this.
I know Sito loves to go for a counter attack on this type of map. He just wall at home, make his own archer, and go for a counter landing with like 4 archer and fletching.
Okay, interesting.
I think that's if you manage to do it in time, it's a GG move, right? Because Sobek will have nothing to defend with at home, but it's really hard to make it short as well because you need a lot of time.
This mule cart is actually going to be really helpful for Sito because he can take stone to the mule cart right here. And that will help him get another tower here soon. But the house is going to go down. And Sobek might get through. And Sobek is, he's untouched at home. That's the big thing. He is untouched at home. His fish are safe for now behind this. And he's making a lot of fire galleys.
Yeah, that's good. I like it. But he missed the galley by 1 tile, actually.
Yeah.
And that could be bad, because if the galley manages to snipe the fish, then Sito's position gonna be insane, I think.
Agreed. You know, something that could be awkward for Sito is if he goes to make farms and realizes, oh crap, I haven't made a mill yet. Because those berries can be super nice on this map.
Oh, true. Oh, wait. Sobek wants to force under the TC?
Oh, man, that's bad. That is really bad for him. Big clear up for Sito, who still has 6 fish behind this. He hasn't lost any yet. But Sobek was maybe reacting to the galleys. He may lose some fish here. But he does notice that. And then his fires are still looking for Sito's fish. But he doesn't have scouting on that. He actually went forward dock here. He still hasn't been able to get to the back and kill the fish. It looks like he's looking right now, though, Margugu.
And he did not find the transport from Sito as well. Like, the transport of Sito is on the middle of nowhere, but on the front.
Oh, he's going to find it.
Hopefully.
Oh,
no.
Just passing. No. No.
Oh, no. Just imagine if this transport will transport like 3 archer and kill the game.
Yeah.
And then Sobek will rewatch it and he will be like, I just had 2 patrol.
Well,
and I won.
Well, I mean, I think Sito is still going to have to work really hard right now. Because there's fires now on his fish. And you remember, it's cheaper to go up to the next stage with the Italians. Your fishing ships were cheaper. Your dock techs are cheaper, which really plays a big role in the Castle Age. And this has just not been a game where the Armenian bonuses have been able to shine, at least yet. Sito, though, going to buy some resources to click up. He's in a manageable spot there. And he has dealt with the landing. He didn't lose too much. He only lost the fish economically. And he's even relocating the rest of the fish. He's definitely still in this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the stable from Sobek is scary, right? Because on this map, like, if you still have the opponent on your island, potentially taking some resources as well, it's not cool. And I would love Sobek to make a TC on Sito's island, actually. Like, you are up versus Armenians. Like, he saw the game from Armenians. He saw that in late game, you cannot win if you're on even spot. So I think you need to go for some crazy idea, too.
I think
it could be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I really like... I think the Knights are going to force a lot of reactions. These 1 or 2 Knights. Your opponent's on skirms. You've got cheap dock techs. I wouldn't mind a second TC at home here for Sobek. Just get a lead in early castle and then try to win the game in early M. Nice defense there from Sito.
Okay, that's going to be a wild one. Look at Sito transport.
What?
Wheels are
4
going
of them?
off. That's going to be a wild one.
Oh, man, imagine if that transport went down earlier. This should be a possibility.
Yeah. It's going to be a fortified church rush, I guess. I think. Then you will have the warrior priest, and good luck stopping that.
Interesting choice. You know what's wild is Sito doesn't know there's a stable on his base. So.
Oh, really?
So we're assuming like he's gonna prep for it. I don't think he knows. And he's dropping a stable at Sobek's base, and Sobek certainly doesn't know about this. Oh boy.
Oh, maybe the fire patrolling on the top of the stable will...
No, it'll patrol too far. It's gonna head towards the water. Yeah, I mean, fortified church gives you the relic. Actually, you need to make the fortified church at your own island. You don't want to give the enemy an extra relic.
Actually, yeah, he wants to make the first one at home. And he's doing that.
Oh, that's so funny. Can you imagine if he builds the first one forward and then loses it, then the opponent gets a relic in late game? That's super smart.
Actually, Sobek is going for a second TC. Like, the position of the second TC is really good. He might be able to manage to defend, but he needs to react in time.
It's just wild to me. This is just wild to me that the transport, that the fire ship pissed has made this type of a difference. Oh my god, Sito. The knight in the wood line is going to do so much. Sobek has no clue. And there's another fortified church going up. We are going to have a warrior priest rush here. Not just knights, warrior priests. These are monks that heal and attack, but cannot convert. What in the world?
And you need a tournament to convert them even.
Yeah.
That's what... Like, they're so OP because of that.
And then look at Sito. He's making monks from home. This is actually perfect defense. Because if he made warrior priest here, then he wouldn't be able to do what he just did and get that conversion. Wow. Dang. What a game.
That's a wild one. That's a wild one. But in all this mess, both kept some fish alive. But Sito might lose them, actually. And losing fish in this type of scenario is super bad.
They're both losing it, Margugu, because at the same time, Sito just killed fish. So they're both going to be being aggressive against the other's fish. The knight for Sito is here on the golds. The fires are killing some villagers on the shoreline. Very nice for Sito. The fish for Sobek have not found the fish from
I
Sito.
love what's doing Sito. Sito is stealing the relics from Sobek and bringing it to his own islands. I love this move.
Wait, where?
Like, the transport ship just came back with the relics. I think that's so good.
Whoa, that is super good. Yeah, because you're thinking late game, right? And the relics matter a lot in late game. And wow, exactly. I mean, so he's not really focusing on the push much at all then, right? That is him definitely thinking that this game's going to go to Imp anyways. That could be huge.
In my trainings on this map, I realized that you can win 60 vills against 120 if you have more relics than your opponent.
Yep, exactly.
That's just how good relics are on this map.
Well,
so going all in for relics is worth it, I would say.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring it up because obviously, like, everyone knows that sometimes on islands you just run out of resources, right?
Yeah.
And that's just how it goes. Like, someone's like, add more wood. Well, if I add more wood, then the game goes on for another hour, but then they still run out of resources.
Yeah.
So I thought, like, what way can we give the aggressor and the player who has control more advantages? And relics are a big reason for that.
That's really good. I think the map is really good. Like, early stage of my training, it was like Galley all-in versus Galley all-in.
Yeah.
The one winning it wins the game. Then we realized the pathing is that bad that going fire... Like, I swear, I did a training with... Who was it? I think it was before the path thing with Sebastian. And he went Galley on Feudal Age into Fire on Castle Age. On paper, it's so bad on paper.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the Galley mass. He won just because my Galley were just not moving. He won because of that.
Well, I can tell that still is bothering you, Margugu. I appreciate you using this. I use my casting as a venting session as well. I'm just.
Oh, look at the castle from Sito, actually.
What?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's an epic castle, dude. He's like, you want to build up buildings on my base? How about I build a castle on yours? And it's hard to stop because the fortified church lets you garrison. So if anything comes here to try and attack this, the monks and the villagers can garrison. It's super strong. Oh,
okay,
God.
my hope now is that Sobek will castle drop Sito's island, and they will switch island, and then Sobek gets the relic that Sito stole from Sobek Island.
I mean, honestly,
I would love that.
That would be hilarious, and it would maybe be your best play. If you, if you try and just defend your island that has been castle dropped, you will probably lose. So Sobek needs to find a way. The problem is his buildings are all surrounded now. There's lots of army around. There's monks. We might even see redemption for Sito to try and convert the buildings. So it's just become very difficult here for Sobek, but he is still I would be so unbelievably dead right now, Margugu.
Yeah.
How is he still alive? How is his economy still really strong here? I don't know.
How is his top score as well? I have no clue.
The Navy.
I have no clue.
Well, it's the Navy, right? And he continues to miss out on some patrols. Finally, he gets a bit lucky because he's been looking for the fish, but he's got so much more Navy than Sito, which obviously is really important here on islands. So he'll kill the fires. He'll finally kill those pesky fishing ships. And, well, I mean, he's still got some potential to fight with these buildings, but it doesn't seem like he's going to do too much more with that right now.
Yeah, it's his situation is super complicated, right?
Yeah.
He got pushed back at Sito's island, and at home he has a castle taking out 2 TCs.
Both TCs. Yeah, that castle is actually perfect. You're stealing the opponent's stone, and then you will eventually take down 2 town centers. That is so brutal.
And then you will have composite bowman in your face as well. You have composite bowman, warrior priest in your face, fortified church. That's a lot to deal with.
Well, atonement is in, so monks can be converted, but there's the composite bowman, and like you said, they're going to run in, and that is not something that Sobek was planning on dealing with. He was just simply preparing monks to go for the other monks, or the priests rather. So he has to desperately add siege, but oh man, his TC is getting siege down. It's just so awkward. I'm really struggling to see a way that Sobek can hold on here unless he kills these composite bowmen quickly.
Yeah, and even the knight will get destroyed by the composite bowman because they're in your armor, right?
Yep.
That's super tricky. And even composite bowman, when you think about it, for Armenians, is a really good landing unit.
Yeah, it's true. Uh-oh, this castle.
Oh,
In game number 1, we had a doubt sighting, and it was from Sito. Game number 3 here.
It goes up, but wait, maybe not.
I don't know if it goes up. I don't know. I don't know, dude. He's gonna lose a lot here. Oh, jeez, it's gonna go up. Yikes.
I can tell you that Sobek's mouse is dead now. He can go for a new one for the next game. He clicked so hard, he destroyed his mouse for sure.
Yeah, we need to take a 20-minute break so we can go to the store and get a new mouse. Well, that did it right there, right? Because Sito was behind an eco, and now after those kills, he's killed 49 eco, which is crazy.
Huge.
After that, he's got a castle up at home. His food eco is actually awful. So, it's not like he's going to be imp anytime soon, but it does feel like he's in such a good position now.
Yeah, maybe going 3 TC right away for Sobek was too much, actually.
No, I actually think everything Sobek did was great. He just didn't know the landing was coming. If that landing if that transport dies, the rest of this game is amazing for Sobek. I actually think he wins. But the transport was brilliant.
Aye. When he will watch that, this fire kissing the transport, he will be like, no way.
Yeah, seriously. Brutal stuff. I do like how Sobek's still trying to do something. He still has the knights and the scout around, but there's really nothing over there. I do like how he continues to fight here because we do know oftentimes on islands the game can go on for a long time.
Yeah, it's not like Sobek have the relic advantage as well. Like Sito is going for the like 6th and 7th relic, I would say. So yeah.
I've never seen someone get... Well, I've seen someone get 6. I don't think I've ever seen someone get 7.
Do you think we will see somewhat getting 10 relics in the main event? Because both are going Armenians and one stealing all the relics from the others. It's possible, actually.
Ah, that's true.
But
I mean,
yeah,
odds are slim, but it is a possibility. Yeah.
Could be fun. 10 relics? Oof.
And then it's like... It's interesting that we're talking so much about relics because... you know, if a couple Reddit threads were anything to go by... Portuguese, we're just going to dominate with Vitorias here, right? And, like, no one's playing Portuguese, which is interesting. I think that a lot of that is because Portuguese are really strong on other maps.
Yeah, potentially, yes.
That's probably a big reason why. But, yeah, it's definitely been a relic conversation on this map. Not so much the Vitorias. Wow, what a game. That transport ship that Sito was lucky to still have changed the game. You called it, though, Margugu. Like, Sito apparently likes to go for some counter damage, and it's not something we see every day. Usually the player who gets landed just defends and tries to clear that and then win water, and then the other player is extremely safe at home. The landing, the knight, the warrior priest, and then transporting all the relics back home. Super smart play from Sito.
Yeah.
And he's up 2-1 now.
That was a really nice game to watch, at least.
Yeah.
But
stuff.
yeah, warrior priest, once again. Like, that's a little details among all the bonuses of Armenians. But
yep.
Warrior priest is just too good, right?
Well, I just love... Yeah, I love how we saw that in offense and defense here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We got to see the forward church and the priest for the attack. And then we got to see the defensive church with the monks for the conversions. Is really
That's
sick
true.
that we got to see that from Sito. And that is not... I think it is easy to oversimplify it and just act like, oh, yeah, it's obvious. They're so strong. That's not easy to think about. To time your churches like he did for the relics, to go for the correct ones, to do everything else is really impressive.
He played amazing, that's for sure. The decision of going counter landing was insane.
Yeah. And it worked out. Sobek's probably so frustrated. But, I mean, what are you going to do when you get landed like that? I think Sobek kind of did everything he could because he just didn't build up at all for any type of land defense, and it just came so fast. Oh, man.
Yeah, you can argue that Sobek could have maybe did a better job of killing Sito's fish earlier, but except that, I don't see a big mistake from him.
Correct.
Like...
And also another thing about that from Sito, which I think we need to give him credit for, his fish were hidden away in that back corner, man.
Yeah.
Like, he put the fish in an area where it was extremely difficult for Sito to find them, or for Sobek to find them. Sobek went in on both sides there, and it took him till, like, way later in Castle Age to eventually kill the fish. So I thought that was impressive. And now, you know, the favorite is up 2-1, which is what you and many other people thought was going to happen today, and it's Sobek's turn to find some type of response here.
Yeah. Let's see what is the answer from Sobek, but he needs to get a win now, because then if you are down 3-1, it's like one game more and you are not out, but you lose the set. So
Agreed.
I think it's cool to go 2-2 to tie it up.
Yep. Margugu, can I have 2 minutes? Actually, make it a minute. I'm just going to mute for a minute. I'll be right back. All right?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Guys, just want to quickly say thank you so much for the support. That's all it is. I'm going to keep it shorter than a minute. Thank you, everyone, for the support. First time multi-streaming onto YouTube. The support's there has been awesome. I'm seeing chat active and excited. Thank you. Again, not going to say much more than that. Just wanted to step away and say that while being respectful to Margugu. The games have been awesome. We have this best of 7 now, obviously. Winner here qualifies for the main event of Hidden Cup, which is February 25th. And then we have another best of 7 after this, which will be Ganji MBL. It should be awesome, okay? Thank you, Metro. Thank you, Peter, Slap, Joey, Builder, I Am Draz. Thank you, everyone, for the subs and resubs. It means a lot, all right? Salutes to you guys. Also, since we have so many people, if you're in the U.S. or wish to be for the final day viewing party, we've never done a viewing party in the U.S. before. Tickets are on sale. It's in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We've got the info pinned at the top of the comments, all right? For anyone who has interest, there's a Discord for questions, but I know some people might not have heard about that yet. And tickets will only be on sale for another 2 weeks, I think, or something along those lines. All right? So, 3 seconds till we're in. Argugu, thanks for waiting. We've got slopes.
Nice. Slopes. Oh, the sieves, actually. Hindustani Malians? Camel sieves? Interesting.
The last time I saw this matchup, I saw a lot of camels. Like, neither civ gets pike. Both civs get insanely strong camels. So I'm curious, this may become a camel war, but there's obviously lots of different options, and there's also lots of different options on slopes, which is what I like about the map. You've got the food on the sides with the shorefish and the deer, and you also have stone and gold over there and lots of wood up on the hill. And then there's lots of gold and stone through the middle as well. That's neutral. And then tiny little wood lines that the players are going to have to wall between here, Mark Gugu.
I'm thinking about the matchup. Like, I'm thinking about how this game gonna go.
Okay.
Actually, I think Malians needs to kill fast because the late game might be Pike versus Pike, then 9 range and cannoneer.
Uh-huh.
And I do believe Malians cannot win this, I think.
Well, what about if you play like crossbow camel?
Yeah,
Crossbow,
that's what I think.
Crossbow knight even with the Malians. I think my issue with the Hindustanis on maps where it's a bit more open is they don't have a lot of tools to kill villagers because they can't make knights. Yeah. And then it feels awkward playing archers with them as well. It wouldn't even surprise me if we saw something like cav archers for the Hindustanis at some point here.
Could be an option, yeah. But I definitely think that Malians needs to play aggressive on Castle Age. Like, they want the double gold composition with like archers and camel, I think.
Okay.
Should be the best. But then when you think about that, like, what's gonna be Sobek's answer to this? Like, he won't just play like camel versus archer, right? So maybe Sobek gonna go like maybe skirm camel or maybe his own archer, but feels a bit weird, right? Because with the ballistic of the Malians, like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. I mean,
it's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, what makes it more interesting is the options you have and how you play some of this as well. Like, I think already we're seeing Sato at least scout the sides a lot. Like, this guy's scouting with every single goose, which is pretty... Maybe that's too much, actually. If someone's coming to scout you, maybe you shouldn't have them out there, but he's pushing in some deer. I do want to mention, and maybe some stat people could let us know, but I think this has only been played one time in the entirety of the qualifier, this matchup. And it was on Gold Rush. It was between Baba Rum and Brave Bear.
How do you call him? Baba what?
How am I supposed to say it?
In French, it's Baba Rum. Baba Rum.
Baba Rum.
Baba Rum.
Baba Rum.
Baba O Rum.
Baba Rum. So I have to add the O.
Yeah. Yes, you have
Baba
to say
Rum.
Yes, that's way better actually.
That feels way worse to me. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that's normal, right?
Baba Rum.
It's like, but you know, I'm listening like English cast all the day.
Yeah.
And at the end, when I say the name myself in French, for example, I will have the tendency to say it like with a weird accent, like with a Franglish accent.
A Franglish?
Franglish. It's like, because then I know how to say it properly, but I hear it constantly in English. It's like like, I don't know, how do you say Jean Bureau? I think you say it like Jean Bureau, right? I think you say it something like that. Well, in French, it's just Jean Bureau.
Yeah, but I can't... You at least understand why it's tricky for me to say it how you say it, right?
Yes.
Because the way you said it exactly how I say it, but you were very Franglishing there. You were Franglishing because the 2/3 of the start there was all French, and it very much went to English. Yeah. So I was gonna ask you how you said that.
That's gonna be funny for the main event. The heroes' name are not that easy.
Yeah.
I saw like a Polish name, I believe, something like that. It was like, oof, this one, oof.
Well, so I am going to be doing pronunciation practice right before the main event because some of them were bad in the past. Like, I clearly did no practice. So we will have like a lot of more focus on the heroes this time, and I will hopefully do better. I don't think I could do worse actually than I did in the past. So But yeah, no practice just yet for me on that, so apologies. And Sobek has moved forward really early to scout. I noticed Sito stayed at home for a long time here. One of the deer trolled him, so I think he wanted to send a message to the deer and make sure to push it in anyways. But I mean, he has not scouted his opponent at all here. And Sobek is already forward looking to see what Sito's going to do.
I have to say, I love the way you're saying Salim the Grim. Can you say it?
Salim the Grim.
Me? Oh, I love it.
I mean, Salim the Grim's going to win, dude. He's going to win. I don't know. The players don't have their names yet, obviously. But unfortunately, there's going to be a whole lot of controversy because the Salim the Grim name is going to be so overpowered that whoever gets Salim is going to win. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Salim the Grim win. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect, actually. And there is another French name that John Bureau, too. Like someone called Giscard.
Yeah, I think he's from he's Sicilians, and he was the one. He's the U pudding name actually.
Oh, nice.
I think it's I gotta practice that. But is it like Robert?
Yeah, Robert
Giscard. Yeah.
But you know that a French president, one of the French presidents, like I don't know, like 25 years ago, was called Giscard. Like his name was Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. So you have a Giscard in the middle of the name. So every French was like, oh, that's a French heroes again. That's like a president. So people think it's French, actually.
Okay, well, good to know. Man, really crazy stuff here with the scouts there. Sobek almost found the kill, and then Sito was able to save the Vil. And now Sito's coming in with the militia. I love this build. I think that this, even though it hasn't killed anything yet, this has made Sobek change his plan a little bit. And it is so good for the Malians because your barracks is so much cheaper. This gives you time to wall. So we'll see how Sito's eco looks. His eco is actually looking really brutal right now for food. But I do like what the two militia have done. It has made Sobek's life a little bit more difficult right now.
Yeah, that was a really good French rush, actually. Like, the French rush, if you force your opponent to wall in his resources, it's already a win, right?
Yeah.
Because you invest that little of resources, that any type of pressure that you can put on your opponent is good. Like, even if you just don't do anything with the militia, you just like kill the enemy scout, it's already so good for you.
So, back to the names real quick. Did you know that U-Pudding, when he was labbing out the U-Pudding strategy, that his name was not U-Pudding, but it was Robert Giscard?
Oh, really? No, I didn't know that.
If you go back to the first video of U-Pudding, when I just found him, he was playing as the Sicilian guy who is known for being, like... I gotta double check the history of it, but I think he was actually involved with, like, the dungeons and whatnot. In some capacity.
Really?
Yeah, like, literally. Okay. So he was full-on role-playing, which I think is so epic.
Oh, I love this. I love the roleplay thing. Like, I love the storytelling as well. I think that's insane for events, like in life in general. Like, it just adds so much like spicy to everything. I love it.
Yeah. Well, walls are gonna come up here for Sobek, and there's no holes here for Sito. So yeah, Sito just thought I can delay my opponent, and then I can chill. And he has a really nice map to chill. The berries, the gold, the stone, even the wood. Sometimes you don't have a wood line that's safe enough where it can't be ranged by range units. So it's always awkward being in Sobek's position because you don't want to invest too much into army, because if you do that, you could have a problem. And oh, wait a second, Sobek is missing this. The archers for Sito are escaping, and Sito just saw that hole in the wall there.
Yeah, it just saw the hole, but the scout went through this hole actually from
true.
Sito.
Yeah.
So thanks for Sobek, because otherwise it would have been a massacre in his base.
Yeah. That's true. If the archers found it, it could have been over. Archers for Sito just now getting to the other side. And so actually, the skirms actually missed those archers. Oof.
That's actually super risky from Sito to move out now, because his scout is walled inside the base, which means if the skirms just turn back to kill the archer, the archer number for Sito could be gone. And as we said, Sito needs the archer number in Castle Age.
I will maintain, if I ever move out in that situation, every single archer dies.
Yeah.
But some players, man, they make it happen. I don't know what it is. Like, maybe we haven't been told the secret yet, Margugu. But you're spot on. Moving those archers out like that with no scout support was very risky, but he's going to get here anyways.
He's adding scouts, Sito. That's super surprising to me because he's fully walled. And most of the time when both players are fully walled, it's like, okay, like the natural follow-up of this is going Castle Age and that's it. While Sito is like investing a lot.
I think he is because look how fast the houses go down against 3 Hindustani scouts.
Oh, yeah.
It's so fast. And so I think he knows he needs to push this back. Now, Sobek will get to see that. So Sobek will know that the scouts are coming out, which is good because I would be worried maybe that Sito's being super greedy and going to Castle Age or something. And meanwhile, we have archers knocking at the door, and the archers are not going to break through for Sito if there's skirmishers there for Sobek.
But yeah, same. Like, Sito did not respect too much the skirm from Sobek, but Sobek is not respecting at all the stable from Sito.
True. He might be trapped in here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's bad for Sobek. And Sito has, like, forging even, so it's going to be a disaster for Sobek, actually.
Well, it's only 3 skirms, though. So as long as... Well, I don't know if I love that fight, but I think as long as your scouts stay alive, you could be okay if you're Sobek.
Yeah.
The archers can't break into your base right now. That's my feeling on it. But you can't take gold that easily, can you? And he's actually over-chopping his wood line. And so he needs to be careful there. The scout-archer combination is going to be really deadly from Sito.
Yeah, but then at the same time, right? He lost like 4 skirm, Sobek, and Sito didn't lose his 5 archer.
Yeah.
Like,
He didn't lose any.
Sobek managed to kill this army, I would say, okay, it's maybe even better for Sobek.
Yep.
But if it doesn't kill this, then Sito is so happy about this because he has a scaling army that will be so good in Castle Age.
Yeah.
While Sobek doesn't have number to defend, then will struggle a lot Castle Age.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it really just comes back to that opportunity for Sobek. Finding those archers. If he would have killed some of them, maybe he'd be in a better position. Sito, so interesting, right? Played into walls, but don't be confused. This guy's still a killer, and he's still going to be incredibly aggressive behind that. And he knows he has a timing. You said the words that you think that the Malians have to be extremely aggressive here because Hindustanis could do so well with their hand cannons and their camels later. And so the stone has been sold. Sito is not planning on dropping 2nd or 3rd town center, apparently, after doing that.
And yeah, while Sobek is investing into the armor for the skirms, it's not looking good actually. And just because of that, right? He lost 4 skirms, but then he feels the pressure and he feels like, okay, I need to invest more to defend. And that's exactly the moment Sito is dropping the market, and his market goes up.
I mean, the timings from Sito is just unbelievable here. Because my feeling, like, I can relate to Sobek right now. You have to make skirms. You feel like you have to.
Yeah.
And he made them at a good time, but they never found the engagement. And then you're like, well, I might as well not have had any skirms, and I might as well have just waited to make them.
Yeah.
It's so tricky. Going skirmishers could be great, but also if the timing isn't right, it could just seem like a complete waste.
I think his mistake was pretty clear. It was to stay. Oh, okay, no, it's fine. Like when he stayed in front of the Sito's base while he saw Sito on the right with his archer.
Yeah.
If at this moment he just go back with the idea of killing all the archer of Sito, maybe he won't find them. But at least he won't get cleaned by Sito, and Sito will invest into some scout to make sure his archer makes it home, right? So, yeah, I think that was a mistake from Sobek.
Let's see how he can dance now. If the scouts weren't here, he could maybe hold with some dancing with some skirmishers, but Elite Skirm takes longer than Crossbow. Crossbow Bodkinons is on the way. Sito's not thinking about camels. He's going to go for Knight. And Sobek, he started off this series so well, right? He played so good. And how quickly it can turn around on you. He's now down 2-1. He loses this game. He'll have to win 3 straight to move into Hidden Cup 5 main event. And oh, God, you got to drop a tower. Right, Margugu? You have to tower.
Yes, you have to. You don't want to, but you need to.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Sito can even go for fast ballistic behind that with the Malians bonus. Oh, I think this tower will be costly.
Oh, man. I mean, you're right. He didn't want to. That's why he waited. Never wants to drop the tower because there will be disadvantages to that, but man, even the tower positioning, like I'm not sure I would have chose this position for the tower if I were him. Oh God, clearly wasn't planning for it. Sito just slaughtering him, and all the skirms are going to be dead.
I mean, looking at the tower position, you can feel he didn't want to place it at all. Like it was like, okay, let's put it there.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, now how do you come back from this?
Well, you kill the crossbows.
Yeah.
You hope that your villagers are cheap enough to reboom back into the game. That's actually it. That's my thinking. Is you play like your opponent doesn't have many crossbows. You bought the stone, you drop the second TC, maybe go monks for knights or some camels, and you just hope that with super cheap vills, you have a chance. Maybe. Yeah, I didn't realize he lost 16 vills. I thought it was like 10, which is still really bad. Ugh.
Yeah, and it's not like he lost the vills, managed to clean up the armies, and have something to counterattack. No.
Yeah.
And he lost everything and still on defense.
Yep. This is also where the Hindustanis are really tricky for me. This is obviously a game where they're likely going to lose now, but like when you fall into this position and you can't make knights, you're always like, well, crap, I can't do anything to them.
Yeah.
Right? I can't like counterattack or anything. You're just stuck. But
and now he needs wood and gold to go for elite skirm, and he's having a lot of food. Like that's legit the worst position ever.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sobek knows he's most likely dead.
Yeah.
But this is the biggest moment in his career, I would say. And so he wants to ensure that he's not going to call this until he is actually dead. And he is actually killed off. But this also could boost, if you're in Sato's position, you might be a lot more confident, right? You're like, ooh, I get to feel like I'm dominating this guy for even longer in this game now. Probably feels good.
Yeah, it feels good, but I can understand Sobek at the same time. Like, if it was ladder game, Sobek would have type out for sure. But
yeah.
in tournament games, you never know, right? Maybe your opponent like did not manage his economy that well. Maybe he had a lot of idle TC to go up.
Yep.
You never know, right? So you want to fight until you are 100% sure you're dead.
Exactly. Yep. And that's probably what we're seeing here, as he's soon 20 villagers behind. But this is what we expected from Sato today, right? Well-timed aggression, early castle age. This is the type of moment that we knew Sobek could struggle with. And Sato has won 3 straight. I mean, you know what I'm thinking about right now? Not even this game. That Islands game. That transport ship. That transport ship is still in my brain.
Yeah.
It's still there because it's like, if game 2 was a victory for Sobek, now suddenly it's 2-2 and it's not this big mountain to climb, but now it is 3-1 and Sato just needs 1 win from the next 3 to make it into Hidden Cup 5.
And I love how we spotted this transport ship details from the beginning. Like, we saw it just passing and we were like, what if? And this what if is costing him a lot.
Yeah, Sobek is going to be seeing transport ships in his nightmares if he can't turn this one around. But we should also say, while it's looking good for Sato, that the loser of this best of 7 will still have a second chance on Sunday. All the players who play in these best of 7 deciders do have a second best of 7 against other players who lost the deciders. So it's not like, it's not as brutal as we're making it seem. I think in some ways, it might actually be, I was thinking, less stressful to play these best of 7s than maybe the best of 5s in the previous round, which just completely eliminate you with no second chance.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Yeah.
I think if I managed to beat me high, I would be so relaxed for my set versus Winchester.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh, that's fine. I have a second chance.
Yeah.
I can't get destroyed. It's okay.
And now you're a caster now, Margugu.
Yeah. I mean, like, when I lost, like you saw, I was emotional.
Of course,
and I sent a message to Doubt.
Okay.
And I was like, can you tell me just quickly, like, why did I lose every game? Like, just, I need to know.
Oh, boy, you asked the wrong person, dude. You asked Doubt.
And he told me, after you went Elite Karambit game 1, I stopped watching.
I told you. You Doubt talked smack every second he got to you at an AC meetup. Like, going to him, asking that is a mistake.
No, but I know, like, he kind of helped me, but, Doubt helps is a bit weird, right? He helps you in a way, and in the other way, he don't give you clear tips. It's like, it's an in-between.
It sounds like an abusive relationship. It's like, no, Doubt loves me, I swear, but Doubt just loves differently.
Yeah. That's kind of that. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to Viper's. Like, he was streaming. I'm gonna relax a bit on this. And I sent a message, and Viper just tell me, oh, Margot, I told you in NAC you could ask me to help you to train. What happened? I was like, that's bad.
Well,
I could have getting some help from Viper and Doubt. And Doubt told me, all the maps are super classic. You don't need to train too much strategy. It's just Arabia.
Listen,
And I lose the game, and he tells me, "Why you didn't do this strat? This strat." I was like, "Couldn't you tell me this before, Doughty, man?"
it's
Please.
always it's always so easy. You know this because we're casting
Yeah.
now. It's always so easy when you're not playing the games.
I know.
It's also especially easy when you're Doubt or Viper or the other 5 players that are already in the main event and don't need to play in a brutal qualifier. So, I think, they've got their legs propped up, they're chilling, they're relaxing, they get to see all your strategies, So I wouldn't, seriously, as I told you when you messaged me, emotionally, you're an amazing player. The competition's insane. I know it's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
but I'm glad you're here. Casting, I think I can see people are enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. So this should be good fun. And dude, I've just seen the civs here for the next game too. And this is going to be a really tricky one. I don't know about you, Margugu, but the civ, the Cumans, it's growing on me because anytime they're in a game, it's so unique. It's so fun. It's so different, right? So Sato, most likely, pretty much confirmed actually, is going to go fast feudal into a second TC. Which the Cumans typically do. What do you do if you're Sobek? He's picked the Spanish here.
That's a tricky one, right? Because for me, when you play versus Cuman, you have a gamble part because you're like, okay, what's the best? Like going aggressive on them, either early feudal age, either early castle age. That's the idea.
Yep.
But then, if you go early feudal age and he's fully walled, you're like, oh crap. If you go like to drop a castle in his face with Spanish, for example, and then Sito decided to go full feudal age to deny you from doing this, then you're dead. But if you're doing it home while he's doing full feudal age, then you are in a good spot, right?
It's so tricky, yeah.
It's super tricky, yeah.
So
it's
I'll
super
tell you,
hard to decide.
I'll tell you what I would do, okay?
Okay.
And I think this may also remind people why I am not in a best of 7 decider. But what I would do, right? You're down 3-1.
Okay.
You need momentum. But also, you're Spanish. You got to have conquistadors. You got to have the castle on his face. You can't go anything defensive, right? You can't just go forward with Vils and no army. That's too risky. But I think you could go fast castle, conks, and go like 3 to 4 spearmen, and then bring everybody. Bring like 10 to 12 Vils, and you drop that castle forward. Now, the risk of what I just said, and the reason I would probably get 4-1, and then the game would be over, is that it is very likely that Sato will see the fast castle time, because he'll see what time you're in feudal, and he will make feudal age army to stop it.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth bringing that up though, because maybe Sato won't make feudal age army to stop it. I don't know.
I think Classic Pro versus Sito was Cuman versus Portuguese, I believe.
It was, and he punished the Cumans.
Yeah, exactly. But because the Cumans didn't make any army.
Yes.
Because I actually think Classic Pro was in an insane position, because in this game, just so everybody's know, Sito went feudal age, like feudal age some archers to pressure a bit Classic Pro.
Yeah.
It didn't work too well, but I actually think that just going like for a super small feudal age, just give you the guarantee that the Cumans won't go EV on army to deny your castle, because he will think you're already in his face, he should have the economic advantage. I cannot risk to go full feudal now, because if I do so, and then the Portuguese just go boom, I'm dead. So I actually think maybe the best approach might be like one range. The thing it's Spanish, right?
Spanish. You don't want to make archers with
the
Spanish.
range don't scale too well, but let's say you go for a slight, maybe men at arms archer, and then you just go up fast, castle in the face.
Okay, interesting. So
maybe
here's
idea.
another idea, right?
Okay.
Conquistadors are insane, right? Everyone knows that. They're nuts. Can you go for a castle that is like at home, maybe on the hill next to the gold or next to your base?
Yeah.
Can you do that and just use conks to dominate the game?
I think you might die to keep check.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then, but like, I agree. I think it's too risky to do that, but it is a thought that maybe just 4 or 5 conquistadors behind every wood line, around the stone, Like they could do so much
Yeah.
that maybe it's actually in some ways a safer option.
But
and
it's a
gives you
tricky
some
one.
Things to do. Yeah.
Because let's say as a Spanish, you will play like Conch Siege, right?
Yeah.
Then as Cumans, you have like 20 vills lead, but the Spanish has the control of the middle hill.
Yeah.
You have your hills only, and then as Cumans, you have to find the right balance between going in to trap down the middle castle
Yeah.
and not dying to Conch's Mangonel, which when you don't have redemption is not that easy.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
So it's
yeah.
a tricky run. I think if the Cumans play perfectly, Cumans wins.
Yes.
But it's gonna be super complicated for
Oh
Cumans
god,
to
this is gonna
play
be.
perfectly.
If Sito gets in here, this scout could be so annoying.
That's bad for Sobek.
That is really bad for Sobek. The feudal age scout can wreak so much havoc and can kill the scout from Sobek, and Sobek never pushed the zebra. Oh, and you know Sito, like Sito wants something to do because he's not gonna have army. So he would love nothing more than to just micro this nonstop. Yeah, those zebra will never get eaten now.
Oh, Sobek, you need to pay respect to this card. You need to go for Loom. If you go without Loom, it's gonna be a quick one. You don't need to think about Conquistador if you don't do Loom now. Oh, that's insane.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not so good there for Sito.
Oh. Okay.
Well, no
That
Loom is
good.
fine now.
Then why it's super good for Sobek? Because Sito will be blind.
Yep. Yeah, and I think
So-
even if with a feudal age attack, you will not kill that scout.
No.
Honestly, I think Sobek is kind of a funny scenario. I think you should just try and push a zebra and not chase that scout, and then Sito is gonna come in and he's gonna try. Yeah, Sito is gonna try and block it. I guarantee you, dude. I guarantee
Like when you
it.
propose to push the deer, in my mind, I could already imagine Sito like microing this
Yeah.
to avoid this, and at the end you're just mad and you're like, oh, okay, let's take the deer with my vills.
Well, he's going to stone. I mean, it is good in some ways that Sito will get to see the base layout and like know eventually here that stone is being mined. But we knew this already. Everyone did, right? So I don't know if the scout being in here is going to be positive. But yeah, here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. And then he's going to wait till Sobek goes to attack him.
Oh, maybe he wants to take some more info before that.
He's being annoying. But okay, nice play from Sobek here.
I mean, that's Sito, right? He loves to being annoying in games.
Is he a annoying personality, Margugu, or you just game?
Yeah. I mean, I did in games to not look too bad as a person, you know?
Yeah. The zebra is actually helping Sobek a lot now. It's wait.
Are you sure it's an help? Wait.
Yeah,
Wait until he releases the last moment.
You know what
That's
is
not
really what is amazing though is like if you're Sobek and you're gonna go for any like a barracks or anything to support yourself, maybe you build it outside your walls because Sito can't see it. And actually, even if the villagers were to leave the gate, let's say Sito sees the villagers leave, he doesn't know where the castle's gonna go or what's gonna happen, right? Sito will be guessing a lot here, I think.
I am thinking, if I was in Vocal with Doubt now, talking about this game,
Okay.
I think there is a chance he would tell me, look, I put a lot on stone, I kill his scout, so Sito will think I go forward, and then I go 5 TC boom.
Oh. That sounds like a Doubt thing to do. And then he would get
Exactly.
outboomed. He would get outboomed by the
And
Kipchaks and die.
Exactly.
Well, Doubt can't defend himself. I did ask him if he wanted to cast any of the deciders. I never got a response, so he can't defend himself. But yeah, that is true. That's a big brain thing. Like, he's going to expect the castle. But you have to drop the castle, dude. You cannot not drop the castle. It has to happen. And Sito is not out of the barracks. He's simply going to wall. So
Yeah.
I think a forward castle could be devastating here.
But at the same time, it's that far that crossing all the map, and you have the wolf as well.
Well,
like,
if you
even
run
if it's
through
not
the
a
middle,
big problem, right?
if you get Loom and you run through the middle, you might encounter 1 or 2 wolves.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Actually,
you
that's
think-
another reason to add a barracks, because you could actually just round up the wolves with a spearman.
Do you think Sito hosted the lobby and put the difficulty of the AI in extreme, so
That-
the wolves will going aggro from like half the map?
That's fixed now. That's fixed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's funny you say that. So the difficulty, guys, of the AI choice would affect the range at which wolves would attack. And so, yeah, on a map like this, if you had it like extreme AI difficulty, even though you're playing a human, the wolves would attack from way further away. And that was a big thing. Like, I actually remember accidentally hosting, like hardest difficulty or something and playing Arabia and having wolves. Yeah, accidentally. Well, it depends. I wasn't playing Gold Rush, but yeah, you're right. That was definitely a factor in the past. But you don't need. You can stop selecting easy now for your lobbies, Margugu, because the wolves are not going to attack you anymore, depending on that.
Like, I remember once I hosted extreme because I knew my opponent was going man at arm.
See? I wasn't kidding. Yeah. Yeah, so you wanted him to run into wolves. You little...
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the game.
And if I go man at arm, I host super easy difficulty.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Listen, I'm laughing at it, but dude, I did the same, dude. I did the same. I'm glad they fixed it. I did the same. I did the same. I can even tell you the series. I can even tell you.
I was like, should I tell T90 that I'm doing that? That's maybe bad as
It's
a player,
been fixed
no?
for a bit. It's been fixed for a bit. I think it hasn't been like that for a year, for like 2 years or something.
Okay.
So nice we just confessed that. Well, what we said was forward castle, right? This castle is a safe castle in order to complete the castle. And it's going to make conquistadors. But it is not on this crazy eco that Sato has. And Sato's got a 20 villager lead right now. And he is on stone. So he, in 2 minutes, immediately when he gets castle age, is going to build his own castle. But is he going to be able to place a good castle with all this aggression coming right now from Sobek?
Yeah. In this type of position as a caster, I like to get into Sito's point of view.
Yep.
So everyone realize how complicated it will be for him to play this.
Yep.
Because it's like, oh, you have a castle on this big hill, you have conks, and you have feudal age in 1 minute 50, right? In 1 minute 15. So,
And you
it's
have to make sure that your castle defends your gold.
Yes.
Because you cannot... And so if your castle has to defend your gold, or your gold needs to be defended, I guess, then the other area could be exposed as well. But so far, the conks haven't actually gotten through, which is a positive. I think he needs to make sure that he is walled here and then maybe castles the other side. Oh, this is so tricky.
Okay, question. You are Sobek, you will break the houses. Do you commit under the TC or not?
Yes, every time.
Of course, I think.
Every single freaking time. I run right past. Yeah, especially if you see
villas?
castle age. You run right past. You go right through.
Oh,
But now you
see
go
the
through.
castle?
Now you go
There
through.
go.
That's an invitation to go through, Margugu. If the castle's going up there, but he chooses not to. He doesn't want to lose those conquistadors. We should remind people that conquistadors are way more difficult to make because of the food cost, especially when you only have 38 villagers.
And you are all in, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was an underdog like Sobek versus Sito, and I am down 3-1, I would consider taking risk, right?
Yeah.
So I would go for it. But at the same time, it's like, let's say you dive, you lose everything, and you're like, well, my game is done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at this city.
And this is why he didn't take the risk. Because the gold is not protected now. Sato dropped this TC a long time ago, but it takes so long to build it. This TC is not going up. And so you now need kip checks. Now, kip checks, I think, can be great against conks if you get a mass of them. If you get Bodcanero, if you get bloodlines, if you get ballistics. But right now, these conquistadors are destroying.
And that's a disaster because Sito doesn't have any gold to mine.
Yeah.
The gold on the right is like under a siege workshop. I don't think you want to risk to put some vills on it. And then I think it's snowballing kinda because Sito gonna need to sell a lot of resources to get gold, which is like a disaster for your economy, right? So
agreed. I love though what we're seeing right now from Sobek, where he's building outposts, because I've seen games where players fail to do that and then that gold could be taken. Or even the other extreme is, what if Sobek, Sito, he's going to do it now. He did this in other games. I forget which one now, but he's trying to leave to build a sneaky TC on a gold right now.
Yeah.
That is his plan. I don't think he should place it on wood. It has to be on a gold, and he just has to hope. If he can get gold, he has kip checks, he has more villagers, he could still be okay here.
Yeah, I think he might be okay, but well, he needs some luck, right? Because look at the monks of Sobek.
Yep.
Moving to the right.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Sobek might be thinking about this too. Like, what would my opponent do? What would I do in his position is what you need to think about.
Yeah.
And Kipchaks just shred that monk. And now, there go the villagers. And Sato is going to build a TC on this gold. This is so smart from Sato to do this, dude.
Yeah.
This is amazing. And it's recognition that one castle in the middle does not protect the whole map, right?
Exactly.
Where's he? Is he going to go to the
for
hill?
The middle hill?
Dude, okay. Look at what Sobek is scouting. Sobek is looking on the side golds because that's where reasonable people, that is where normal people go. He's going to go to the hill. What?
I mean, maybe the best place to hide is in front of the nose of your enemy.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, maybe not.
No, it's
Maybe
not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. This gets found. Oh, Sato. I mean, if he would have started building the other one, it would have been up by now, maybe. And, oh, what a find for Sobek. This is huge. Man. That's so
Why
funny.
do you go for this TC though? I mean, it's funny, but like you are playing a tournament, you're like, let's go for the TikTok short.
Let's go for the most difficult TC. I mean, if you get that hill, it can be really nice position in the long run.
Yes.
I just don't think that in this type of scenario with the Cumans, that the hill matters as much as just getting gold. But he did complete the other TC in the meantime. Like, he's back on gold. So I have people saying this is a decoy. This is a fake. Because now the Conquistadors have had to go chase this. And now the Conquistadors aren't pushing Sato's economy at all. I mean, that's a good point, Margugu. These villagers and these Kipchaks are actually distracting Sobek so much that Sato might be completely fine.
He might be fine, but he doesn't have that big of an advantage on the economy, actually.
That's true.
Like, Sobek is catching up because I think he did a really nice job, Sobek, of managing this economy, actually.
Yeah.
Adding some TCs at the right moment.
Yeah, that was really good. It's like right when he found damage, he knew that he needed to catch up with the villagers. He does kill the Kipchaks there, and he should be able to kill these villagers as well. I know this is a really bad time to say this, but I actually really like Kipchaks against Kongs because they're so cheap, they're so mobile, and once ballistics is in, you know, Conquistadors don't get that. They could be pretty solid, but there we just saw the problem is Sato does not have the numbers, and he didn't have bloodlines, and that is the most important unit in the game to get bloodlines on, the Kipchak, because you have 40 HP. It takes it up to 60 then, which is a massive increase once you get bloodlines.
Yeah, and if he gets ballistic, he might win versus Kongs potentially.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Before that,
But there are quite a few Conquistadors, I have to say, and such a great job from Sobek. And Sobek is going to find these Kipchaks again, and it just feels like Sato maybe needs to give up on Castle Age and head towards Imp now, right? Think about Imp, maybe idle TCs, stop producing Vills, and make Trebs to push that castle down, because Castle Age is not going to work for him.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about this situation, right? Kongs, Mangonels, Sato will have like a 20 Vills lead. Actually, it's only 10 Vills.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be super hard for him to win this now because he will need to be on point, super on point, and maybe actually this little push on the top on the left of the Sobek's base can be not deadly, but can distract Sobek enough to buy time for Sato.
Well, you know, think about how you play it, right? Sobek is create villagers, create army, keep going. Create villagers, create army, repeat. And Sato, he defends with his Mangonel. He's on his way to the Imperial Age. He will have Trebs soon. Trebs cannot be killed by Sobek. Trebs would take the castle. Sobek's got villagers in the middle. And yeah, I absolutely think, like with this eco, the resources collected still 2,000 more for Sobek. For Sato. I definitely think that Trebs can give Sato a lot of time to get into some different options. It'd be amazing here. And this attack is done amazing. Who would have thought that the Forward Siege Workshop would have actually done something here?
This decoy was good.
The decoy was actually
That
amazing.
was not that much of a decoy, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the ideal is you get the TC up and also you do this.
Yes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at Sobek's second castle. I think Sobek is reading the game pretty well. He realized that he needs to keep this hill as long as possible.
Yep. I love that move, and I love he's stopped producing villagers for the most part. We will probably see him sell wood to get some additional gold. And oh my god, that castle from Sito, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's risky, but that's a nice one, actually.
That's a really nice one. Okay, here's another thing, though. What if you build your next castle to the right, near your other castle? It protects that gold, and then you have both your castles together for Trebs.
Yeah, I think like doing this is a bit useless if you are like Sobek. Like you just like even if you put the castle like at home on the central hill, at the end it makes the same, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like for Sito, right? Like if Sito made his castle where his line of houses is, then he has protection for his Trebs. Because it'll be awkward for him to treb from both sides now. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Is it a mistake to go in for Sobek?
No.
No, I think it's a good. Maybe he could go for masonry actually. That could be a really nice text to have.
Dude, Sito just ran out of gold when he completed that castle. Perfect timing. Those 10 villagers are so critical right now. Yeah, do you continue with conquistadors here, or do you switch into knights if you're Sobek?
Well, the question is, do you have eco for knights?
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually.
Well, the way I see it is eco for conquistadors is eco for knights.
Yeah,
because
maybe you go skirm first. Yeah, and I think he wants to go skirm.
Oh yeah, he does, but he's gonna find out that where he wants to build this is kind of a problem. Man, Sito has done such a good job being annoying. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's like skirms into knights for Sobek.
Yeah.
That's this kind of game.
Well, nice damage there from Sito. Killed 10 villagers in this game.
Ooh,
nice attack ground there as well.
Yeah.
Big shots. Bloodline's just now coming in for Sobek. You could see now, like the kip checks with their mobility, you get enough of them.
Yeah.
This is before ballistics. They could be really good, and chemistry also affects them.
But Sobek needs to keep his skunks alive, so he can deal with the first cavalry of Sito potentially.
Did he go imp on the forward TC? Did he go imp on the forward TC? What happened here? Hold on.
Oh no.
He was going imp in the forward TC, and he canceled it at 50% because he was going to lose it. Sobek, no. Oh, at a live time, he did realize. So he is imping still, but that is so painful to be delayed to imp by that long.
Yeah, that's costly.
Still has a good chance in the game, but now he's 2 minutes from imp, and he's investing more and more stone into repairing these castles. The first 2 castles on the front definitely go down now, 100%.
Yeah, I think before this, I preferred Sobek position.
Yeah.
Now, Sito's position is way better.
Oh,
the timing is insane.
And that's just kind of unlucky, right? It is something you have to think about, though.
Yeah.
And he just, I guess he had 3 TCs, and when he went to his TCs to click imp, it just ended up being on the worst one, and at the worst time for Sobek, because if he loses this, he will lose this series. Still killing.
He's still holding the castle, though.
Yeah, yeah. And still killing a lot of villagers. Like, Sito is not protecting his eco right now, and the conquistadors are still killing quite a bit here.
And look at Sito's economy. 72 on wood, 26 on food only.
Yep.
It's not like Sito is close from a Hussar spam or Cavalier switch, right?
Yep, absolutely. He's all in. And he doesn't have much on gold. He only has those 9 villagers on gold. He doesn't have any relics. And Sobek, maybe he won't lose all these castles. He's going to lose 1, right? But he has really bought himself a lot of time with the repairs. Very well played.
Yeah. No, I think Sobek's still in this game for sure, but actually, yeah, he has 40 vills less than Sito, though, so...
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, it's an interesting game.
Yeah.
Obviously, losing the forward TC was not only imp, but that was a town center he had to produce vills. So he only had 1 TC producing vills, because he's got 2 TCs at home now. They're back to both producing now that imp is in. And Trebs would make a whole lot of sense here for Sobek. I like the chemistry choice. Chemistry for bombard cannons is huge here.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's
and he already has the siege workshop next to his castle, so if he managed to keep the castle on the front alive, that could be huge for him.
More villagers coming out to gold here from Sato. He's done a really nice job over the last few moments, expanding his eco a bit. His food count's gone up. He's going to drop archer ranges to make some skirms. Now, skirms are pretty weak with the Cumans, but skirms still can be good against conks. But
wait, the Mangonel from Sobek might kill a Treb. Oh, but the castle fall, okay.
Yeah, castle's going to fall. But maybe. Does Sato realize it's going to fall? Castle does fall. Okay. And yeah, Treb's going down. I don't know if I'm behind you. I think I might be a little bit behind you, Margugu.
Okay, I can pause a bit.
No. You're fine. I'm just catching up to it. I realized when you said when you saw the future like that.
I think it's like I went back a bit to see the empty getting denied.
Yeah. That was probably where we lost sync. Well, Sobek has that middle area, and Sobek can make Trebs from it. But he's making... Oh, man, we've all been there, right? He's making a bombard cannon on the front where he had the position, and if he can't get that cannon safe, it could be a big loss for him. He really needs some cannon fire right now. As he again defense... How on earth is Sato found so much counter damage in this game? He's so annoying.
Yeah, he found 30 kills. That's huge. But I think it's when he lost all his skipjack, he managed to kill a lot of lumberjacks and a lot of coal miners too.
Yeah.
That was well played by him.
Bombard cannon does survive here for Sobek. Oh, man. What a fight this is. But Sobek's conquistadors actually sitting underneath the tower. These conquistadors have killed 20 villagers, and Sato just refuses to defend. Like, Sato is always attacking, but now his gold's exposed towards the middle, and he doesn't have a real way to push. Spanish skirmishers are superior, though he's got the better skirmishers, plus the conquistadors, plus the bombard cannons. I think I prefer Sobek's position again.
Yeah, and the conks on the south. I think Sito didn't realize yet.
Yeah.
Because he didn't react, but it's like 30 kills for these conks.
Yeah.
Okay, no, Sito realized.
Sito's going to run away, but the army count, the army type here for the Spanish, much stronger. And how many times have we said this with the Cumans? It's like they get an eco lead, but they really struggle when they run out of gold. And also just lacking bracer is such an issue for them.
Yeah, they don't have the best late game at all. Their late game is pretty weak, actually.
Yep.
While Spanish late game with gold, you have like bombard tower, bombard cannons, like you have paladin, you have everything, actually.
Yep. And the gold that Sato is taking is right here on our screens. I think Sato should plan for life without gold, hope that he can find an answer to those skirms, and that's what he's doing. He's going to go for light cav, but he doesn't have a single blacksmith upgrade for his cav right now. That is going to be a lot of gold, a lot of time investment to get there. And credit to Sobek. Like, I would have been tilted out of my mind if I saw that my imp TC was on the front.
Oh, and the conks on the bottom are still doing a massacre. Oh, God.
Yeah, and maybe they'll eventually be killed, but the Pierce armor is pretty insane on those. Those kip checks are not doing too much. Sato losing his mining camp. Sato could lose his trap soon. Sato's losing fights. The series is not over yet. For Sobek, there is hope.
Sobek is in a better spot now because, like, as you said, no upgrade on the cavalry. Like, what's your next move if you are Sito?
Yeah.
Now Sito is the one that needs to buy time, but buy time for the Cumans late game doesn't look so pretty for me.
Yeah, and his Trebs can't push. His Trebs will just be playing defense. And even if you do that, the bomber cannons can find pretty nice kills. Skirm numbers decent. I think the way back into this game, and it might be too late, but the way back into this game for Sato is you raid the main eco. That opening in Sobek's eco could be so exposed if light cav ran through. So I think trying to get some light cav into Sobek's main eco, because Sobek has the castles in the middle right now, could maybe distract him, kill some vills, and give him a chance.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe the skirm transition was a mistake, actually, because he was like thinking, okay, I need to go skirm to counter conks and to counter the Spanish skirms, but at the end, you are just fighting with less upgrade on your skirm because of your civilization. So maybe just going for the kill, for the raid was the key.
I really like sticking with conquistadors too if you're Sobek, because you don't have to go through that long period of time to tech switch. Sure, eventually, like, going knights is great, but how many times have we seen players try and switch into it too early, and it's too difficult? You have conquistadors, you have upgrades, you have the castles, you don't need any more trebs. You just continue to produce conks with the skirms. And this composition is so difficult for Sato to engage into. It is like, you gotta hope that you just have the numbers and that you can get this all before your trebs, before your castle falls. Big fight coming, Margugu. Hussar on the way for Sato. This could be
Snapping
crazy.
Treb.
Oh man.
But I think there is 2 castles on the hill though for Sobek. That's huge.
Yeah. And as well, it's like the Hussars are going to be here for the skirms, but the Conks can sit behind the skirms and kill those Hussars pretty quickly. Sobek will fall back. He will lose his castle. The Hussar upgrade is in for Sito. Can he hold on to gold here on Gold Rush, or will he be completely pushed off of it? It looks like the fight is pretty good initially here for Sito, but again, the same thing remains. There's still bombard cannons there, and he still does not have a lot of gold.
Yeah. He didn't kill the bombard cannons. I didn't saw that. I thought he killed everything, every siege, but actually like, the push isn't over for Sobek because he still has this bombard
I'm
cannon
telling you
alive,
though,
so...
like, if at any point your opponent's not pushing you with siege, send some Hussars into their eco, right?
Yeah,
Sobek
of
is
course.
so exposed. Like 3 or 4 Hussars there would completely distract him. I think Sito can
It's a
still
big
do
mistake
this
for Sito.
if he raids. He has to raid right now.
He's going for it, I think.
Oh
And
man,
he will
he saw the
find a
castle.
nice castle on the way. Yeah.
Oh no way! That's an
Spanish
amazing
builds, though.
find.
I think he's getting it up. I think.
Yeah, Spanish builders. Castle will go up, but where will the Hussars go next is my question. They should be clicked directly into the eco. And there they
Time
go.
to panic wall for Sobek.
Okay, panic wall time. Quick walls. Here we go. Good stuff. There's got to be a hole, though. There's got to be a hole.
the
And then you're
right.
going to be distracted in the middle.
He's going for it.
Uh,
Market wall? I think it's open, no?
no. It's not.
Okay, it's not.
But even if the Hussars just attack a house or something, they're going to be through pretty soon, right?
At one point, they will manage to go through. But at the same time, Sobek is pushing back. He's killing all the trebs.
Yeah.
He's not elite conks yet, but should be for soon, I hope.
Yeah, kept most of his one of his bomber cannons alive. Sito only has 1 treb. Sito trying to break through again, and again Sobek realizes. And Sobek, he just needs to take this freaking castle, man. If he can take this castle down from Sito, he wins this game. All that eco back there is so exposed, the conquistadors will kill it all. What a fight here for Sito. And what a hold from Sobek, he's not giving up, man. He has so much belief. I love this.
Oh, he's still walling behind the Hussar. That's good.
So sick.
But maybe Sobek should maybe step back a little bit on the middle, right? Just make sure he's stabilized everywhere and then going for a big push on this castle. I don't know.
Well, it's tricky. I think if you step back at all, Sito will find a way to kill you. I think...
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. It's
75
so
actually.
difficult. These villagers here, though, if these villagers can be pulled to the middle near the castles, that would be much better for them.
Yeah.
Conquistador numbers still solid enough for Sobek, but it was at 30 before. It's at 18 now. And it's
Maybe
71 on food right now for Sito.
Maybe Sobek needs to go for a conks trade in the farm Zico, actually.
Yeah. Crazy. Okay, so sorry I'm not muting here, Margugu, but I think we might have had like a bug on my end, or Twitch is bugged.
Oh,
Not
really?
sure. That? Yeah, I think we're fine. It says I have 16 viewers right now, which is quite a drop.
Oh, it says I have 1 viewers. Yes. Yes, I have a drop as well.
Okay, all right, it's fine. I think all of streams are bugged. And the Hussars are in. We only have 17 people watching this series. What are people doing with their lives? This game's amazing. Sito's population is climbing. And he got through. And this is what we said, right? Just a distraction could make life so awkward for Sobek. And then his conquistadors would have to be at home instead of in the middle.
Actually, I have 1 viewer, but this viewer is plural person, I guess. A lot of people are talking, so you know.
Okay, I got it. Well,
so it's fine.
Yeah, well, I just love that Sito. Oh, I went up to 17. We're really growing the stream here. I love that Sito has those Hussars ready to go again in the north. That's his way back, dude. And look in the south now. Sito's going to win this game. He's found a way to hold, and every once in a while, he has a group of Hussars to go in for the bomber cannons, and Sobek's got to pull all the way back. Oh, man, we have all been unraveled by raids like this. And the Cumans this is their specialty.
That's so annoying. Yeah. That's why maybe Sobek needs to go back a bit. He needs to stabilize at home, but that's a tricky one, right? Because...
It's incredibly tricky. And you don't need Hussars to continue this spam, right? There's a unique tech I don't think that Sito got, which means his stables produce faster. He definitely doesn't have step husbandry, but if he got that, This could be incredible. And Sato has found the kills he wanted. He still has untouched food in Moriko. He says, who needs your gold? And again, the bomber cannon's exposed. More hustlers go in. Just feels like this is going to be never-ending now for Sobek. He's defending well, but it's just a nightmare to try and stop this.
Sobek could stonewall a bit maybe on the side, like close some gaps.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be useful.
If he had like 1,200 stone, I'd just say castle at home and you're fine. But I don't think he's fine. He doesn't have the stone. And there's just hussars everywhere, and he's falling apart.
And your red is coming in the main base on the left as well.
Look at Sato. He splits it up. I love that. Like, he already has so many other groups. To split up that group right there, really good stuff. Really shows him using that speed right now. Sato has killed almost 100 villagers now, Margugu. And he still has not lost his freaking castle towards the middle. Unbelievable.
Non-stop sniping the siege on the middle. And then Sobek cannot push anymore and needs to deal with the raid at the same time. And that's a nightmare for Sobek.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the bombard cannon. Oh, no.
Oh, the hussars find the perfect position. And I'm sure Sobek already realized this was going to be brutal a couple moments ago. And now he's pop 140. He still has hussars in his base. And yes, his conch number is high. But there's not a lot to really stop Sato from sending in more waves. Sato basically said, if you don't have enough to force my hand and force me to fight every single second in the middle, I will just go directly to your base. And it's just like something we've seen so many times. Sometimes the best way to win the main fight is to go somewhere else. This is just so perfect from Sato. He's even ramming here. He even brought in a ram from the Siege Workshop for the TC.
Yeah, crazy.
Wow.
I mean, the thing is, Sato raided way too well Sobek, and at the end, Sobek didn't find any time to transition into Cavalier and to hold this.
And the series ends. Sato, the favorite, won 4 straight after losing the first game. As Sobek gives him the GG, the good luck, and of course wishes him luck in Hidden Cup. Sato will be one of the hidden players in the main event. And he was expected to be one of them, Margugu, because of how good he is. We saw him on all different settings. We saw him on more closed maps. We saw him on more open maps. And obviously, there were still some games left to play here if this was more competitive. He's got to be pumped. He lost it Hidden Cup 4 qualifier. He didn't make it into NAC. Was so close to making it, but failed. This is a big one for Sato in his career. And I'm sure you and all people from France are going to be so pumped for him right now.
Yes, for sure. We are happy to have... I think that's the first French in history in Hidden Cup.
First French in Hidden Cup? Let me think. Yes, I believe so.
I mean, the only good players from France was Eddie, maybe? And he was not close from that level.
Yeah. That was a different era.
Yeah.
That was a different era. Yeah, first Frenchman to join Hidden Cup. Also could be the second, maybe, because Babo Rum's still out there. So,
and maybe the third with Marugu.
Well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time. In 4 years or before that?
No. We'll see about that. But hey, you'll be casting, so technically you've been invited.
Yeah, no, I'm actually super happy to be a caster. Actually, thank you so much for this opportunity. That's super nice for me.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I had so much fun. We had like the hotkey issues. We had some lag. We had we had some weird things happen in this series, and obviously our Twitch is trolling both of us right now.
Is it back? Not yet.
For me, I have 17 viewers. I don't know about you.
I have one, still one.
But listen,
I am with my guy.
You and your friend. I hope you enjoyed it on your stream. And listen.
Hello, Mom. How are you?
It was a fantastic time, and I cannot wait to bring you in. Now, I will say, now that Sato is in, you said earlier in the cast that you believe that you will guess Sato in the first game. That's what you said.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to have you casting with me for every series, but after the first round, I will come to you and I will say, tell me who Sato is now. Okay?
Okay.
And I want to hear all your theorizing and everything.
Oh, I will theorize a lot. I love to be like the one guessing the players and things like that. So
yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun for everyone, and I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are ready for it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
As always, it's going to be insane.
All right, Margugu, thank you very much, dude. I'll talk to you soon.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Well, hey, first day that I am streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch, and the YouTube channel has already overtaken Twitch. It's crazy, guys. I gotta say, everyone, I'm sorry it took me so long to also stream on YouTube. This is unbelievable. We have 17 people streaming on Twitch, and on YouTube we have over 2,000 people watching live. Truly incredible. Who would have thought, after all my years on Twitch, that we would already overtake Twitch? But thank you. Serious note, thank you. Thank you. I don't know how many people are actually watching live, but thank you, everybody. Salutes, please, to Margugu right now. Okay? Salutes to him, because Margugu is an amazing caster. I had a lot of fun, and he's a great player as well, and our scene is lucky to have him. Thank you, Margugu. All right? As you salute, please, you are now saluting those of you who subbed throughout that, but also PW Ferns for the 50 gifted at some point at the start of that series. That was crazy. Thank you very much for that. That was insane. Lots of resubs, lots of new people to the community who have the salutes now. The subs have been extremely motivating. It means a lot to support the content and the effort. Okay, so we have one more series today. This has been a long show, but one more series. And that series is going to be Ganji against MBL. We are going to bring in another Frenchman. Now, you may know him as something different, but with Hidden Cup, basically he's that hero at the top left there, Jean Bureau. All right? Good old Jean is going to come in to cast this series between Ganji and MBL. It should be a fantastic time. And what you're looking at there are heroes in the main event. Sato just qualified for the main event. Really excited for him. Really happy for him. And Sato will be one of those heroes. Well, potentially. We still have two more to reveal. But, yeah, that's how Hidden Cup works. If you didn't pick up on that already, all the main event players are playing as a hero. And then you try and guess who is who if you wish. Or maybe you pick a hero like me and go all in and root for the hero, like Salim the Grim. That's me. Salim the Grim's going to win. Saying it right now. Okay? Sato in chat says, give me Jean Bureau. I'm losing my hair already. Okay, Sato, I'll see what I can do about that, buddy. Congratulations to Sato. I was going to do interviews today, guys, but we're so busy and there's so many games that I unfortunately didn't put that into the schedule. So, Sato, thanks for being here, my friend. I'm really happy for you. Congratulations. We do need to take a break, though. And I just need to get some water and re-energize before the next series, all right? So, break time. We'll come back. It'll be Ganji against MBL. Thanks again, everyone, for watching and for the love and support, all right? And we'll see how it goes. All right? Thanks for sticking around. Next series should be a big one, because MBL has always been a big name in Hidden Cup. And Ganji's never been in Hidden Cup. But Sato is never in Hidden Cup. Maybe it's Ganji's time. I don't know. We'll see. See you soon, guys. All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super, super, super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat, I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha, 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 ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, pass late faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. Okay, guys, question. How many viewers did we have on Twitch before this bug? Because I was really focused and I didn't get to see. And I'm also like, this is still kind of an important period for me to show to sponsors how big this event could possibly be. Okay, so we had like 7 to 8K. Okay. So it was a true minus 7K situation, wasn't it? What in the world? Okay, so let me explain the minus 7K joke, okay? Wait, we have 7K again. Oh, wow. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. All right. Yay, we got more people. Welcome. So, Hidden Cup 3, right? I'm casting. And it's Joan the Maid against somebody. I forget who. I think it might have been Bad Neighbor. But anyways, it's Joan the Maid, okay? Now, in the game, there's Joan of Arc. There's also Joan the Maid. This is when Joan was a maid, okay? And you guys know maids clean, right? So, anyways, I had Twitch front page at some point throughout that day, which means you'd get more viewers back then. Doesn't work that way now. Now they want you to pay to be on front page. Don't get me started. But, so I'm doing my thing, and I'm casting. And we had lots of viewers. And I was excited. I was happy. And Joan the maid cleans up an army. And I said, well, that's very accurate for Joan because Joan is a maid. And blah, blah, blah. Maids are used to cleaning, right? Which is not offensive because maids clean, all right? It wasn't a mean joke. But right then, that was when I was scheduled to get taken off of Twitch front page. And we lost 7,000 viewers. And all of my viewers were freaking out, like minus 7K, minus. And I thought that I had offended 7,000 people, that the joke was that bad and mean to, I don't know, maids. And yeah, that's why we lost the viewers. So maybe we did lose some people, but front page was the reason we lost it. So yeah, that was the joke. Very offensive. Okay, cool. You guys are out. Okay, cool. I got it. Well, hey, thank you, YouTube, as well. Thank you, Twitch. Listen, we're going to get moving here on this series. This series was played either earlier today or yesterday. I do not know the time. I just know it was played within the last, 30 hours. This is not a live series like the first two. The reason for that is I want the players to play at a time that works best for them. And we have so many sets, they need to be covered without overlapping with other things. Make sense? So what I didn't want was a situation where we're in game 3 of Sato and Sobek, and then we're missing action. So we're going to cast the Rex here. I've been given 7 recorded games. We're going to load them up, take it one by one, and we'll see how it all goes, all right? But MBL is the favorite here, right? Can we all agree on that? Is that too rude to Ganji? I don't think so. I think Ganji will recognize MBL as the favorite. However, Ganji was not the favorite against Veleza either. So, we'll see. So the series went to 7 games. Well, I always get the max amount of games. So that's how it works, right? If we're casting Rex, I don't want to be spoiled. So I'm always going to get 7 games. Even if this is 1 game and then MBL said, I want to play World of Warcraft, I'm out, I would still get 7 games. So let's hope that MBL does not go play World of Warcraft. Okay. Even though I know he plays it quite a lot. Okay. We also got to get Dave in here. Good old Jean Bureau. Now, we're going to have an emote for Dave. Right now, we have a T90 Dave. It doesn't look like the heroes of the main event at the top left. But, yeah, there's our heroes for the main event. We've got 14 of them. And after the conclusion of the stream, I will explain how you can vote in the final 2 heroes. There will be info on that. But please welcome Dave, or a.k.a. Jean Bureau himself, who apparently may leave early. If I know him, he may have a tea time. And we're going to get him in here. He's given us a heads up that he does have to leave at some point in time. But I figure an intro, the first couple games with Dave, we'll take what we can get, right? We'll take what we can get. He's a busy man. There's high demand for his presence. He has to man a bombard cannon in a brutal battle coming up here shortly, apparently. So, anyways, game 1's going to be Gold Rush. Let me see. Is Dave is in the voice channel, right? Dave is in the voice channel. Let's go. Hello, Jean. How's it going?
That's bonjour to you.
Oh, sorry. sorry, my bad. Forgot how in character we were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I've been waiting all day for this series. It's another series where we get to see if MVL can make it to the main event, dude. I'm really nervous right now for him.
Yeah, I know, and it's a tough opponent too. Ganji's a clever guy, and if you put him on the rank ladder, MBL probably wins 8 out of 10 games.
Yes.
But if you put him in a tournament with a draft and specific maps where Ganji can cook up a strat, completely different story.
Yeah. Also, I think MBL storylines usually, does he practice? How much is he practicing? I know he is,
Yep.
but we don't know to what extent. And Ganji's got Barles, dude. I guarantee you he and Barles are cooking up some stuff. And they've been in separate brackets since the start. There's Ganji, Barles, and Valis. I think those 3, those amigos, if they're still calling themselves that, have always been really good with prep. So it should be a wild series. And I was just explaining this series was played either earlier today or yesterday. We're going to cover it as unspoiled Rex here. And if you're good to go, I'm ready to hop in and get
Islands,
started.
right?
What?
Is it Islands game 1?
No, I think it's Gold Rush.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's Gold Rush. Yep, Gold
You
Rush
sure?
game 1. Yeah.
Okay,
does
gotta
yours...
go back.
Okay, so okay, it's not Islands. Well, Islands happens at some point. All maps are played.
No. I mean, damn. Oh God. Yeah,
Did you update?
spoiler
Are
alert.
you on the proper patch, by the way? I don't know if you were.
I'm on the proper patch.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Making sense.
Yeah.
I've been really happy. We've seen more crossbow today than we've seen in like the entire qualifier, it feels like.
Well, guys, no spoilers, but at some point, Islands is going to be played.
Good to know. I mean,
Good to know. Okay.
I could have predicted that anyways. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm at 3 seconds in capture age and ready to go when you are.
I'm at 3 seconds as well. Let's go.
All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. And this is a big one, folks. MBL, one of the biggest names. It's maybe not in Hidden Cup already. He's one of the motivating reasons why I started the whole thing many years ago, which we can maybe get to. But we've got MBL in the red. He made it through the max. He made it through Kapotch. He had a really tough bracket, Dave. And now he is up against Ganji. But when the bracket was released, I don't think many people expected it to be Ganji. In this best-of-7 decider, Ganji was able to get past some big names, including Veleza, which was a shocker. So he's the underdog here today, but he's done it all before. It should be an amazing series.
Yeah, and Ganji is particularly good on closed maps or maps where you can wall yourself off. So Gold Rush is one of those, right? And he's gone for the Boomy civilization here. NBL's gone for the Malay, which usually capitalize on the timings. I think late game Burgundians is definitely going to have a better tech tree than them, but the Malay usually get to imp first.
Yes.
And they usually have a castle forward. And then they're putting all sorts of pressure on you. So hopefully NBL plays for that style for his sake. And for Ganji's sake, he's going to have to really manage, getting the eco set up. He's got a wonderful map for it. But getting the eco set up and then staying alive long enough to take advantage of that.
Yeah. And there is another thing to mention here. So Ganji has this theme that I picked up on in his round against Ozone and then his round against Veleza, where it's like fairly standard, right? Everything makes sense, it clicks, and then it's like mid castle age where a lot of players are trying to transition towards imp. Ganji just drops castles and goes all in, dude. Like he did it multiple times. He did it on Gold Rush. He dropped like 4 castles still in castle age. So just something to think about here, because I actually think against MBL, who usually thrives on taking map control from you, I think that could be a really fun style here.
I mean, maybe, but then if you make it crazy, that's the type of game that NBL enjoys.
Yeah, true.
Like, we saw that whole set against Kapotch. That's the type of game that NBL just sits back and does his thing.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you want to avoid in a set versus him. You want everything to be very structured.
That's true. Yeah, as structured and as meta as possible, and that's where MBL sometimes can struggle.
Bro, I've been watching this patch. I just have to say, like, I've had so much energy from just watching players play on this patch today so far. Like, that first game, it's funny how we've been conditioned. That first game, Winchester versus Mihai, when they both had archers, and they were both microing, and I was just watching on my phone, and as they're heading into the engagements, I'm thinking, you can't go there. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You're going to lose all your units. And then suddenly, they didn't lose anything. They microed the way out of it. There was no regrouping.
Yep.
I was so happy.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, me too.
Had to point that out.
Yeah,
so
I was
happy.
So, and just to clarify that for anyone who missed it, so this is a patch just for the end of the qualifier and then the main event. And they came to me and they were like, hey, like we spent a lot of extra time working on this. We can't release this to everybody necessarily, but please give it a shot and it's your decision. And I played a bunch of games myself with it being my decision. And I within the first 10 minutes, I was like, this doesn't even feel like the same game. It feels like the game of old, the game we had before the disaster patch that's public right now.
Also,
but yeah, I agree with you.
Like that Slopes game, Sato probably with the old patch probably only killed 6 or 7 vills there. He killed 16.
Yep.
Because the archers didn't regroup a million times when he was trying to move forward. Yep.
Yeah, agree with you. I also think that maybe even the meta on islands, right? Galleys versus fires, that could have an effect too. But players have had time to get a feel for that. Should realize now that the units should be moving pretty effectively. And right now, Ganji doing exactly what we expected. He's going for the walls. Could go for greedier walls if he really wanted to, but normally in these instances, he just hasn't scouted. Oh, he did scout the wood line.
He did see it, but he doesn't know if it goes all the way to the edge. If he knew that wood line went all the way to the edge, I think he goes out for that.
Yep.
I mean, that's definitely the optimal way to wall, especially because you secure a relic.
Yep.
Should definitely wall like that, but I mean, he'll get to it eventually.
So it is usually going to be fast castle, light cap. So basically it's arena style and then booming for the Burgundians here. MBL is clicked up to feudal.
No, MBL is all in on the 8 spearman build right now.
Yeah.
To counter the light cab he can't catch.
8 spearman build. I mean, he might make 1 because he did wolf rush before with the militia. And oh, this is actually really good from Ganji. He actually saves his scout here. That's really smart thinking because he should know the Malay are going to be up faster. All right, Dave. So talk to me.
What's the strat here for MBL?
I have no clue.
Okay, what am I supposed to talk to you about?
Yeah,
Tell
I was
me.
going to say, I have no clue. I think MBL is going to go forward. This is nerves. I'm seeing nerves right now from MBL. I think he's going forward. So as we watch him walk forward, which takes a long time, what do you think MBL's mindset is, right? Because he has shown to me to put a lot of expectation on himself. There's a lot of fans, especially for Hidden Cup, who want him back. And I'm just kind of curious on like, you think he's going to get in his own head today or where he's at? I'm a little concerned for him that he may be too crazy here. Like if he tries to repeat the same thing he did against Kapotch, not so sure will always lead to success against a player like Ganji.
Well, I don't know where MBL's mind is. I don't think anyone knows where MBL's mind is. I don't think MBL knows where MBL's mind is. And from that is the source of his greatest weakness and his greatest strength.
Yep.
At the same time.
Yep.
So, hang on a second, Tristan. I just saw unit outlines behind rocks.
Oh, that's a map thing.
We'll
That's a map thing.
Okay. I was worried there.
I'm happy to talk about
I thought
that.
it was a new patch. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But
I like how that was such a big deal for you to bring up.
It is. It's game changing. I can't hide my demos anymore, bro.
We will gladly talk to you about that because that was actually something that came up in map scripting. But there is a tower from MBL, and I agree with your point. I agree. I think some people may consider it harsh, but anyone who considers it harsh doesn't know MBL. He is unique. He stands out, and we've been watching him too long to think that he could just play like everybody else, right? If he tried to play like everybody else, he would not be where he is. So he goes for a tower. He goes for a forward stable, and my goodness, Dave, we have another crazy series with MBL. Let the chaos begin.
Yeah, and Ganji is fortunate enough to escape with those villas. He still didn't have Loom, right? So he's going to get that second wood upgrade, which is great for his eco, but like those upgrades still cost resources, and that's resources you're not putting into defense.
Yeah.
Ganji is going for a market behind this. Like he's expecting to just defend this and then try and make his way up to Castle Age. I don't know if he has the res available to do that.
I actually think in this situation, because MBL's eco is not going to be in a state to go Castle Age anytime soon. Players are going to resist this urge, but I think stop producing villagers. Make like 2 more and just stop and save the food to go up. Because when you're in Castle Age, you can make siege, you can make monks, you can even drop the castle, right? If you're going to be on stone like this. I think if you stay in feudal age for too long, granted you are the Burgundians, so your eco's insane, but maybe you might not find the opportunity to kill MBL. But MBL's gone forward stable, forward tower, scouts, and it's just gonna chill in the middle here mining gold. There's only MBL things.
And he'll drop a market fairly soon, most likely, and he'll actually be up a lot faster than any other civ could be with Malay.
Yeah, true.
I like how Ganji didn't even finish that tower, just left it exactly at 69%.
Nice. Yeah, it just leaves it there. Figures I can build it if I have to, if MBL comes back, or I can just delete it later and get some resources back.
MBL's res is actually going to be okay.
Yeah, true. You could tell, though, that Ganji definitely freaked out when it was MBL of all people on the front of his base. At the end of the day, it was 1 tower. It was an extra scout and a spear. and that was it.
But look at,
And he,
I mean, look at what it did though. All
Yeah.
the berries are gone. All
Yep.
that food income's gone.
Yep.
And he's still sitting here in feudal age. Like he got town watch. He's got another villager in the queue. He doesn't have enough gold and to buy his way up. He doesn't have enough stone to sell for the gold he uses to buy the food. Like,
yeah. He seems really scared too because he hasn't left his base with his scout to see what else is out there. It's like,
yeah.
It seems very scary for him. He did get Town Watch, though, which I think is a smart play. He is on the way up, and he should make it to Castle Age faster than MBL. Having said that, MBL's got map control. He's got vision, which he works very well with, and he is parked right next to these golds. And this is, in a normal Gold Rush game, every time Ganji's played, it has been a boom fest. He has walked out to one of these golds. He has not had a player like MBL keeping an eye on him like this.
I just wonder, like, what does Ganji open with here? Does he just go straight into Castilla?
Yeah.
And hope for the best?
I think that's a safe play. There is always a temptation, though, to want to drop the second TC. I think against MBL, though, the faster you have strong army in the middle of the map, the better. Because
the problem is
gonna use that control.
if MBL has his eco in check, and look at this, MBL is 10 seconds behind.
Crazy, dude, crazy.
Right? Like, so that's just the Malay right there. And he stopped at one scout added, which was fantastic. And now he's adding in the spearman. But if MBL like has a decent eco and goes for a castle as well, suddenly you're investing your Imperial Age resources or potential resources into Castilla.
Yeah.
MBL has faster imp uptime with Malay. Like, your castle gets stripped down, you're toast.
So
you're done.
Here's another thing, and there's just so many things we could talk about with this. How many training games do you think that Ganji played where this happened on Gold Rush? I'm gonna go with 0.
I'm gonna go 0 to 1.
Yeah, 0 to 1. True. This forward TC, forward monastery thing, this doesn't happen in normal Gold Rush games. And I think MBL's actually been the most unique, the most out-of-the-box player in the entire qualifier. And there was 96 of them players in the qualifier. So Ganji has to make a decision on how he deals with this now. And if he could drop a castle on that TC, it could actually be amazing. Does he have the guts to do it?
I don't know. The monastery's up, right? The monks are gonna come out right away. It's not gonna be in time though. And the castle will go on that TC, but does that castle secure anything long term?
That's a good point.
Not really, right? Would you pay that price for the TC to get your opponent to place their castle like so far away from the gold? Maybe.
I do wonder what MBL does to save his vills. That's my main concern. Right? Like, he's going to lose one of these. That'll be our first villager killed. He will have a monk hop out of the monastery, so maybe he can get conversions. But MBL's monastery and his TC will go down. And
he's blocking with the spearman. Did you see that? Blocking with the spearman, dodging the shots in the castle. He escapes with the vills and the monks. This town center is going to be very annoying in that the vills will have to, go to the right before they could be safe. But he just drops the second one extremely casually.
How many times has this happened? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, Ganji's going to need a lot of castles if he wants to TC this one or castle this one.
It's just like, where do you go out for gold if you're Ganji? Where are you going? It has to be over to the left side, or you just save up all your gold from the one in the back of your base and then try and move your way out to the 3-tile to the right of your base.
I do think what Ganji's doing here, I think he's starting to shift his focus a little bit, and he no longer wants to play in towards this messiness. Like, he has to punish it. He's like, okay, second town center at home, great eco upgrades. I'll just go back into my light cav game. So that's what he's doing, and maybe he can adjust on the fly from there. Res collected, though, is close. Still really curious what MBL wants to do with his stone, because he has enough for a castle here, dude. And I think a castle in the middle would make sense, but
there's also a potential of, like, unqueuing those 6 vills, making a castle, and then selling the remainder of the stone and seeing where you're at. For resources. Because you could go up to imp, right? And then you have the monks. You have all that gold supply, so your monks can convert the Castilier. And once you push that castle back from Ganji, what is he doing?
He's definitely doing
Where
it,
is he going?
Also, just like typical MBL stuff, getting housed, right? And building the houses randomly at home. If he makes the main event, many people think this player will be the easiest one to pick up on for that reason.
I mean, this is such a good position. If you can keep the monk numbers up, this is such a good position.
How?
Block printing monks And you have spearmen to deal with the light cav already. You have a castle for Trebs.
This is insane.
Yeah.
This should be new meta.
Malay.
This should be new meta,
Malay,
dude.
man.
What in the world? He's going to be imp before 25 minutes. He has to complete the castle, and then he can click up.
Tristan, it's new meta until the other player goes 1 militia drush, pulls in 12 wolves, and brings it towards your tower forward.
And the only player we've seen do that is also MBL.
More monks coming out. Trebs, block printing will be great. MBL just needs to make sure that he has enough wood and gold in the bank when he gets to imp. I've seen that so many times, right? Now Ganji coming out for a town center on the other side. MBL's going to see that.
Yeah,
Those
I mean,
villagers going out there.
Ganji needs to remember that he can always shift around these other areas to get gold. He needs to keep that in mind. And this imp is actually so fast from MBL, while it's still going to be scary for Ganji. It actually makes the decision-making easy on what you do if you're Ganji. You have no chance at going imp. It's not even on the card. So you have to just kind of adjust and stay in Castle Age. But just like that, MBL converts one of these unique units.
Oh, the Gazillion.
That's not
devastating.
what you would have wanted.
No, that's really, really bad. MBL also made sure there was no gaps in his base at home.
Yeah.
Which is really great. He even added a second barracks back there. Kind of taking away the wood he needs for Trebs, but he has enough for Trebs, and he's going to have enough, I think, for block printing here. Trebs, block printing. Suddenly, Ganji, like, he can't even get close to this army.
Yep. Yeah, so you know what would be epic from Ganji, and I mentioned it in Dark Age? Forward Castle MBL's base. It just, it can allow you to break into MBL's eco, which is pretty unprotected.
But look at this. MBL's like, I know what you're doing. That's what I would do.
Oh, man. This is so good so far. MBL kind of coming to the hill a little bit with his monks. Here comes Ganji. I like this. I think this is a good play. This is what he has to do.
It's so risky, bro. It's so risky because there's more spearmen at home from MBL. He's turning around. He's going back.
Life is risky, dude. Life is risky. This whole series is just one giant risk.
True.
So I would love to have seen this castle be more aggressive here, but he definitely knew that MBL saw him. And MBL hoping to convert. He's going to lose his monks, but he can get conversions first. And he does get the conversions first. And oh, God. This castle might be denied.
Oh, geez. Oh, man. Those are Castile, a knight as well. The pikemen clearing everything up. Meanwhile, the Trebs are killing the castle from Ganji. Oh, God. He's trying to quick wall this in. He doesn't quite get all the villagers safe, but there's still monks here. I think from MBL, right? Where are the monks? They're at the back,
lose them.
I guess.
Yeah, he did lose them. So this castle could go up. But you needed this castle to do something more than just sit here and protect the gold. Because there's not going to be much that really stops MBL from trebbing this one down too. What a crazy build from MBL. He just castles the middle now.
Karambits with imp armor. Here they come.
Yeah, the pikes too. I mean, like that extra armor, like this build really makes use of the Malay timings in every way, right? Because the pikes getting the extra armor is super helpful.
I think correct decision here from MBL not to go into the main base from Ganji.
Yeah.
You can go in there later with your converted units. Just take care of this castle. Take care of the castle early. Then Ganji has to make another one. It's probably going to be defensively. You can just trap that down.
Yep. The crazy thing here is Ganji's thinking, he's so fast, I must have a villager lead.
Yeah, you don't.
He doesn't really have a villager lead. That's what's wild about this. MBL just going to stream Karambits into the main eco to be annoying. And trap down this TC and then this castle. Crazy.
Malay are just so good if you play them correctly. If you take advantage of the timings, doesn't matter what map. It's going to be super, super good. There is a petard from Ganji, and it's making a run. It's like the orc in the second Lord of the Rings.
You could tell he realized the petard was there and was like, should I attack? Shouldn't I attack? Should I attack? And the GG's called. What a game from MBL. What a weird game it was, but it was so smart. It was so brilliant. The timings, the positioning. He makes it look easy. And there were nerves for MBL. Certainly going to feel a little less nervous after being able to have his way with Ganji in that one. My goodness.
Oh, my goodness, dude. I mean, I thought he was maybe a villager too early on that tower rush, right? The eco didn't look great. He didn't have a follow-up to it. But maybe that's the entire idea. Like, he sent the vills forward without loom. He went up without loom.
Yep.
The entire idea is to not have a follow-up for that, is to just hit him so early with that tower rush that he has to panic in response because he's not expecting you there.
And it's just MBL with the classic, I'm going to take initiative, force you to react, and then I always decide the next step, right? And even like, you want to say like Ganji's castle was him trying to control the game. But no, Ganji's castle positioning was not where he would have ever wanted it.
It was a desperation
He
castle.
only placed it
exactly.
because of MBL's TC in his monastery.
He honestly should have put it maybe over to the right side near his secondary gold, right? So he actually has options. But it's still,
so
MBL's
tough.
imp timing was insane.
Yeah, it's imp time, and then like MBL's got all this vision on you, and you don't want to just move out and lose villagers there. So I think like so much about MBL's play here was just to control the game and get vision on the middle. He used the Malay perfectly, like we said, and he takes the first game. But Ganji, he is no stranger to losing some games and still winning the series. He beat Veleza, who many people I talked to thought was the favorite if he were to face MBL here. Ganji was able to take care of him, win 3-2. It was an epic series, so have a lot of faith in Ganji going into game 2 now.
I mean, MBL thought Veleza was going to be the favorite too.
He did,
so.
yeah. I also wonder if, with the way MBL's mind works, if he actually feels more nerves as the favorite.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100% he does.
There's more expectation if you're the favorite, right? So that could be part of it. But you feel less nerves. You feel more in control, obviously, if you get that first win, which is what happened here. So that's really good for him. And we are going to go into game 2, and the choice for Ganji is going to be islands. Which I think
I'm in the right islands game. I was just about to leave again, dude. I was like, a second.
which I think is the correct... it should be correct here.
I had problems unpacking these Rex, so now I have 3 copies of all the Rex. So it's just like there's way too many.
All good, dude. Well, we always receive 7, everybody, if it's recorded games. That way we're not spoiled on it. And I'm at 2 seconds now at capture age and ready to go.
I'm at 2 seconds as well. I'm ready to go.
All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, and God, my capture age bugged, Dave. Where are you?
9.
It's not my fault. I got to look into that.
9 seconds.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. We are here, game number 2. And the last time we saw MBL on islands, he was against the Vikings with the Dravidians, and it was a crazy game featuring landing and forward TCs and mangonels and longboats. So MBL is playing the other side of the matchup now. He's gone for the save that does not get fire galleys, but has ridiculous ranged ships. Now we've got Ganji playing as the Dravidians. Fun map, islands. I think the games have been amazing. It actually has surpassed my expectations.
The meta is developing into landings now.
Yeah.
Judging on the last game we saw here, Sato against Sobek. I mean, Sato, did you see that transport ship go to the corner of the world?
Yeah, and then it almost went down to a fire. Like
Sobek sailed past it 4 separate occasions. He never killed it.
Oh man. Yeah, it was crazy. But you're right. The meta has definitely evolved in the landings, and I think we see landings more frequently when the Vikings are involved, because the Vikings, they want that easy water game where they just mass their galleys and micro them, and it's not easy to control the galleys and mass the galleys if someone shows up to your base with land military. So I guess my thinking is, do you want to make it messy, kind of what we said before, against MBL? Because MBL's actually maybe not a great meta player, and he would prefer the messy games. I just don't know, but I'm excited to be here.
I mean, he did lose the last messy game on Islands against Capwatch, right?
Yeah.
But then again, Capwatch is on par with MBL in terms of messy games.
That's true.
As we saw.
That's true.
And Capwatch did that with Vikings. He managed to win with Vikings once he got landed with Dravidians. So I guess it was a complete, maybe you already said it, but a complete reverse.
It was a reverse, yeah, which is kind of cool. And I've seen every matchup play out a little bit differently. Earlier today in the Vinchester Mihai series, we saw the first double fast castle, where Vinch went fast castle longboats, which is a blast from the past, and then it was fast castle fires from Mihai. Yeah, there's just been really good games, but where they dock normally gives us an indicator on what they're going to do. Ganji going forward dock right now.
MBL going back dock. Okay.
I could see MBL thinking like this. He probably won't have a lot of confidence in just the straight galley meta. he will want his fishing ships to be safe, right? And I could see him just being like, if he lands me, I just have back fish, and I just wait for it and adapt. Instead of trying to go feudal age at all, you just add more eco and expect the landing and go for a little bit of greed, maybe. I think fast feudal could be the worst thing for MBL here, and maybe he agrees.
We'll see. I could also see a situation where MBL is just going to do whatever on islands because he doesn't feel
care.
like it's one of his best maps. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, though, I would have described MBL's previous game, at least the opening, as this is him doing whatever, and it was brilliant.
No,
so,
Malay are just so good, man.
Yeah.
Especially in the hands of someone like MBL. Like, you have that kind of cushion of the extra villagers that you get with the faster up times and the armor for the infantry, which really plays into MBL's hands.
Yep.
And then the faster transitions. I feel like that's a really, really great civ that people might not be using to their full potential. Obviously, lots of people are using it. It was drafted first for both of these guys in this set, but still, that was just super solid. He proved us wrong there, and we'll see if he proves us wrong again on islands.
I think Ganji is going to go for a water build here and not a landing build.
I mean, he's Dravidians, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, like a mix of landing and water is initially what I was thinking. He's going to bring in the boar. We'll know if he gets loom, actually, if he's planning on landing. And okay, there's loom.
I mean, you could also get loom because you feel like MBL is going to land you.
Oh, true. Dude, if there's any player to get loom against.
Yeah, I think loom is just you should always get loom on this map before you click up.
Do you think MBL is going to get loom?
I mean, it also gives you time to just build up that food, right? It's food you're not spending on a villa.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so you're right. It might be that for that reason, but he did cancel the fishing ship right at the tail end here, so I think he might transport.
MBL ain't getting loom. No way.
Yeah, I agree that he probably should. MBL, if he were to lose control of the left side of his island, that could be really brutal long term because both of his stones and his gold are over there.
MBL is going fast castle. Kanji is going into a landing. Transport ship is on the way.
Okay, so Ganji has to try and find MBL's fish with the navy, as well as go for some type of land aggression. It's a mix of both. And I really like the barracks at home, because by the time he makes it to the enemy island, he wants to be able to make the archery range. And also building the barracks forward is much easier to spot.
He didn't get loom, dude. He didn't get loom.
MBL, what are you doing? Everyone's landing against Vikings. MBL.
He didn't get loom, and now we're gonna have a feudal scout here, and it's gonna be a minute and 30 seconds away from even getting wheelbarrow, which could help running away with these non-loom villagers, but still.
Interesting spot for Ganji to end up, right? This is the risk with landing. You don't know where your opponent is exactly or their resources, which I think is good, by the way. I think it adds a little bit of mystery to it, an adaptation. Range?
Forward dock, too.
Forward dock from Ganji. That could be really good if he finds out where MBL's fishing ships are, too, and his transport's headed that direction.
I like that he's using the transport for scouting.
Yep.
Now, you got to make sure that you're on top of it so that MBL doesn't see it with his dock. So he's seen it now, and now he knows. And now he's like, let's see if he queues up loom.
Well, I'm
worried. He still has a villager behind.
I'm always worried if the player forgets, right? Because sometimes you're used to getting loom on most maps. Oh, he's suspicious.
Oh, he forgot, dude.
He's suspicious.
He forgot. He's sending these forward. He forgot.
Oh, he was going to go market blacksmith.
Now.
A skirm? A skirm, Ganji? Where's the archer?
He's blocking with the villas. He's trying to engage. He's going to figure out that he doesn't have loom.
Yeah.
Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, he's got it queued. Blacksmith now from MBL in a really weird position over there. Quick wall's in the vill, though. And the villagers will have loom in 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Man, if this was an archer, though, just one archer, more could have died here, but two villagers go down, and I think you could consider this worth it already if you're Ganji. What a crazy game. Skirmishers need to be protected. Scout goes down. Nice job from MBL. Fire galleys from Ganji going right to the fish, Dave. This is textbook. You take it to land against the Vikings, and then you take it to their fish. This is perfect.
MBL walling in these vills, though. He's trying to. He's got wheelbarrow. Remember that. But another villager will die, presumably to the skirms. Maybe not. Maybe he escapes with a wheelbarrow. coming in
Wheelbarrow!
clutch. Look at how fast he runs.
Look at the quick wall there from Ganji. Ganji is killing the fishing ships. MBL is on the way to Castle H. Ganji still has the vills around, and the transport being here, you can just transport the archers right across here if you need to.
Hop in.
Okay.
He's in.
What do you do if you're in MBL's position?
He's over. Oh, well, you're going to be in Castle H, so it's probably going to be defensive siege workshop from MBL, which is like number 1, right?
Yeah.
And then he's gone for a tower. Will maybe even go up to the stone. No, he docks in the north. So it's longboats potentially.
Look at MBL. His fishing ships are like scouting the front. I think he's trying to get over to where that new dock is going, but I don't know where they're headed right now. He's clearly busy because of the archers from Ganji, as Ganji again misses a villager kill just because MBL's got wheelbarrow. These vills are about to be a little bit faster.
Handcart. Man, they're already quick enough. Ganji's like, get off of me.
MBL may be fortunate in some ways that Ganji didn't end up on the other side, like we said. If he was surprised there, this could have been worse. And MBL saving more. What in the world is this? That's the third one now.
Oh my god, dude, that house wall was genius. Absolutely genius. He just bought himself enough space. Ganji is still running around with this archer.
This idle time is so good, though.
Handcart is about to click.
Yeah, what happens, actually? What's the speed of a handcart villager compared to an archer?
I think they're the same as the archer now. 0.97, yeah.
Yeah, 0.01 faster. So they're slightly faster than an archer. That's wild.
Is that a transport ship? It's a transport ship, Tristan. It's not longboats. We should have known. It's a transport, and the siege workshop, I'm not sure if it's going at home. I think it might be going on the opponent's base.
MBL is fishing... Like, I think maybe he's scouting the opponent's island with his fishing ships. That's what he's doing?
Yep. Yeah. And now longboats
There's
being
the
added.
transport.
Oh, don't run right into that fire galley that's randomly sitting out there with the fish. He's going around.
Yeah, Ganji doesn't even know it's there. It'd be extremely fortunate. He's looking elsewhere.
Boy. Oh, God.
No way, it stops there, dude.
Oh, my God. Taunting him.
Oh, man. Now, MBL is going to arrive next to Ganji's fish. So if Ganji's paying attention...
Back it up. Okay.
If Ganji's paying attention, he'll notice it. But he's also micring his archers and trying to disrupt MBL.
One scorpion at home from MBL. He does not have the wood to build anything on Ganji's island, really.
Yeah, he's got like so many random archers surrounding him right now.
Yeah. He is fortunate that he has wheelbarrow. Or I guess that's part of the calculations when you're sitting here with these vills.
Yep, agreed.
The one villager has that 2 HP, saves him again. Scorpion is now taking care of the archers, but Ganji's on the way up.
Okay, so what I'd like to see from Ganji is you keep the forward villagers alive somehow. And the rest of your play is all water, right? That's the optimal play. You will dominate the game. You will win water. You've got 9 ships soon against MBL's 2. The problem is, and we saw this in the Sito and the Sobek game, is if you don't know that MBL is on your island...
He's going to get destroyed by mangonels. Like, let's just face it. He's going to get absolutely nuked by mangonels here. And there's going to be a monastery coming up there, and the only problem is MBL won't have any wood, right?
Yeah, I mean, dude, look at res collected. I'm not so sure. Like, if Ganji notices this, he's going to be okay. 9,300 res collected versus under 7,000. That's an insane discrepancy. MBL needs to be patient with this. Maybe you wait until after you have one mangonel to attack. But then again, the longer you wait, the longer you're giving your opponent such a good position. And there we go. He shows him. Ganji knows now.
Oh, notices right away. Perfect. Gets a villager. He needed that monastery, right?
Yep.
He needed a monk to convert or something. He's got the villagers to fight, which is fine, I guess. Scorpion now. And Ganji will go for his stable. Unfortunately, he's Dravidians. So it's quite a useless building.
He's got to make scouts.
I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I mean, if you went for an elephant, it would actually be good because MBL doesn't have monks. But you never want to go elephant because it is so slow. And because the opponent could have monks to convert it. Meanwhile, scouts from Ganji on the other side, Dave, are going after a scorpion. And are going to get a scorpion underneath the TC.
Ooh, nice job. He's made 2 stables as Dravidians. And now he's getting light cav.
Uh-huh.
Big.
He's got the food.
0 on wood right now, though. He needs to get it set up again. He's shifted everything to the south.
Yeah.
MBL still has these 2 longboats. Or I guess that's 2 new longboats. He did kill some fish from Ganji, but not enough.
Ganji will have his TC protected. He'll have wood again. Honestly, Ganji with 3 light cap can clear up the entire landing. And then with the War Galley upgrade, he can still control the water. This is really awkward for MBL. MBL's going to find it difficult to find damage. Even with his micro, I think he's going to lose this. He needs an attack ground with this 1 mango to work. And Ganji knew it was coming. Ganji microed away from it, expecting it. Beautiful play from him. Villagers still preparing.
Okay. Can he get a hit on that other light cap?
No way!
Oh my
No
God,
way!
There's no way, dude.
This should not happen. Ganji's looking
Magno
away
goes
right
around
now.
again and again and again, and Ganji's forced to retreat. He didn't kill any of it.
What?
Oh my God, there's no way. And there's another Vil coming from God knows where.
And this is just MBL for you. Scorpion's still going to go down. Eventually, this should be killed, and it will be killed. But this has given MBL a little bit more time to hold control over the game. We'll lose his sneak villagers, though, Dave. The siege workshop is useless now. And finally, Ganji clears it up. He's got a big military lead. He's got 22 military. He's got 3 TCs. And Ganji is poised to be able to tie up the series here.
I mean, MBL is 1 on food.
Yeah. The whole 1 on food situation is really bad. If you have 1 on food, the whole handcart thing doesn't really play much of a role as much. Oh, man. What a game. You can tell, though, like Ganji played really clean against Veleza, but MBL just lures you into his type of game.
Yep.
It just becomes scrappy because of the nature of his gameplay. But still, you can also tell MBL really does not have as much confidence or experience on islands. I appreciate the counter landing here, but he is struggling now. And there's still
it's kind of
from Ganji here.
Unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Ganji at the same time that Ganji actually did land on that side of the island. Because when he did land there, MBL was scouting the north.
Yeah, yep, true.
The more like intuitive side to scout for a landing. Because there's way more space up there.
It's kind of funny how that works.
Like, MBL needs to get loom before you click up. I think on this map, with the meta the way it currently is, unless you're going really fast water build, you got to get loom.
Agreed. Yep, every time. Maybe it's a bit better because of that. Ganji going to build a statement siege workshop at MBL's base, but he does lose 1 of his vills.
Ooh, he might lose another one, too.
And also, you never know with MBL how many siege weapons he has in that siege workshop. So
You
you don't want to
10 mangonels.
you don't want to leave. You have to make sure you have units there. War Galley upgrade would make a lot of sense right now for Ganji.
MBL lost his transport ship too. But Ganji, I mean, Ganji's just been doing all the right things, right?
Yeah.
Nice clear up on the landing. It wasn't perfect, but it got the job done. And he's expanding his food eco too. He's not investing too much into fishing ships because he knows the longboats are still roaming around.
Yeah.
So he'll go farms instead, which is much more consistent.
Okay, Ganji trying to distract the Scorpions so we can complete the siege workshop right now. Both players are looking at this right now. Mangonel push from that area when you've just got Scorpion defense would be so brutal for you. Still no War Galley for Ganji. I think MBL's got a chance. He absolutely has a chance.
He's clearing up the
longbows.
fishing ships now on the front, and he's going to clear up this transport ship, I think, too.
Yeah. There's the War Galley upgrade for Ganji. But
I mean, if longboats control the water, there isn't much you can do about it.
Yep. Yeah, until Imp. And Imp is probably going to be a long ways away with how this game is flowed. And MBL's got 10 longboats. He is the favorite. Maybe we'll start to feel a little bit of confidence. You never know. So I think your instinct here is to maybe fight back on water. What I realized, and I think Mihai did this in the game against Vinch, as long as your eco isn't on the shoreline, I actually think making Navy right now is a waste. I think you wait until you click in.
Yeah.
You drop the castle, and then you try and make Navy. But making Navy now is just going to lead you taking heavy losses, potentially.
MBL has another transport.
Of course
so he's
does.
coming in over again. And, well, he's got a little bit more in the way of resources this time around.
Yep, this is true.
Could make something happen.
MBL's longboats will have Bodcanero. They're looping around the back, I think maybe thinking Ganji is fishing over there, but Ganji hasn't actually done much. He had War Galley in queue, canceled it, placed another dock foundation, deleted it. So he clearly
Yeah,
is just thinking about booming right now.
Bro, he's got 47 place farms, but only 33 on food. Like, his eco is ready to go. He has tilled the land. Don't worry about it.
He's saving those farms for later.
Yeah.
They won't go bad.
Exactly.
This isn't
No horse
Farmington.
collar either.
Interesting stuff. So MBL's Navy's out there. Well, MBL needs the landing, right? He needs to disrupt Ganji, so Ganji can't just freely mine stone, go up to Imp, and come back on water. But what do you even do? Like, what are you doing with these villas when you get there? I guess you have to build barracks or spears against Dravidians? It always feels kind of weird.
Dude, if Ganji makes another farm, I'm going to lose it.
Dude, he's abandoned the farms intentionally here. I think it's okay.
He's lacking wood, and he's got 3 unbuilt farms.
That
Just
plus
chilling there.
200 wood is going to feel real good for him in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Stable from MBL. Can Ganji see this? This is MBL we're talking about. He can find a way. Ganji cannot see it. Actually, he can now.
He can because of the longboats.
Oh.
So dumb, dude. It's so dumb.
Well.
And there's the Siege Workshop. Let's see how Ganji responds to this. He still doesn't have a defensive Siege Workshop here. But he is adding docks at the back.
Ganji is also adding docks on MBL's side with that villager that's still there. I'd completely forgotten about him.
He's alive.
So that's kind of nice. Viking Knight Rush? This is new. But I mean, Viking Knight is better than Dravidian Knight, so...
One of them does exist.
Yeah. And MBL, I mean, he's definitely harassing here. Ganji, he wants to ship back on the water. He's got to think about land. He's got to... There's a tower from MBL. There's now a castle from Ganji just because of this push. Like, MBL finding his way to stay in this game, and it must be worrying for Ganji.
I think you're still fairly comfortable here if you're Ganji. This reeks of desperation.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think the good news for you here is once you're on fast fire, if you can get to fast fire, you should shred all the ships and even like most of MBL's shoreline on your own base here. So you have to get to fast fire. You cannot take fights before fast fire actually, but before you have the numbers of fast fires, because that's where things can fall apart.
Ganji might lose both of these TCs.
That's a fair point.
And all this farming space.
That's a fair point as well. MBL could steal the farms. Why not? Make a mill there. Ganji's got to fall back. Now fast fire's on the way.
He's going for fast fire, but like the wood supply for Ganji is just simply not there at the moment.
It's not great. Yeah. I think it's going to turn around really fast though. Fast fire ship. What? There's going to be 10 of them. Actually, you know what would be crazy? Is Heated Shot a Castle Age upgrade? I think it is.
I think so.
I mean, we never see it. We barely see it in general, but I think it might be a Castle Age upgrade. What about Guard Tower? Heated Shot in Castle Age for MBL. No?
No.
Look at
Number one, the range is going to be terrible. Number two, the damage output is just not enough.
Okay. Number three, why do that when you can place a castle? It feels like this area was made for a castle. This castle could be denied. MBL's siege. They see the pikemen. They see the castle. They see the Yurumis. The Yurumis take one of the mangonels. The next one is likely going to go down as well. And the castle for Ganji will go up, which means he can make trebs here. But what a mess right now.
It is a complete mess. And MBL behind this is suddenly up to 87 bills.
Yeah.
Still doesn't have the second wood upgrade, but has had handcart this entire time. Ganji, he's kind of depleting his wood resources on the other side.
Yep.
And the remaining wood on his island is kind of within shot of the water. So MBL, if he retains water control somehow, he might still have a chance, but still, Ganji is an imp. MBL, not even close to clicking up yet.
Yep, and there's a lot of ships that aren't in the right position for Ganji that are making their way here. Once this castle's down, MBL will lose all those
castle
longbows.
the north of Ganji's island. If that transport ship survives. Right now, it's just kind of blending in with the fires.
I don't even know where it is. Okay, that one.
No, he saves it. He saves it. 8 HP.
Maybe he castles the neutral island. I mean, if MBL needs Imperial Age right now, this is to buy time. If he stops producing villagers, maybe he'll have the food. And a castle towards the middle is kind of awkward to treb down if you're Ganji. Yeah, and yeah, Imp longboats could be good for MBL, but he just doesn't have docks, right? He's just so many steps behind. And I've seen these fire ships just kill new longboats so many times next to that dock. What a funny game, dude. I mean, again, to repeat myself, MBL just brings you into his type of game. Win or lose, it's always going to be a scrap. You have no choice in the matter. If you're going to beat the guy, you have to beat this type of style. But
Not a single relic collected either. Yeah. Those trebs are very exposed from Ganji. MBL should probably do something about that.
Oh, yeah, he just clicked them there, I'm sure.
He's got the knights as well. Yeah.
Well, castle will go down, but losing the
it took out the tree instead of the mangonel. The treb, it took out the tree. There was a straggler tree.
Mangonel actually went down. Treb does go down as well, but the castle falls. And, I mean, dude, that tree might be important. This is islands we're talking about.
True. Yeah, you can't be killing your own trees, man. Oh, man. That could be the meta, right? Start a treb war and then hope they kill all their own trees. MBL's up.
He is up, and that castle's great for him. It's a bit weird, but what if Ganji transports the trebs and sits them on the island to treb that castle down? Is that too crazy?
I think you need a castle to support them.
Also, kind of a funny thing. Ganji has 18 houses on MBL's island, and they're all slowly going down.
Bro, I've been thinking about that forever, but he's perfectly fine with the castles and stuff at home. I've been thinking about that for the last 15 minutes. I keep looking over here.
I've seen MBL make a lot of rams throughout his career. This is the best scenario for a ram.
Yeah.
Ganji might just forget and lose everything there. But yeah, MBL's still in the game. Ganji looking to tie it up. Ganji big underdog, but he's used to us saying that. And he's definitely going to try something funky with these trebs. This is either going to be amazing or horrible for Ganji.
Bro, neither player, like Ganji just collected the very first relic of the game, which is usually a focus. And MBL now going for a monastery in the center.
Yeah.
But that just shows you the state of the game we've been in.
Dude, Ganji, get back in the transport, man.
Get back in. Yeah, get back inside.
Is that where you want to sit?
Apparently.
I mean, MBL's not imp yet. It could really work out here if this castle goes down before imp upgrades. MBL is just going to build a castle on another island. Yeah, it's enough.
Racer, chemistry, Bob's Vinegar is probably the last upgrade you want.
Yep.
Elite Longboat is quite expensive, so MBL is not going to be able to save this castle. And Ganji, he made it work with those trebs.
He absolutely did. He had the 2 relics from his starting island, Dave. He can snag one of these relics or more from this island.
Did he lose? MBL lost another castle, I think, to a fire ship.
No!
Dude.
He definitely did.
I think he did.
Yeah, because there's nothing else around. Ship. And he was only building it with 2 villagers. MBL's down stone. We'll have to double check that.
We'll have to mark that down.
We'll have to double check that.
We're going back.
Yeah, we'll have to double check that. But he doesn't have stone in the bank. Maybe he sold some of it, but it looks like any sales were a couple minutes ago. He did also place this other castle here, so it's possible maybe that was it. I don't know. But Dave, the longboat count is getting bigger. We don't see anything but fires right now from Ganji. Ganji's castle needs to go up, and it will just in time. These longboats are actually terrifying right now.
Damn, MBL had enough stone for a castle. He had enough to repair it for a long time, and now suddenly, because of one patrolling fire ship, he gets denied off of that. That's so frustrating there. But he's queuing up some cannon galleons. And he's got the longbow numbers, like you said. He's still working away on these houses. I'm waiting for Ganji to have not 200 population.
I know, I keep looking. Dude, I like how we both just can't stop looking over here. Elite longboat for MBL.
Oh, this is a terrifying army. This is really scary. And if you're thinking Thericidai beats this, it doesn't.
No,
We've seen it many times on Northern Isles. Thericidai loses to this.
But Galleon, especially on the back of Shipwright, where you have all that savings, Galleon can do it. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
It's just that the civ that gets Shipwright most frequently is Italians because of the cheaper dock text. Ganji actually researched that a couple moments ago here. But
keep in mind...
Oh, man.
Keep in mind that MBL has a higher KD right now, and a lot of that is ships, which cost wood.
Yeah.
So if we look over at Ganji's island, there's still some wood left over, but that might actually factor in here.
100%.
He's taking more efficient trades, right? Like MBL's got quite a bit of wood left himself, and he's got a lot in the bank.
Yeah, you have to turn off auto farm at this point if you haven't already. Auto farm is actually on for Ganji.
MBL has it off as a standard setting. I don't think he really ever has it on.
47 farms auto reseeding is quite bad at this point.
Yeah, even if you
really
do have
bad.
heavy plow,
Yeah.
that's really, really bad, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a chance if MBL can get the mass, he could outlast here. But Ganji has had more control of the neutral islands. He's got a bigger navy right now, just slightly. But, I mean, it
195.
Just comes... Okay, finally the houses going down are paying off. And
It's
hey,
begun.
maybe he looked and saw his pop was 200 out of 200 and thinks I never need to make a house again. That's an actual factor here. Like, he's almost 200 pop, or could be almost 200 pop. Ganji needs to pay attention to that. 50 longboats for MBL. Crazy stuff.
Just now getting careening. So he didn't have the armor before, but it hasn't mattered because Ganji has never really caught up to this army. As MBL now goes for a siege workshop. Is he going to go...
Ram.
Siege ram?
Old
like
meta.
Old school? Like old school?
This is 10 years ago island meta. Back when there was higher ping, players would add rams as a tank.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, capped ram. He's researching capped ram in another siege workshop. Wow. First time we've seen that so far.
MBL needs to get the relics in, though. He's got one monastery at home. Hasn't gone for a monk yet. Needs to get those relics in. 100%.
Dave, look at Ganji's pop, bro.
Houses are still going down.
The houses are still going down.
Still going down.
The houses are still going down. And it matters so much.
The Rams are taking shots.
Yes. The Rams are going to tank shots, which is actually paying off. MBL's longboat mass is pretty insane. Look at the Ram go. That's worth it. Another Ram's going to come out. And Ganji can't get over 190 pop while MBL's sitting above 190 pop. I mean, Ganji has the relics. He has the neutral islands. This should still be his game. But he hit... Okay, he's making houses. False alarm. He's making houses back at home. But what a crazy,
he
crazy
right
game.
now. He just lost a lot. He just lost a lot of navy there. He's got elite cannon galleon. MBL does not have elite cannon galleon. And cannon galleons, now with the splash damage, will be doing a lot of work against clumped up longboats. So he has to be careful on that count.
Oh, Monk with the relic died.
It was.
Monk with the relic died. The relic is still on the island. Ganji only has 3. It's about to be 4. MBL's dancing.
Ooh, that longboat.
MBL has 50 longboats.
He's also
Ganji
got
does not have the
5,000
resources
wood
to make more.
in the bank.
How is MBL doing this? How is he still alive?
Look at the KD.
Yeah, the longboats are just
that's
shredding.
your 4,000. That's your 4,000 wood right there.
Yeah,
he's in the KD.
This is insane.
And
MBL,
the fact that you're reseeding all of these farms. He's still reseeding farms.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just automatic at this point. It's not something he thinks about. And MBL is now in a really good spot because he's sitting right where the production is. So when you're in Ganji's position, you need more army, more navy here, or it's game over. So he's setting all the reinforcements in to the same exact area. He even has the docks from MBL's side still producing and still sending ships directly to their death. This is MBL's game. Oh my god,
dude. Look at the population now. Look at the population. He's 40 pop ahead. How on earth? How on earth? MBL was in such a bad spot.
He stays alive. Now, Dave, MBL is about to run out of wood on his island. It's getting very close. This is expected on islands, but he can always take the neutral islands.
I mean, he has sold like 1,500 wood this game.
Yeah.
He sold a lot of wood. If you page up on that, there's 1,000 wood he sold not too long ago, a minute ago.
If you don't kill him off, he finds a way, right?
What is Ganji saving for retirement, or what's going on with the food and the lots of food, lots of gold there?
I don't know. I mean, it's a little late to say this. I'm just worried. Like, he doesn't even have the docks, dude. Ganji's losing his docks, and 150 wood for a dock is brutal. Ganji is buying wood right now, which means that MBL will actually get more gold if he chooses to sell some. I don't think there's any way Ganji can take this now. With how good MBL's position is.
He's got to win this fight, 100%. Even if he does, I don't think he can. 60 longboats. Of course, MBL doesn't have the unique tech. I don't even think he knows about the unique tech.
Yeah, the thing that add extra attack to these longboats, right? He's got 33 longboats in queue. Crazy to have that when he already has 60 longboats.
Yep. And every time Ganji places one of these docks, like MBL is, if he puts it up front, MBL's just gonna
Yep.
take it out right
Yep.
away. 100%.
And MBL could always get the 4 relics as well, because he'll have 2 relics from his island and then 2 more that are still in the neutral islands. And the forward docks for
Oh,
Ganji have actually
God.
been so rough for him. He's focused
Yeah.
and he just doesn't realize his ships are going directly into MBL's navy every time.
Yep. Wow, this is going to be such a confidence booster game for MBL. He's found the new docks now. Oh, no.
Such a great job at staying alive. I mean, we think he lost the castle to a fire ship. He lost his other castles in the middle. He hasn't had stone in so long. He was out popped on water for a long period of this game. He was behind an eco for a long period of this game. But through the power of the Vikings, from a Viking or, Norwegian, he's making it happen. As he is now, I think, officially out. No, sorry, not officially out of all of his trees, but getting very, very close.
Shouldn't have trebbed that tree. Could use that 100 wood right now.
Oh, man. I mean, Ganji's doing the right thing. I think you just have to hope that you can get a big mass and that your units are just better. So, well, in the north, he's taking a fight he should avoid. But if he could just hide in the corner and hope to get a big group going at some point, like 60
MBL
galleons, maybe it's okay.
Done this with no relics collected.
Oh, Dave, hold on. Look in the archer range for Ganji. We've got a big raid coming up. Big.
Oh, wow.
Elephant Archer is going to raid what is left of the wood. Is
Fine, MBL's deleting villagers. He wants more longboats. He's got 43 in the queue. This whole ocean is going to be longboats soon.
Towers
It's
from
gonna be a
MBL
longboat
too.
soup.
Lots of trees, lots of gold. Still some relics on the islands. MBL collected 2. Ganji ship count higher than before. It's at 35. MBL still 50 with 30 more in queue. And yeah, Elephant Archer is raiding. Shout out to that Elephant Archer. Actually think the trees will finish anyways. Ganji needs more ships in this. Ganji's out of res. He's basically at the limit here. He's got the 4 relics to bring him gold, but that's it. MBL can still mine gold. Crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's a crazy comeback. Vikings, OP. He went old school, right? He went Vikings on island. He went for the capped ram soaking damage approach.
Yep. Couple towers here.
Yep.
And Ganji will hope. He'll think like...
MBL might be out of res. Too.
Yeah, MBL might be out of res. It is, in my experience, Galleons actually do pretty decent against the longboats too. Like we had a game earlier today, Italians against Vikings, where the longboats got outmassed. But
if Ganji comes back here and sees MBL dropping farms on his home island, I think he GG's. If you're MBL, drop like 8 farms right near this Elephant Archer.
Just show him. Prove it to him.
Oh my god, look at that galleon spin. Woo!
Dude, this Elephant Archer has read books about what this island's supposed to look like, and it looks very different. It is a wasteland.
Yep, and now it's dead.
And it's GG. Wow.
Oh my god.
MBL somehow wins this game. I mean, in the first game, he took such great control and he made it look easy. This game, I'm not sure how he survived. I think
Res collected, look at it. It's way higher for Ganji. It's the KD.
Yeah.
MBL took way better fights. Ganji was just throwing ships into him the entire time. And the longboats, well, Micro wins the day because that's the resource difference right there.
But also, think about the res collected stat. If you look at the breakdown, he's collected more resources because of the food income.
Oh my god.
And he has the food income because he had auto farm on. So he had less wood collected, which is a big deal, but also invested, we don't have the exact stat for this, a lot more wood into the farms when the food doesn't actually play a role in the late game on island. So I think it was kind of a double whammy there for Ganji. And that might be... Sometimes we bring things up and it doesn't actually play a role, but I think in this case, the reason he didn't have as much wood to make as many ships and as many docks is because of auto farm.
42-23.
42-23. What's that?
42-23. You'll know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 42-23. Let's see. And did MBL lose a castle to a fire ship in this game?
Wait, did he delete that? Oh, and then he put it... Oh, okay, he deleted that and then he put it at home. Okay,
Yeah.
We completely misunderstood that one.
Yep.
I thought he just completely killed the castle.
No, I understand why you thought that because so much was happening. And I did see him build that castle, but I didn't realize the time. So yeah, he didn't lose the castle. He deleted it and replaced it.
Okay,
And,
that's better then. That makes sense.
Yeah. But seriously, even at that point of the game, 23 on food for MBL and 48 on food for Ganji with auto farm on. I wish I had a stat to know like how much additional wood was invested into getting that food. But another great game from MBL. And unfortunately for Ganji, I think he will felt like he was in a winning position there. He might feel like he threw that. And now you might be like, damn, this is such a difficult climb for me to now have to come back. So it's going to take some real strength for him mentally to get some wins.
Did he not have Bosaw that whole game? I'm being told he didn't have Bosaw.
Yeah, MBL didn't have Bosaw the whole game.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It only helps you chop it faster. It doesn't conserve the wood. You're going to chop it all eventually.
I mean, he did the right thing by not farming. So, wow. Well, exciting times for MBL fans right now. He's now 2 wins away from qualifying to be in the main event of Hidden Cup, which would be huge. He'd be such a fun player in the main event. You can't prepare for him, even if you know you're going to play against him. But in a randomized bracket, when there's hero names involved, when you encounter some of this stuff in the series, I'm sure you might realize in the main event, okay, this is MBL, but you might realize too late, right? You might be a game or two down by the time you pick up on that. So we'll see if MBL can continue this. Ganji, though, needs to respond. He's going to make it even more chaotic, which may be great, maybe not. He's going to go to Mudflow now, game 3. And I'm at 3 seconds when you are, man.
Well, I'm at 0, so I guess I'll catch up.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, game 3. Well, when I saw Ganji play this map in the earlier rounds, the games were insane. We had demos, we had TCs everywhere, we had castle drops. And now we have MBL. And MBL is likely going to make this even more insane because this map has delivered. We've had demos through the middle. We've had tower rushes. We've had lots and lots of scouts. And just a lot of nerves, I think, are very present on this map because of how open it is. So I'm not sure if you have any expectations, but I've really enjoyed Mudflow.
Could you imagine if MBL tried to go for that dock build, how scuffed it would be? I could see him trying to go for it with like no preparation, didn't even load up the game once.
Yep.
She's like, how hard can it be? And then he runs out of wood. I think he'll come forward with the scout immediately, which we're watching. He might try and lame some of those water buffalo or maybe an elephant. And then he'll just play maybe scouts, maybe spearmen. He could even play like Spearman Skirm. It's MBL. Even if you're up against Khmer. Could do that. I think there might be an issue here for Ganji if MBL plays scouts, which is an issue that Khmer have a lot of the time where they don't have a barracks.
Yep.
And you can't keep spearmen at home in defense. And you're going to have to just keep huddling in your houses, right?
Yeah, I promise you, because we've had this conversation so many times, and I've always tried to see the player side of, this is why they're not making spearmen, right? This map, it'll happen, right? It's going to happen. Like, I think the farms are good enough. The house bonus is good enough. We'll probably see the stable opening, and then right after the first scout or two's out from the enemy, that's probably when we'll see the barracks, because spearmen are 100% necessary on this map.
There was someone who went for a really early barracks with Khmer the other day. I don't know if it was like Daniel or something. I know it was on Arabia, I think. They were involved in a scout war,
Sito.
and they made Sito. Yeah.
Yep.
And I was mid-sentence casting that, going like, the problems Khmer have in a scout war is that they don't have. And then I see him drop the barracks. I was so impressed.
Yeah.
I was so impressed.
Yep.
Because it helped him out a lot. He can just go forward with the scouts, keep the spears at home, and then you're on equal footing. And you have faster farms too.
So Ganji has placed a very interesting lumber camp. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. And I don't love the fact that he is directly next to MBL. But I like the palisade walls. And he will probably chop through so these villagers can all kind of go to the same area. But they are very close together here. So something else I was just thinking about in terms of labbed out strats is in Hidden Cup 4, it was game 7, John the Fearless against Ivilo, which was Viper and Hera. We, of course, found out later. Viper went for a dock build. Do you remember that game at all? He opened with a dock and a stable.
Was that the one where he was like stealing fish traps? No, that wasn't it.
No. It was a very
was it
short
on
game.
Mudflow?
It was Mudflow. And Viper back then went for a dock, and I remembered some other people attempted it, and we've yet to see anyone in the qualifier go early dock and get away with it. So I'm really curious if, like, come main event time, they have a week and a half before they play, and there's a lot of, secrecy. I wonder if someone will try it.
What you got to do with the early dock, you don't put it at home because he'll always scout that.
True.
You go to the side and put it like forward on their shoreline in a place they're never going to scout. And then they're like busy walling up to protect against your army coming straight forward. Meanwhile, your demos are sneaking in from the side and they're like, where did that come from?
I actually think Khmer could be a decent civ to open dock because you don't need the barracks, right? So you could use that wood for other things. But unfortunately, if they scout it, like you said, they just wall.
Yeah.
And
the issue with opening dock is like the gold isn't anywhere near the water, right? So you're going to need something at home to defend you.
Yeah.
And your berries are exposed. And once you run out of fish and water buffalo around your TC, you have no food income.
Yeah.
So where are you getting the food income there? You need to make land military. That's probably the biggest reason why we don't see dock open, because you're not secure in your own base.
Look at this
What Ganji's like, I've had enough.
That was a whole lot of bluffing right there.
I'm not doing this right now, MBL. MBL's having the time of his life over there.
Well, there's the barracks right away, dude. He even opens with it, to our point.
Yeah.
And like we said, we think that's smart. Now, they're next to each other here. MBL didn't really know about this. He didn't see the lumber camp, so there might be some confusion. He sees the walls and the outpost, though. There is a, as you like to say, non-zero chance a spearman gets trapped here. Well, no, everything's open. Never mind. I was thinking with that gap in the trees, there could be a problem. There is no problem. There is a spearman now. Ganji will see that, and it will be.
MBL's like, let me out! Let me out! I don't like it in here.
Does that scout escape?
No, I don't think it does.
Okay. Would be pretty epic, dude. Oh! Spearman comes in, and Scout dies. Okay, well, we're not going to have a repeat of Hera against Doubt on Fortified Clearing. Oh, man.
An interesting lumber camp from MBL at the back. He doesn't have faith in the lumber camp at the front, apparently.
Yeah.
Going for a tower to push back Ganji, but Ganji has plenty of places to go for another lumber camp if he wants to just casually run away.
Yep. He also, if he really wanted to, could delete his palisades and rush that tower down a bit.
That's risky.
Yeah, especially when you don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
MBL does not have a... Oh, he does have a stable, excuse me, and he's got 2 scouts going along the north. They are actually quite close to each other by Mudflow standards. So more spearmen are going to be needed here. And yep, there goes Ganji. He actually pre-walls with his Vils. This is very well played. Shoot this tower down.
And we'll see what MBL does about it. He doesn't really have a path to fight those with Vils or anything.
Yep.
And he just backs up. He gives up the towers. So really, really good job from Ganji. I think MBL must have been looking at another area of the map, because usually he ejects and puts that palisade wall there in front just in time.
Yeah, nice job. MBL is not able to build a tower anymore. He wanders home with his spears, expecting scouts, but he hasn't seen any from Ganji, because Ganji has not actually made any. He just has his starting scout, which is super weak and still scouting around. Look at Ganji.
God.
So he gets housed, but then he also says, I'm going to spread these out because I'm Khmer.
Dude, the food eco on this map, Khmer's really going to help with it, but the food eco is so brutal.
It's
just early. Once you run out, you feel really, really nice with the elephants and the water buffalo, but once you run out of that, there's not much that's safe.
Yeah, it's not fun, and it's really hard. Like, I think it will take people 5 or so Mudflow games just watching to realize how awkward it is. But believe me, you get to the 12-minute mark when playing this map, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, my berries are gone.
Oh, shoot, yeah.
I don't have any farms. There's no fish to take. Okay.
I really like what we've seen here, though, from Ganji, because he could have tried to squeeze in scouts, but he didn't really have the food eco for it. Instead, he just goes for spears. And he's
going
defended.
For a big wall, too. Really, really big wall. All the way to that middle wood line. MBL is in with the scouts, but still, it's up against Khmer, and this is the thing that Khmer does.
Yep.
I love the fact that he added that barracks early. Love it. It's amazing. And the spearmen are giving him so much defense. In addition to the houses, he can get the walls up in time, and he's going to be fine.
His walls, funnily enough, are very MBL-looking walls. Like, if this was the main event, we saw Ganji get pop capped at 35 pop, and now is going for egg walls. So this is a very MBL thing, but it's a very efficient thing to do. And it's a smart way to wall your base, as MBL is realizing this and does not want to allow it, but he's going to run through. But everywhere he goes, man, there's a freaking spearman.
Might be a villager kill. Nope.
MBL's managed his eco very nicely behind this. He has not been attacked at all. He's up 2 games already, which I'm sure feels amazing. And still hasn't found villager kill. He really wants one. There's not a house nearby. Ganji! Keep the villager alive for now.
I could see the pathing differences right there. Those units would have never got away, Tristan, on the old patch. They would have never got away. They would have never been back for this build. Great quick wall from Ganji. Fantastic stuff, keeping all of his villagers alive. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful play. After I saw these walls and thought MBL and mentioned main event, I cannot wait till we see a quick wall and how people react, dude.
Yeah.
Like, now we know who's who. No one's like, oh, okay, quick wall. A lot of players can do it. Cool. In the main event, your tendency is to be like, ooh, that play that everyone can kind of do, but some people can do better than others. That must have been them.
Look at MBL just running through these spearmen. He's like, oh, I'm back here again. Am I going to attack? Not this time. Going around. Dude, you need like sound bites from the wizard man. Every time there's a quick wall, you just have him in the background. It's Viper!
Oh, man. I dropped the Prime sub on him recently, and he said, guys, AoE Jesus is here. I was like, Jesus? I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Oh, man. That clip is hilarious.
The arena one's just my favorite.
My favorite part about the
like
arena
a rat
clip
in the corner.
My favorite part about the arena clip is after the Arabia clip, all the arena people were like, see, this guy gets it. And they thought he was on his side. Nice snipe there.
Yeah.
And then he also has a hot take about arena. Beautiful job from MBL. That's our only villager kill, which is extremely rare.
Great clear
from
up from Ganji, though.
Yeah.
Like, great defense from Ganji. He didn't really bite on any of the movements there from MBL. He just kept the spearmen patrolling in defensive stance or whatever they were on. And now he's walled to the edge, too.
So, okay, so they have lots of spears. But, like, MBL's base is wide open, dude. 2 to 3 knights moving around is going to be nightmarish for him. He's going to have to protect himself in some way. Or is he going to TC
He's coming forward. Yeah, he's going to
TC drop the gold.
Yeah.
Here.
As you do.
Well, usually, you know, on this map, you don't. But it's...
No, he's not. He's only making a siege workshop. He's not going to TC drop it. He was sending Vils out to the gold.
Okay, well, I was thinking
now
about
would be
it,
a great time for a dock from Ganji. I was just about to say, now would be a great time for a dock because MBL's woodline is still open there.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a long way, but the demo can loop around.
Well, I mean, you can just go through your own walls and in there.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
delete your own
That's
walls.
true. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Funnel it right through.
No.
Ganji, maybe a little suspicious, checking that is really high-level stuff. And he will now see this is going to be a siege and a monk push. That is his only gold inside of his walls. He does have another gold, which is available on the left side. But MBL's scout not only killed the villager, but gave him vision in there. And he will know that Ganji will struggle without this gold.
Yeah, and the second town center going up for MBL with Persian production is going to mean he still retains the villager lead, right?
Yep.
So really, really solid stuff. However, Ganji is way more secure in general than MBL is. I zoomed out on MBL's base. It's just like one night, dude. One night. And that's it.
What's so tricky, though, is you just feel so smothered by MBL here that it's hard to have the presence of mind to know that you can head to his base like that. I love how MBL's just embraced the openness of this map. He hasn't tried to wall it. He hasn't tried to make it closed map. He said, nah, all good for me, man. I'm happy to adjust on the fly. And that tower, maybe not a common thing for the Persians, but it does just help him hold that very important position.
And that's a lot of farms. You just cut them off from Khmer farms, too. They can put them anywhere. That's not the right place, apparently.
Yep.
In the front, the camels are in. They can hide in the houses, but it's only spearmen and scouts at the moment in defense for Ganji. He has that demo. Still hasn't done anything with it. Damn.
And waiting to see if he will. Like have upgrade on the way. But MBL has camels. Also has spearmen against the siege.
Can you imagine someone using a transport ship and just like having a group of like 2 or 3 mangonels in the transport ship running into your eco, popping them out,
like
taking a shot,
like
putting them back in, sailing away.
Like a siege tower with Gabetto or something.
Exactly.
I think that's a controller player idea, dude.
I mean, if the transport ship goes down, that's a high value sinking. But it is an idea for sure.
It's a siege tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Look at this TC from MBL. I mean, this is just kind of out of nowhere. But it is very safe, right? And we talked about how exposed he is. If Ganji ever tries to raid, Ganji's not going to find too much.
Oh, the demo. Oh, my God, dude. I think the demo is trapped behind a tree. It is. You had to chop the tree.
Okay, well, he chops the tree. He gets it out. Now can he get into MBL's eco? I don't know if he can.
I think it's too late. I think the tree choppage delayed him too much. And MBL's got like the biggest AI army of all time. Spearmen, scorpions, monks, camels, a mangonel. Still trying to push in here. Demo can't find any value and MBL pulls away. And MBL's at 3 town centers against 2 with Persians too. Really solid stuff.
MBL, he has this ability to create chaos. And so Ganji just feels like there's no potential for any type of counter raid. And truthfully, MBL does have camels scattered around at home, so he would be ready. It's just he's making this look so easy here today. And poor Ganji's already 2 games down. This is so painful.
Should make a dock in the pond from Ganji.
I don't hate it. Being Persians?
I really like it, actually.
Yeah, I think
and
that'd
you
be
can
insane.
heal the villager from behind with your monks from that TC fire.
I mean,
we can really cook with this.
We're
one,
really
dude.
cooking. We've got siege
He's making
tower,
outposts.
transport type, mangonel, and oh, dude, look at Ganji. He's looking for vills. There's no vills there, and he demos the lumber camp. Oh man.
This is borderline outpost rush, but I don't really think it is because he's just trying to get himself some more vision. For the mangonels
He
here.
just wants some vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, and MBL's vision it allows him to see the siege. Like if you look at that vision now, he could see everything beyond the TC.
Yeah.
And he's just like, okay, come break me. Give it a shot. And MBL's probably focusing on other things, and Ganji with a good shot. Shot number 1 was amazing. Shot number 2.
Gets another scorp.
Not bad.
Camel's coming in for that mangonel. There's nothing there for that mangonel. There's nothing there. He just keeps looking for something. There's nothing there. And MBL has kept this mangonel alive forever. He's going to keep pushing in here. Ganji, unable to really find much damage behind.
Yep.
And MBL is working on his 4th town center. 65 villagers to 56 already. He's got wheelbarrow. He's got the first farm upgrade. Another siege workshop. Oh my goodness.
Ganji needs... If this game continues like this, it's over. Ganji needs his
a castle.
Yeah, and this castle has to be somewhere of huge importance. Now, I don't know where he would do that or how he could do that. But the demo is searching.
Demo?
The demo is searching for a spot.
It's looking. Sailing. Pending. Loading. Target acquired. Target acquired. Reacquired.
All right, not bad.
Oh, not bad at all. Let's go.
And Persian TCs work faster. Persian TCs are just going to send more villagers to the meat grinder there. So keep it up there, MBL. Ganji would love that. But yeah, seriously, Ganji's got 800 stone. I don't mind the TC he's placing. He needs to expand his eco away from this, but... Oh, yeah, he needs a forward castle. Here we go, Dave. He's actually found a really good spot for this. If he can go right next to MBL's starting TC, it could make it really messy here.
There's a knight there. There's also 3 camels behind.
There's pikes.
MBL's going to know about this. What does he do? What does he do? What does he do? He's searching for resources. He doesn't have any of the resources he needs to buy stone. He doesn't have stone himself to drop a castle. Ganji has to be really careful he doesn't just send these pikes into the town center.
Meanwhile, MBL has completely wrecked Ganji on the other side. Ganji lost his TC. He lost all of his siege. He lost his pikemen. No. But the castle's going to go up.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got an idea. You're going to like this.
Okay.
So MBL's going to wall his woodline because the demos. But you make a ballista elephant. And
Yeah, and you cut it.
You cut through the wood and then send the demo
Yeah.
into the gap.
Yeah.
Next level.
Yeah, but I've been working on that idea ever since Ganji got 650 stone.
Oh,
He's
man.
going. He's
It's
gonna
so-
cut the wood.
Let's just remember where MBL started and where Ganji started. Because MBL is soon not going to exist where he started. And Ganji is already evacuated where he began here. So, pretty crazy game. The Ballista Elephant's here, doing something. MBL has a 30 villager lead, though, which is insane.
Yep.
Dude, a dock from Ganji on where his TC started would be so wonderful. But he's got so many other things to worry about. MBL is going to make Cav Archers. Really like the Cav Archer play. We've only seen a couple pikemen in defense from Ganji. Cav Archers should be able to be more mobile as well.
I mean, he just doesn't have the resource spread he needs to counter them either.
Yeah.
13 on food, 11 on gold, right? 39 on wood.
Yeah,
It's just not what you want, for sure.
MBL hasn't killed him, though. Like, he's not actively doing damage to Ganji's eco. So it does feel like we're going to see this game go on for a bit until MBL can find more damage. But he needs to know where
look at the eco
is.
upgrades. Like,
Yeah.
not good for Ganji at all. Not at all. Fortunately, he hasn't spent enough time on his farming eco to really make use of horse collar yet.
Yeah, true.
Because he has to abandon them all the time. But no wheelbarrow, no second wood upgrade for either him or MBL.
On any other
Really
map,
rough.
you are genuinely dead. You have no chance. On this map, if you were behind by 40 villagers and the opponent has 30 of them on the swamp terrain, there is a chance to even it up. So we are going to see a demo or 2 or 3 from Ganji, and he will attempt to demo that wood line. But that is like pretty much his only hope right now, because I think MBL knows where he is, and MBL is going to start to pressure this eco.
Stark was in a similar situation, eco-wise, against Dogao. He came back, but the thing is, Dogao didn't pressure him at all.
Yeah.
Right? He let Stark get up to like 6-7 TCs, boom himself back in. And as MBL is going to lose some Cav Archers here. No, I think he snipes that. I think he's fine.
Nice job.
Difference is MBL's never going to let you boom back into this.
Yeah.
Like, he's always going to be on you with something.
Yeah, the demos were desperate from Ganji. He probably wasn't looking at them. He's probably looking at the other stuff. But he might not realize he didn't connect there. And MBL massing more and more Cav Archers. He still has that siege push on the other side, taking out buildings slowly. But he knows that Ganji's pretty much in this area. And, like, and MBL's up 2-0. He wins this. He's up 3-0. Feels like we could have a sweep in our hands. Ganji will also know, like, deep down in the back of his mind, that losing here doesn't mean he's out of Hidden Cup, and that he still has the backup best of 7 qualifier on Sunday.
He's got demos in the dock. He's waiting. Now you just got to bait him back into these somehow. It's going to be really tough, though.
Conversion happens. Could have been worse there for Ganji. Yeah, I mean, if you really need a big demo, you might want to go for even get the War Galley upgrade here at this point. Like, it's that bad.
I mean, you just can't, though.
Ganji?
That's your chance, brother.
Aw.
Well, how do you GG when there's an army right next to your dock with demos? At least get the demo hit and then type the GG.
Well, that was disappointing. And MBL up 3-0 here. Well, kind of an interesting game, right? Like, Ganji, he didn't play that confident with the open play that we thought he could maybe try with the Khmer. He instead opted for defense. Didn't really go for much scout pressure at all. But my feeling is you take those risks. You either play more defensive or more aggressive than usual if you're lacking confidence. And I think Ganji's lacking confidence against MBL. MBL just seems like a really solid matchup for him. And I mean, as I look around this map, MBL was truly everywhere with eco.
Yep.
We didn't really look at him expanding his eco because we were just looking at all the things he was killing from Ganji. MBL making it look easy right now.
He is, and he's playing just completely full of confidence, which is beautiful because that's when he's at his best, right? I just, if you look at what Ganji's strong at, he's strong at the walled maps or the maps where you're really, really close to your opponent. So you're kind of like walling them in just from your early pressure.
Yeah.
These land maps, kind of far away. Islands was a fluke, definitely. He should have won that 100%. But MBL is just putting the pressure on him, and he just can't recover. Anyway, dude, I gotta head out. I've got a tournament tonight. I gotta play.
Okay, do your thing, dude.
I will Yeah, I'll raid you, send my viewers over. Thanks for casting these 3 games. Always a pleasure. I'm going to see you later.
If you want to come back when the score is 3-3 going to game 7, let me know.
Oh, God. I'm an NBL fan, dude. Don't do that to me. It's entirely possible. See you later, man.
See ya. All right, guys. So we knew coming into the series that Dave couldn't stick around for the whole time, but I figured casting as many games as we could would be a good idea. So salutes to him, please. And everybody, we've got more games. It just might end up being 1 game with how things are looking for poor Ganji, because Ganji is simply outclassed at the moment. I think in some ways, what's living in his head is the Islands game. I think that Islands game could have been a win for him, maybe should have been a win for him. And he just hasn't been able to get things going ever since. It definitely looked like it was lack of confidence for me, because I've seen Ganji play more aggressively than he did there. Well, I want to, now that I don't have a caster, just for a second, I know you guys want the next game. I want to say thank you, everyone, for showing up so far. We've had so much support, I need to shout it out. We had Binf Guy with $100 dono. Said, thank you for your hard work. My wife and I have watched you since we first met right before Hidden Cup 4. She came here for the music and stayed for the content. Hyped for MBL. Hidden Cup 5 will feel odd if he isn't there. Thank you. Please salutes and hearts if you can for Binf Guy. And that's a lovely story. That's awesome. Wow, that's also, I mean, it has been a while, right? That's a crazy story. Thank you. Thank you, Bloody Eye. Thank you, that guy, Lion Paul, Exempto, Slevin, Ostro, Killer Cow, Pure Smack, Likey Yoki, Whatev, Dino, Mean Ranger, Mr. Neos, Lethan, a CDC. These names are rough. Bob the First Bob, Cooper Rave, Don, Kabale, Zonks, Hercale, definitely a name I'm not even going to try. Vanilla Droid, Hekanu, Thomas, at Dave for the raid, and Apocalypse. Thank you guys. Welcome back. All right. That was a lot of chat there. So is MBL going to close it out here, guys? What do you think? Also want to say shout out to everyone who's watching on YouTube today. First time I've streamed on YouTube simultaneous to Twitch. So, and it was funny because Twitch bugged out and we went down to 17 viewers earlier. So always good. I don't think that was on my end though. I think that was a Twitch issue. Everyone had that issue, I think, from what Margugu said. So, anyways, guys, we'll hop into game number 4. Let us go. Almost 10K people here. Gotta love it. Thank you. Here we are. So, Ganji may go for a lot of high-risk, high-reward strategies here because he's down 3-0, and he would need 4 straight, and things have not been looking good for him. But MBL has picked the Mongols, and while MBL is actually stands for his initials, we have always said, and many people have assumed that MBL stands for Master Boar Lamer. Does he try and steal this and take himself into Hidden Cup 5 main event? Ganji's coming to take the boar because he knows it's MBL and he knows what MBL may try and do. Oh, God. MBL's blocking. Can he kill this Vil? He's got to dodge the TC. Oh! Ganji saves it. Oh, my God. What a save. He used the house and de-aggroed the boar there. That was actually beautiful. Unfortunately, round of applause as MBL is now going to steal a boar in another way. And he is just going to... Is he going to take this boar home? He's going to... Okay. Yeah, he's just going to walk the boar back towards his base and hope to take it home. Now, Ganji sees this. Ganji will not be pleased. And Ganji's not about to give the Mongols and MBL more hunts. So here he comes. If MBL can do this, it would be insane. This villager should die. This villager should always be dead, and the villager's very dead. MBL, I know he likes to lame, but maybe taking it a little bit too far. His scout is weak from before, and he wasn't really able to compete here in the fight. Now, hold on. We've got round 2. MBL, what are you doing? He's going to try again? Okay, pay attention to the idle TC time because this... Oh, boy. Now he's house tricking. He's lost his scout. I mean, you need food back at home, right? And MBL... Are you going to... Is he seriously going to house trick this the whole way back home? Is that the plan here? Okay, delete the house foundation, house trick again. How does he make it look so easy? Okay, he's going to go again. Oh, now boar's going back. That's bad. What about her? Can she get it? Ganji's got it. Ganji's going to get the boar. Woo! Great start for Ganji. Ganji has the sheep food income as well from the Britons, which is really nice. Ganji will now have both his boars. Ganji has an additional villager. Ganji has the scout as well to push in the deer. Nice job from Ganji. He did forget to make a house, which is painful, but he didn't lose a villager, and he never researched loom, so he's going to have more to work with than MBL. What can MBL even see back at home? Well, he does know that his sheep are here. He will probably use the sheep to scout a little bit. He has Mongols, so he can catch up in the resources collected. But, yeah, I mean, just confidence from MBL. Like, he wants to lame. He wants to slow the game down. Especially because I feel the Britons are actually the superior civ on this map if this game goes late. Mongol siege could maybe be an answer to like really long-range arbalest. But on a map that is usually just a lot of fighting through the middle, the Britons can excel. And Britons were the #1 civilization here in Hidden Cup 4 times. But we've had, like, I think a dozen civilizations introduced. And obviously some meta changes and balance changes since Hidden Cup 4, so... But we definitely have seen Britons more in this qualifier and this tournament than others of the past year or two. It's been good to see Britons back, honestly. I think the only other tourney or settings I could think of where we saw Britons be semi-even rated is probably Masters of Arena. I think Britons can always be pretty good there. So, Villagers bringing in this deer. Villagers going to bring in this deer. MBL just waltzing to the middle. I don't think he is going to Vill Rush. I think he's going to take the deer, but you never know with MBL. We'll see soon. Here we go. The deer's here. And this villager will continue to walk forward. Honestly, I think Ganji's taking the right approach here. Don't try a fast castle. Not against MBL. He's going to be coming with another wave. Go for archers or something if you can. And if you can get archers with Britons, start the ball rolling there. It could be great. Unfortunately, did miss out on these sheep so far. Okay. Villager is now in the back of Ganji's base, and MBL is going to wall. Okay, so if MBL's full walled, Ganji may just assume that MBL is going to play defensive. And this villager back here, this villager, as I should definitely cue up the Pink Panther music right now. This villager is giving MBL the potential to surprise Ganji. Oh, man, let's see what Ganji sees. He's not expecting a sneak. Ganji's going to go forward, and he's going to see MBL walling. And we'll probably be like, well, that's typical, because that's what MBL does a lot. And that's good for me, because I'm Britons, and I can just go archers and pressure the walls and go towards Castle Age. This is so scuffed. Like, this build order is just like... It's so MBL. The mill, I get it's probably worth it with Mongols, but everything just feels so random and wild and chaotic. But guys, if he wins this game, if he wins this series, this chaos comes to the main event of Hidden Cup, which is so freaking exciting. He'll be given a hero, and no one can prepare for him, right? Like, imagine spending a week and a half of preparation, and then you show up, and your strategy just falls apart because someone's got Vills in your base. It could be really frustrating, could be really tilting. MBL's always been such a big figure in Hidden Cup, but let's see. I don't know, dude. This just feels like the perfect situation for Ganji. The only way this works is if the sneak works, and she's still just standing there. Because MBL doesn't have the resources to build anything yet. That's a good point. Someone pointing out that Ganji has dealt with a lot of sneak villagers before. So, like, here's how this should play out, okay? So right now, nothing is out of the ordinary for, oh god, the scout went down. The scout died! No! That is so good for MBL! That is so good for MBL. The scout is so important for if you sense that MBL isn't going to make army here, right? Okay, so you see this tower, you think one of two things. You think, he's either just full walling and tower defense and going castle age, or you think he's towering because he's not going to have army here. And normally you would think, why doesn't he have army here? MBL, can you do something with this Vil? I'm trying to hype this up. Is he just going to... Did MBL forget about the villager? MBL still doesn't have the resources. I guess that's for later. But sorry, in some ways I kind of assumed that we were going to have an archery range go up soon. I feel like Ganji should check. I think Ganji should check, and in a normal game, you should wall the front of your own base. Oh, he's definitely... Oh, dude, he knows. He's like, why is he towering? Why is he doing that? That's weird. Also, the red sheep would add some suspicion for me. I know that was from the scout earlier, but that would definitely add some suspicion. Okay, so Ganji is checking. He's also going to check the side to see if MBL is chopping through. And there's the villager building an archer range. Nice and snug up against the wood line. Oh, man. Ganji's checking over here. Ganji is not checking the right area. The sheep has even moved through here as well. No. Ganji, no. Like, he knows he needs to check. He knows something is awfully suspicious. He's doing the right thing. MBL is massing archers in there. He's checking. He's being thorough. Looking around. Looking around. Found some sheep. Good stuff. And is this the moment? I think this is the moment. It gets spotted. Now, that was just a patrol. MBL will get the attack signal and realize he's been noticed. Now, MBL probably should attack this archer, but then he's alerting Ganji that he's here. Ganji isn't actually getting... Okay, Ganji knows now. Did you see that? I think MBL is actually not attacking the archer because he didn't want Ganji to get the attack notification. But then when he saw Ganji micro, he realized Ganji was actually microing that and paying attention. And since Ganji knew anyways, he figured, let's go for it. And now here's MBL. And he's played full defense at home with towers and with walls. So there's no way that Ganji is going to break through. And, well, he's going to make it messy here. Ganji had the walls down. He had the walls set. He deleted them thinking he has the army now. He's got to be really careful. He doesn't have fletching. He does not have fletching, and MBL is double range. MBL could definitely snowball this. But Ganji's thinking, I need my stone for town centers in the next stage. If I don't defend this, I'll have some problems. So he does not want... He figures he can defend this with just his army, and he's going to go for a blacksmith now. He was thinking about Castle Age. Crazy stuff, guys. MBL... Guys, I was so worried that he wouldn't make it to the main event because he's just so fun to look for. And he's one win away from making it to the main event in Hidden Cup 5. Which I know means so much to him, dude. I just listened to him talk about it for months, how he's not happy not going as far into tournaments as he has been in the past. And I love the storyline to it as well, because if he makes it in, he's made it in being the purest version of himself. He has not played more meta at all. He went the other direction. Sneaks and lames, and he's just embraced himself. Ganji's on the way to the next stage, though. That is a very MBL tower to hold this position. His micro has been fantastic. And that tower is going to be annoying, man. Ganji's going to add a stable. I really like knights here. I think knights against the skirms and the archers can do well for you. I like Ganji's patience to not give MBL a good engagement here. But obviously, the villager getting through in the first place is really where things started to go wrong. But he's on the gold here. Still, TCs are cheap with the Britons. He can always go for a second TC. Push this back with siege and a couple knights. And res collected's been better for Ganji. MBO just makes you work, dude. It just makes you work so freaking hard. And you make a mistake once, then he will have a position on you, and he will punish you. There's MBL on the way to Castle Age. Also, there's 2 golds here. It's not like, this gold is one of the other 5 tiles. Both the golds are here. This is an amazing position for MBL to have long term. And as people who maybe have left and are asking where Dave is, Dave had told me ahead of time he had commitments. So he had to step away. You have to deal with me. Whether I'm casting solo or casting with Dave, there's still the same amount of hair in the casting booth. That was maybe a little rude, but Dave's not here to, you know, defend himself. So, yeah, which is also why that joke isn't fair. I'm sorry. Mangonels and Knights are on the way, and MBL's Sneak Villager needs to survive here for this push to live on. There's still Archer Ranges. The Archer Ranges can do something. MBL, don't tell me she survives! MBL's gonna take losses here, but she will hop inside the tower. Now, we'll see how this goes. But the Knights and the Siege, perfect play from Ganji, and we are in a good position to get more games out of this. And for Ganji, maybe to get some more momentum. Let's go, Ganji. Villager's still there. That villager needs to be killed. Yo, oh. Dude, you can't let that villager surviving's a problem. I refuse to believe, after watching the first 3 games, that this is not going to haunt Ganji. We got a stable going up for MBL. Okay. Now, if there was no villager, there would be no stable. And if there was no stable, there would be no step lancers or knights or whatever's going to come. And then Siege Workshop, potentially. Behind this, MBL will drop a TC. He's getting Bod Canero for his 1 tower, which is pretty much already gone. And his range units, I guess. And Cav Archers. Okay, so he's going to go Cav Archers. Got it. Villager now going to run away. She has been the key to it all. And Ganji, though, playing a game that we were expecting a little bit more from him today. Clean defensive play against aggression. He can do this. It's just gotten so chaotic for him. He doesn't know about the stable. He doesn't know she built a stable. He does have monks back there, but here come the step lancers, and Ganji immediately house walls to block it off a little bit. And MBL pokes down the siege. What? Ganji extremely unlucky not to get a conversion there, but that's monks for you. The monk could still advance forward. And, oh, okay, well, the monk was, like, very close to finishing a conversion there. And, wait a second. Where'd the Vil go? I think the Vil died building the tower here. I was paying attention to the monks. I think she's dead, guys. So, whatever her name was, just as dead. She dead. Nice villager lead for Ganji. MBL. Still the one controlling the game. Are you freaking kidding me, bro? Are you serious? I thought that was walled. MBL saw it. There was a hole. And he has simply walked forward to do this again? Oh, no way, dude. And I have no clue if Ganji notices that. And if Ganji doesn't notice that, like, he's not ever going to expect siege. MBL's built a house here. He's made a stable here. He's made archer ranges here. He's going for a siege workshop. This is like... MBL might as well make a town center here. He might as well make a university here, a monastery. I mean, this is crazy. All these crucial buildings are in his opponent's base. He is banking up stone. I doubt they'll build a castle with one villager here, but... Man, I mean, Ganji is going to be so annoyed. I assume he thinks that's walled. It's tough for him to find an engagement right now. He's got Britain Knights, plus two step lancers he converted, but... There's Cav Archers, there's Archers. There's enough there from MBL where Ganji cannot engage against this. MBL drops TC number 3 at home. You know what's actually OP about MBL and a forward villager? You run out of things to build, so you just build houses. And MBL... He hasn't got pop capped as much, because he always has that forward villager building houses. MBL did re-wall at home, so there's no potential for a counterattack here. I think Ganji's looking around to see if there's anything happening in the middle. But MBL with a disastrous play, at least for Ganji. A sick attack round, which is what he's known for. And Ganji, I feel so bad for the guy right now. I feel so bad for the guy. This is brutal. And he's probably like, huh? Where did that come from? How? He doesn't know where the siege came from. He doesn't know how the siege is getting repaired. He might think MBL has a whole base over here. And also, this TC is at the bottom of a hill, which has allowed MBL to get some really nice hits. And it makes it even more daunting of a task for Ganji to go up the hill, and Ganji loses his siege. He wants to drop a castle to defend himself and clean this up. He's going to lose all of his monks. He's going to lose his knights. Will the castle go up for Ganji? Ganji, no! Ganji! Castle has to go up for him to have a chance. But I think it will go up, and I think MBL recognizes it will go up. And that castle's huge now, because you can take this gold, you can take this gold, you can actually make longbows, which I think can be, you know, it's one of the units of choice for Britons. MBL 72 villagers, Ganji 84. He has defended so much this game, but he's defended well, let's be honest. Honestly, one of the rare times, I think that players, if they have knights in these instances, like Ganji, should be thinking about building a lumber camp and chopping through. Like, counterattacks in MBL's eco, there's a Step Lancer there somehow. Could be really strong. Step Lancer just wandering around. Stone walls from Ganji to funnel a lot of this pressure towards the siege. Step Lancer goes down to a villager or the tower. I think the tower, yeah. And MBL's full boom. He gets another amazing trade here with the siege. But Ganji also gets nice hit. And Ganji defends very nice. Well played. Yeah, if you can get enough longbows with that range, you can kill anything. And then snowball that towards a castle in the middle and Trebs, it could be impossible to stop the Britons. Even for the Mongols. Like, the Mongols thrive on mobility more than anything, right? But Res Collected is extremely close. And MBL is, as TC this middle gold, which to me is quite bold, but he kind of felt like he could do it. MBL is full vibes right now, right? Like, he's just going with the flow. None of these games have been normal in any way, shape, or form. He has tried to turn it into a chaotic and messy game, which is precisely what he did against Kapok in the previous rounds. And he's leaned into everything we say about him as a player. Bodcanero on the way for Ganji. MBL going to build a very defensive castle as he will prep towards Imp. That's a really good castle spot. I also like how he's bringing the relics home. I also love how he was never getting pop capped when he had the forward vill, but now the forward vill is dead and he's super pop capped. So we're going to see houses going up. And that's MBL for you, man. Again, forward vills maybe should do every game. Maybe should be part of the strat. And honestly, at this point, you just go forward vill, you don't even do anything with it. I think people are going to freak out and think you're doing a lot more. Okay, Ganji is idling for Imp. This is interesting. This is an intentional idle from him to get to Imp as quickly as possible. He's stopped producing vills. I think this is the correct play. MBL also clicks up to Imp. And that will mean that he'll be an Imp faster. Ganji still really struggling to get the res to do so. He's close. Ganji hits the shot. Ganji, do not go Imp in this TC. Yeah, he goes Imp in this town center, which should be safe. MBL snagging relics from the middle. MBL dropping stables. MBL also massing rams. He has 6 spears, 4 skirms, 3 step lances, 3 monks, 1 archer, 1 mangonel, 2 rams, and a partridge in a pear tree. Like, just so many different types of units, man. You never know what he's going to send at you. And he's going to get cab armor right now. So, I don't think he's going to commit to more step lancers. I think it's going to be just light cav, maybe, to play in towards Hussar. Because to raid, right? Look at him walk in here to get a relic. This is open. So I think if you can just go cav raid, normally this is walled and it's impossible to do that, but that's not the case here. Ganji is super bracing himself. I think he is worried that he would lose the Trebor if he goes for a forward castle. So he's really bracing himself for a big attack, but he was not expecting the front of his base to be open. MBL researching Fervor from the forward monastery so that Monk can take the relic faster to the defensive monastery. I love that. And he's going to grab this relic too. So MBL will have all the relics. Ganji has gold here. People asking about his gold. He's got plenty of gold. He's got 6,000 gold to work with, and obviously win big fights, you take all the gold in the middle. That is a lot of forward houses for MBL. MBL has 28 houses outside of his main base. He doesn't have any houses in his main base. Now, Ganji's going to drop an outpost here. I think it would be incorrect to cut through as the Britons here. You're a slower civ. You want that to be closed up. You just don't want MBL to be able to chop through there. Yeah, actually, getting the Nomad tech, those that know what that does, it's one of the more useless unique techs, I would say. Not that Mongols need a better one, because Mongols are already really good, but might actually be a good idea if Ganji starts to push. Oh, guys, it feels inevitable to me. Ganji did just wall in MBL's Ville, so we salute Ganji for that. Even when he's down 3-0, he is going to quick wall, and we appreciate it. But he doesn't have Halb yet. And if he gets into Longbow Halb, it could be good. He's just spending a lot of time over here. And like we said, he's really bracing himself. He's rewalling this. He's going to build another castle. He's like, I am Britons. Try and break me here. MBL's buildings are going to go down. MBL's got tons of gold. What is this? This is an AI. We've all been attacked by this before. This is not Hidden Cup 5 main event. This is an AI. This is a bot, bro. MBL. It's so effective. Just like it is against you, you know? That's kind of funny. That villager and how MBL can't build an outpost through it. But here comes Ganji. I mean, Ganji's going to see this and be like, huh? This is crazy. Imagine seeing that. Ganji's still just trying to clean this up. Now, this is where MBL losing houses can become a problem, like we joked. But he's building up a massive amount of buildings towards the middle. He's making so many Hussars. He's prepping Trebs as well for a push. And I would like to see Drill Seadram. I think Drill Seadram would be epic. Ganji's going to go Onager. And Ganji's going to wall it up. Ganji is not ready yet. He wants to stonewall the middle. MBL should never give him enough time to do this, right? Hussars should be coming through soon. Again, who knows what happens with this over here. That archer's going to lock down the gold and the stone, I guess. And another one? What? Is that even... He sends another Ville through! Dude, just chop the trees, bro! Just chop the trees at this point! What are we doing? Sneaky guy. There's one line of trees here if you want to get through the real way. Or, a normal way. Oh, wait. That Ville chopped wood. Oh, he misclicked onto a tree, and it dropped off wood at the TC and walked back. That's funny. But forgive me for assuming MBL did that intentionally. Here come the Hussars. And Ganji's up to a crazy army type and army count right now. But the Onagers are expensive. And these Hussars are not. The Hussars are so strong with the Mongols. And MBL not only kills some Onagers, but forces Ganji to friendly fire. And we have Seadram and Trebs and everything waiting for him. Ganji, do not chop these trees. Ganji, no. Can you hear it? Can you hear the choo-choo? Ganji? Choo-choo, the train's coming through! The speedy Rams are here! Oh, man, I feel for Ganji at the moment. I mean, he's played amazing, right? He's played great. Islands could have maybe had the win. Choo-choo! Oh, no! Oh, no! Ganji could kill his own longbows! Oh, Ganji realized he almost killed his own longbows, but now the Rams just roll right into town, and one of my favorite unique techs in the game, Drill, is paying off here against the siege. Boom. Another Onager goes down. Trebs could go down next. Meanwhile, Hussars and Seadrams are over here. What an epic battle. Seadram, one of the killer of the Britons. It is so tough with all these range units and all this siege to kill Seadram. And probably the best Seadram civ. Maybe second after Celts, depending on how you look at it. Oh, it's doing him in here. That hurts so much. MBL is so close to breaking through. He is through. He is through. The Hussars are in. And Ganji. Ganji, this is painful. He wants so badly to be in the main event of Hidden Cup. He's performed so well here, but it is MBL's time. He's been waiting for this, and he should just be moments away from the GG call that will send MBL into the main event of Hidden Cup 5. He'll be one of those heroes. He will maybe be the easiest player to spot, but we'll see. Does Trebs move forward? Is the castle here will be trebbed down? Hussars are sniping every onager that's out there. And I'm hearing rams everywhere. I mean, I don't even know where to look. An in-your-face castle from MBL to protect this area. Ganji still having that fight, having that grit, still having that determination. Maybe thinking the longbows should be better now that they're elite. But he will not have castles to produce longbows anymore. And yeah, the onagers will go down. All this eco's exposed. This is certainly over now. No one wants to resign when their population is 170. It's not a bad feeling. You feel like you should always fight on. And maybe Ganji a little dejected right now after all these games. And that could be part of this too. But MBL will walk in, snag that relic, says thank you very much. He'll actually have all 5 relics here in a moment. And it's just the Siege Rams can't be stopped. Full Siege Ram Hussar from MBL is pretty crazy stuff. And like, finally Ganji gets the left of his base back. And now MBL is just taking the right side. And the guy's just not stopping here. Buying yet another castle to drop next to this TC. Which means almost certainly he will ram down all of this. Funny thing is, Ganji's pop hasn't actually dropped any lower than what it was at 3 minutes ago when I thought he was dead. It's still at 170. Which is a surprise, but it does feel like it's going to teeter here. And we're just like one moment away from him losing everything. And the GG's called. And MBL back in Hidden Cup. Let's go. That is a sick result for him. A sick result for the community, because I can just tell, man, everyone's excited for him to be involved in the main event. There was some worry, especially in the group. He had to go through some big players. Round 1, best of 3. A YOLO player who could do some crazy things. He was able to win there. Then against the Max, former Hidden Cup 2 finalist. To beat Max, he was able to get the job done there. And then he was able to beat Capoch before this series where he beat Ganji, who of course beat Veleza. And MBL does qualify for the main event of Hidden Cup. He will be one of the 16 heroes in the main event in the randomized bracket with new maps, new slightly different settings with the civs. It should be crazy to see him bring the chaos. I remember teaming with him a couple years ago. And after we won, and I felt good about myself, MBL said, T90. And who brought the chaos? And I was like, you did, MBL. And he was like, you're damn right. He brought the chaos here in Hidden Cup. Holy crap. All right, so there's the eco. Just to sum up this game. There's the eco. 63,000 resources collected. And MBL, his approach was simple. Sneak, go for crazy nonstop attacks, and behind it, be untouched, right? Like, we barely looked over here. We never showed MBL's eco because that's not where any of the fights are being taken. Those fights are being taken over at Ganji's side. So MBL qualifies. Now, the positive here for Ganji, and I'm going to show you the list of all the players in the main event now that we've got an updated list on that. Ganji will have a second chance in the second qualifier. We'll look at the bracket here in a second. But Ganji still has another best of 7 on Sunday against the loser of another best of 7. I forget who he could potentially play, but MBL will be, MBL's in the main event. Ganji still has a chance, okay? But sorry we didn't have a scene fully prepared for this. I think this is actually a good way to do it for you guys, just to give you the updated players in the main event. This should work fine. Yeah, there we go. So these are the players in the main event as of now, okay? After today, spoilers. If you didn't see the first 2 rounds, spoilers. I'm sorry, I should have said something. I should have said something. Spoilers, okay? Spoilers. This is what we have. Those are the players in the main event as of now. We have to determine the next 6. 3 more will be determined tomorrow. And then on Sunday, again, it is all the losers from the other sets. They will play against each other, and they will determine the final 3 spots. So it still could be Ganji. It still could be the other players who lost today, which, again, I guess I can talk about at this point. Mihai and Sobek. Okay, but crazy games today. The quality was amazing. I loved it, and I'm so thankful, guys. Seriously, here are the words that come from my mouth. I'm so thankful for you guys. Okay, thank you. The level was so fun today. The level was even greater. And if the level of the qualifier and the hype from you guys thus far is a sign that of anything to come with the main event, is that the main event's going to be amazing. Okay, so thank you. That was about 9 hours of casting. We'll probably have more tomorrow, honestly, because we had some sets which were a little bit shorter today. So tomorrow should be a much longer day. The plan tomorrow, to cover that real quick, and then I'll open it up to some questions. Maybe say hi to people I haven't been able to say hi to all day. But the schedule for tomorrow is Tato against Hart as series number 1. Barles against Stark is series number 2. And then Sebastian against Babo Rum, which is series number 3. I think Margugu taught me how to say that. I'm getting a little bit better with that. I thought the O was skipped. I thought it was just Babo Rum, but it's Babo Rum, I think. Slight difference. So those are the 3 sets tomorrow. Now, the losers, so just to go through this, again, with the whole spoilers thing in mind, at the moment, it is already established it'll be Sobek against Mihai on Sunday. Winner will make it into Hidden Cup main event. It will be Ganji against the loser of Barles and Stark. And then it will be the loser of Sebastian and Babo Rum against Tato, the loser of Tato and Hart. Again, that will happen on Sunday. Okay? Babo Rum? I don't even know. I'll ask Margugu. I think Babo Rum is pretty close for an English speaker. So, viewership on YouTube was awesome today. So this goes out to everyone on YouTube as well. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. I did notice that the thumbnail for the live stream was just like some generic thing, which I don't like. So I haven't streamed on YouTube in 6 years or 7 years. So I have to look. You're obviously watching, so it worked, but I kind of felt like the image for the live stream was weird. So hopefully we'll change that. So I think it could maybe bring in some more people on YouTube. But yeah, the next 2 days we'll also stream on YouTube, and then the main event, which is February 25th through March 3rd, will be on YouTube as well. So you have that option, okay? Now, right there we have 14 heroes. There's supposed to be 16 heroes, okay? So listen up. The second I go offline, there is going to be a poll. It will go up on YouTube. It will go up on Twitter. It will go up on, I think I can do Instagram. It'll go on Facebook. It'll go basically everywhere that I have some type of platform. It will not be on OnlyFans. Okay, it will not be there. I don't have an account. But listen, keep an eye out on it, and you can vote for one of the final heroes. Would you guys like a spoiler on stream of what those heroes are? Let's do that real quick. I think I do have it for you in an image. And then, at the conclusion on Sunday, you guys will get to vote for the final cheat code. So the last unit is a cheat code unit, which is what I mean by that. Some people are like, T90's allowing cheats in his tournament? What is this? How did Microsoft sponsor this? Why do people what? It's sorry for the confusion. All right. Let me get this. All right, so your options for the poll, I should verify this. Should we do... No, we can't do a Twitch vote right now. We're just going to do the others. That's what we'll do for this. Sorry, this is a little scuffed. Here we go. Here are the 4 you will get to vote on. Only one will join the main event. All right, let's take a look. See? Why is that image there? Okay. There it is. Got a wide variety of options. Yes, we have leaked this. So we've got a name I did not practice pronunciations on. I actually didn't practice any of these because this is the first time I've looked at them in 3 weeks. So this is a little rough. We've got the first guy, top left. We've got Pakal, I believe is how you say that. Who's a crazy Mayan plumed archer who has abnormally large arms And forearms. I need to stop looking at them. We've got Osman. And then we have, it is actually Emperor Sigismund, which is funny because he does not look like an emperor. He looks like your grandfather before he goes out to hunt. But if I'm not mistaken, he is an emperor. Though he does not, maybe he was not an emperor yet. I don't know. But those will be your options. Who would you vote for, guys? Who would you vote for? I did have a feeling of who people would vote for. I had a guess. I'm curious who you guys will go for. We'll have those options up. Just pay attention everywhere. A lot of people liking Sigismund here. Make a Twitch poll. I should do a Twitch poll. Okay, mods, do we have mods? Let's do it. Let's do this. We'll combine the Twitch vote right now with everything else. I'll just need to screenshot it. This is stupid. We have a lot of people here who do a Twitch poll. YouTube live viewers, I can't do a live YouTube poll. But there will be a community post there where you can vote. And then people can double up on votes. We can get a poll running. We just need 4 options. I get to vote too, right? Or is that rigged? Okay, the poll is there. Vote away, people. And then, mods, we need someone to take a screenshot of this result. I'm going to try as well, but just in case. Vote away. So far, it does not seem close. Osman and Pakal, I don't want to skew votes here, but do not vote for top right and bottom left. It's just not worth it. You're wasting your opportunity for democracy here. Vote away. It's 37% right now against 44%, against 10% and 10%. So now, actually, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have YouTube. Can I do polls on Reddit? Should I do a poll on Reddit? I should do a poll on Reddit. I don't know if I can do a poll on Reddit. If I could do a poll on Reddit, we'll do that too. Okay, we'll do that too. Will there be one on Discord? I don't think Discord has polls. But again, winner here obviously takes a big lead, but is not necessarily winning the vote to determine the final hero. So I voted for Vitatus just to get you to pronounce it. I think it's Vitatus. Vitatus is what I would say without any research. I will do research if I have to. Vitatas? I doubt it's Vitatas. Vitatas does not sound right. You can do a poll on YouTube. On YouTube Live, Shulker? I think we'll do the community vote there. So there'll be a community tab. Anyways, according to Twitch, it is, spelled wrong on the poll. It's not Sigmund. How disrespectful. Sigmund? Excuse me, mods? We have to get rid of a mod. Sigismund. All right. But looks like he's the favorite so far. So, and listen, tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow, Sunday, at the conclusion of the stream, the cheat code is voted in by only Twitch chat. That's how we'll do it. Actually, it will be live viewers. If we can do the live poll on YouTube, I think we might do that too. I think that makes sense. I got to figure that out. Okay. And that's how it works. So, any questions about the main event? Just a reminder that these are the 14 heroes. The main event will have those heroes. We do also know some of the players that will be in the main event, which will be awesome, but it's a bit of a guessing game on who is who. The players do not know who they're preparing for. We will also have new maps, which will be unveiled within the next few days too. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes. But yeah, if you have questions or just want to say hi, this is your moment. Please have at it. YouTube. I'm looking at YouTube chat right now. Someone's talking about waffles. I thought YouTube used to have polls, but we got rid of them. Yes, we will add polls on YouTube later. Hello, some YouTube people. Waffles are good? Yes. Okay. Hello, James. I can't say hi to all the new people, actually. I can't. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like, I'm able to click some of these names and see you guys haven't chatted much in my channel, which is really fun. That is really exciting for me to see, so thank you. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Ruby, for the 38 today. Thank you, Pal Matt. Thank you, Jackpot. Harland, with the $5 donation, said, T90, if you don't have an OnlyFans, who has been taking all my money? Not me. Thank you, though. Thank you, Sadish. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Tantron. Thank you, Chupta. Thank you, Hitman. Thank you, Dush. Thank you, Gragnak. Also, thank you, Daniela, for the raid, everybody. There was actually, I think one of my viewers bought onlyfarms.com for a joke. I think someone told me they bought OnlyFarms. It says it's purchased, but we didn't do anything with it yet. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I should move on. Anyways. T90, do players wear a cup in Hidden Cup? And is their cup hidden? No, there's no wearing of cups. They don't need that. Okay? Next question. Is there a trophy? Well, there might be a trophy. Ask that in 5 more minutes. You guys know the drill by now, but I will seriously answer questions if you have any, because I know there's a lot of things. We're going to have videos on it and all that. I'm getting a little tired, but I can still answer a few more questions. Oh, shoot. I got to put MBL's score up here. I think I might try and work in interviews tomorrow. It feels a bit weird I didn't interview people who made it in, but it's going to be such a long day, and that's kind of the tricky thing. So I have to think more on that. So, T90, when do polls close? The polls for the heroes will close. I think most of them are 24 hours. I think it depends on the platform, but most of the posts have votes available for 24 hours. So you can multi-vote if you look at all the platforms I mentioned. I'll be doing that immediately after I go offline. So, T90, do you think that Ganji lost mentally after game 2? Maybe in some ways. Maybe in some ways. I felt like he will have known he was the underdog. Tying it up 1-1 would have given him a lot of hope, a lot of belief. So, I think it affected some of his games. Someone says, T90, will donos and stuff go to the prize pool? Depends what you mean by stuff. So donos, during the main event, donos will be 50-50 split with myself and the prize pool. But like subbing to the stream and whatnot goes towards me and my cost too. So no questions. Thanks for the amazing stream. Yo, thank you, man. Thank you. You seem really excited about about some of the stuff that happened today. Man, I love, like, after streaming on Facebook where we had, like, no features, being able to just quickly see someone's chat history is really fun. What's the prize for winning Hidden Cup 5? So right now, the public prize pool, which will be higher, it's just the public announced prize pool for the main event, is 40K. I'm still in contacts with sponsors. I still have to figure out some costs on things as we go along here. So, but it will be more than 40K as a starting point. And then, like I said, there will be revenue split towards the prize pool to get it higher as well. So, all right. Will you gift 100 subs if we even out the poll on Sunday? Ask me Sunday. Ask me then. Who won the previous Hidden Cups? Well, the previous Hidden Cup 4 was Hera. Hidden Cup 3 through 1 was Viper. And those two will remain the favorites for this Hidden Cup. I think with Hera being the favorite now, after a really solid year and a half of dominance. Will be very interesting with the preparation and some of the maps to see how things go. In the first 3 villager start we've had, at least at this level for a while too, which I think plays its role in some ways. Should be great. Jordan was second place Cavalier in Hidden Cup 4. Yes, earlier I accidentally said the word sperm, and Twitch.chat never let me forget about it. I was bringing brilliant commentary with Margugu, and looking at the chat, and that's all the chat said. I know I misspoke, okay? I know. Thank you for reminding me. I saw it. You reminded me. I'm not perfect. Any quality series worth rewatching? The best series from today was definitely the first one, which was Vinchester Mihai. Guys, the game 1's going to be on the YouTube channel. The micro from Vinchester in that game, the whole series was amazing. But, like, holy crap, dude. Like, chills micro at times. So, yeah, that was probably the most competitive series. I thought all the games were really good, though. Like, even these games were really fun and really crazy. Every series was a little bit different. It had its own flavor. Teddy says, T90, are the players free to choose their color during Hidden Cup 5, like Viper Yellow or Vince Purple? That would probably reveal too much. Well, would it? Or does that instead open up the opportunity for someone to pick a color they don't normally pick to trick their opponent or to trick us? You know, they can pick their color. Yes, they can pick their color. They have full freedom in that. And that's always a fun thing to talk about because certain players have color preferences and some still stick to their color preferences and others do not. Like Vinchester in Hidden Cup 4 picked yellow every single game. And Vinch's skill set is similar enough to Viper's in some ways where there were moments where you're like, I don't know if it was every game. I just have specific memories of him picking yellow. So, will you cast with colors picked? We'll have to make exceptions, right? Because some color combinations are awful to look at and really bad on like certain terrains or really bad for people with color blindness. So, okay. So, I hate to call you out, my friend. The entire stream, this user has been spamming about their football team because it's the Super Bowl on Sunday. But like, I remember 3 hours ago, we were seeing messages about the 49ers. The freaking 49ers. Let's see. Okay. San Francisco 49ers winning the Super Bowl. All caps. 49ers. Actually, there's other comments in here. So he also called me a goat caster. Thank you. Let's go 49ers. 49ers. Let's go 49ers. And, oh, it was other days. Okay, a couple days ago. 49ers. Let's go. Let's go 49ers. 49ers. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought it was like the whole stream. I guess I only ended up seeing it. He's really excited. Hey, I'm a Vikings fan, so I hope you enjoy being in the Super Bowl and actually having a chance to win it. So, any other questions, guys? Any other questions before I head out? Thank you again, seriously. I'm exhausted. I'll make sure I'm prepared and ready for tomorrow. But if you have any question, ask away. Most of the answers to your questions should be out there already. What set are you most hyped for tomorrow? Oof. It's kind of a mix for me because I'm really curious to see if Baba Rum can continue the hype train. But there's a heavy risk he gets smashed against Sebastian because Sebastian is so good. So I think like tomorrow we have two big underdogs who have always been underdogs who a lot of people aren't going to believe in. We have Barles against Stark as series number 2. No one thought Stark was going to get this far, and he did. And then we have Sebastian and Baba Rum, and it's the same story with Baba. So that to me is like the favorites should win, but I've said that before and been wrong. I think the best series is actually maybe the first one, Tato Hart. But even still, it's like maybe you look at Tato Hart and think they're both like the highest level players playing against each other. But most people seem to feel like Tato's so high that maybe that series isn't close. I don't know. I think Hart's incredible. Hart could definitely beat Tato. Tato's the favorite, though. So that's hard for me to answer. Sorry. But I'm excited that NBL's back in the main event. I'm excited for Sato to be in Hidden Cup for the first time. And very excited to see Vinchester back as well. Okay? All right, guys. I'm going to play the little trailer. You guys know the deal at this point. Thank you, everybody. I'll get more info out to you. Again, check all socials if you want to vote on the 15th hero. It's going to be everywhere. Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Probably forgetting one. Just like, look around. Double dip, triple dip, vote on who you can if you really want one hero over another. Okay, MySpace? Yeah, absolutely. MySpace, Zanga, 4chan. Where else do I frequent? Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm out of here. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. It'll be a long day. Should be longer. Thank you again. I'll see you then.
It's been 3 long years of silence, but it's time
All right, guys. We're going to send a raid on to somebody. Wait a couple minutes. Get your salutes ready. That is if you're watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you are just going to go back to watching videos and falling asleep to my content. So thanks for that. But I will see you all tomorrow on both platforms. See ya.
What the fuck? Holy shit! What the fuck, T90? Oh my god! You're a legend! Holy shit! Oh my god, I have to win now! Oh my god! T90, are you? Captain Cookie with the follow! Omar with the follow! It's T90! Holy shit! I love you, T90! I watch your videos every day! Holy shit! Oh my god! No way! Oh my...
Let's go. What we go? Yep, you got it. Castle. Get a castle now.
The first thing I get, armor, Team Eagle, to a Twin Empire raid. George, Vaporeon! Vaporeon, love Pokemon. Love Vaporeon, it's a great Pokemon.
Umbreon's my favorite though, gotta be honest with you. Oh my god. Okay, we need to spend this res, folks. We need like 15 barracks, let's go! Go! Barracks! Make them, my friends! Help them make the barracks. Oh my god. What's the mic? The mic is the...
Sure, SM7B. But it says the effects. The effects, Elite Eagle. Now. 500 gold, let's go! 500 gold. On Q. I need 500 gold. Come on! Elite Eagle, let's go!
If the gods so some dumpstone in the league mile, I need to raid. I need how. Okay. Now we need folks. Get a lead on the 60. Here we need on the mile guy. Get the fuck out of this fucker. Let's go.
Oh my god. Daniela, hey, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, you're gonna stonewall? You're not gonna stonewall. Get out of here, dude. This is not the strategy for you, my friend. Today is the day that you get fucking demolished. You want some Elite Eagles? Let's go. Come on, get the upgrade. Elite Eagle, come on, get in. We need +2 armor. Come on, we need the armor. We need +4. We need +4. Come on. We need the gold. Let's sell it. Let's sell it. We need the gold. Now. +4 armor. You want to take it? I don't want to take this fight. I want +4. I want +4, folks. Come on. Keep making vills. Got 115. Okay, let's take it. Let's take the engagement. We have Elite Eagle. It's fine. It's fine. We shred this. We shred the O-Box. Nope. O-Box is dangerous. Get out. We need something for the O-Box, guys. Shit. Do we get hand cannons? No, I don't think we get hand cannons. Chat, do we get hand cannons? I don't think we do. I don't think we get hand cannons. Oh, no. I don't think we do. Okay, let's raid this shit. Let's raid this. Let's raid. Can't ignore villagers. Macro, macro, macro. More elite eagles. Let's go. I guess we can convert with the monks, maybe? You can convert with the monks, maybe? I don't know. I need gold. God damn it, I need gold so badly.
What's extra gold? I don't know. You don't have it fucking so great. I guess we're gonna go town store on the wood and start farming and selling it. I don't know. I gotta find gold. We're shining shit though. We're shining that shit.
Get in the back, get in the back. Get in the back, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, go, 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 go. No, the Obok. The Oboks are dead.
Folks, the show daters, you dead, KBD too many months, it gets muted. Shit gets all fucked up. You have to wait, you have to be patient. It's 20-second timer, guys. 20-second timer per day. It's a 3 day. Yeah, go get that. Go get back up here to play over. Yeah, see me, get these good diners, come after that.
This is the last stand, Eagles. Go! Okay. Okay, we need farms. Gotta spend. This is insane, dude. I can't believe I got rid of it. The fucking legend, guys. You guys.